Youth Exchange 1. Isn't today's Youth Exchange event being held on the Dragon boat nearby? Let's go have a look. I'm sure it will be very exciting and fun to watch. Oh yes, let's go. I heard this time the precious disciple of Elder Muzhin is also attending. From the rumors I've heard, her alchemic skills are top-notch and is very likely to become the next Bai Chang Feng from the medicine sect. Youth Exchange. In the middle of the main street, Bai Yan's footsteps had just stopped after overhearing the passerby's conversation. Stroking the little fox's fur, she curves the corner of her mouth upwards. Do you also want to go? Naturally, the little critter nodded vehemently. Showing water in his puppy eyes, the kid looks up hopefully and easily won the battle. Alright, we will go take a look then. Perhaps Dragony would like such events too and we could find her there. At the end of the day, Bai Yan only wanted to try her luck to see if the missing lass would wind up at such a place. If she's going to aimlessly wander the streets, then it's better to try at a big event where plenty are gathered at once. Then all of a sudden, the mother felt a slight tingle in her hand. It was her son licking the palm of her hand. For a moment, Bai Yan actually fell into a trance and remembered back to the first days of her son being born. Back then the boy was still in his fox form as well. Don't worry my son, I will definitely help you recover. Bai Yan's embrace tightens a notch as she brought the fox up to her cheek for a calming hug. No one can separate us. I won't let them. Dragon River, the prescribed location where the dragon boat was moored. According to legends, it's said that the river was once home to a dragon, hence its name. Just that it's been many centuries since there's been a sighting. At the moment, 2 guards were busy inspecting the visitors with careful scrutiny as the guests boarded the luxurious-looking riverboat. If one didn't have a slip, then they wouldn't be able to get on, it seems. Son, why don't I take you to some other places to look around? The event requires an invitation before being allowed inside. There's not much to see anyways. What's more, there's no way Dragony could be aboard if it's a closed-off event, thus making her visit moot. Unfortunately, her thoughts were soon interrupted by a sly-sounding voice from the side. Selling dragon boat invitation, only needs 10,000 gold for it. If you don't buy, then it's your loss. 10,000 gold. 10,000 gold for an entry slip. Talk about worst timing. Going dark in her face, Bai Yan turns to the owner of that voice where a sly-looking fatty was holding several invitations in the air with his sloppy hand. The guy was calling out to the coming crowds of people in order to sell his product like those in the market. Then, as if the ominous feeling in her mind was destined to come to light, Bai Yan suddenly felt a tug at her sleeve. It was Bai Shechen using his puppy eyes and paw to indicate he wanted one of those from the fatty. As much as she detested being scammed by those heartless merchants, Bai Yan couldn't exactly say no to her son when the solution was being placed before her eyes. Walking towards the man, are your invitations real? Seeing how he's finally got some business going, the fatty hurries to put on an iconic smile of a merchant. Of course, lady. My passes here are all real with the name and family of others, so they're genuine for sure. Look at the top, you can check for yourself about their authenticity. A humph, Bai Yan gives an awkward cough after shooting the names there a glance. Wouldn't someone find out if I use someone else's name and pass? Oh, don't worry about that. Every year during the youth exchange, there are plenty of new participants, so seeing some new faces aren't all that uncommon. You can be at ease if you are worried about being recognized. In other words, whether or not you are discovered by the authority would depend entirely on your own luck. However, based on the crowd's gossiping conversations nearby, plus the words of this fatty, Bai Yan did confirm one point. Youth Exchange, too, in short. Despite the event being called Youth Exchange, it's no more than a gathering for the wealthy and influential to flaunt their younger talents to the world. 10,000 gold for one slip is too expensive. If you lower it to 2,000, then I will take it. The fatty nearly cried at the outrageous proposal. Sister, can I call you sister? I need 5,000 just to source these invite slips. If I sell them to you for 2,000 each, then I'm making a loss on every sale. Although 5,000 wasn't a small number by any means, nevertheless, this was the annual youth exchange. He only needs a couple of wealthy young masters who didn't get an invite to make back the original cost. Afterwards, everything else would be pure profit. Seeing Bai Yan did not give him a clear answer yet, the fatty knew he must sweeten the deal. Gritting his teeth, 8,000, that's as low as I'm willing to go. No answer still. While the fatty wanted to pour some more persuading words right then and there, it appears the time of their dealing must come to an end because the sound of their voices had caught onto the authorities in charge. Jumping into a panic upon seeing the two guards walking their way, the fatty hurried to dump one of his products onto Bai Yan's hand and said, 6,000, 6,000 and it's yours. Understand she's not going to get a better deal at this point. Bai Yan decides it's best to stop bullying this fatty. Taking out 6 banknotes, she hands it over without problem and immediately hid among the crowd. Thankfully the deal went smoothly because in the next second the two guards had arrived at their spot after breaking through the crowded venue. Damn that fatty, he sure knows how to run, one of the guards grumpily states his displeasure. Forget it, the guy runs faster than a rabbit. Oh yes, I remember there was a girl who was trading with that bastard. Where did she go? Looking around to scan for signs of the mentioned female, the other guard quickly wrinkles his brow after not finding anyone remotely close to the figure he saw earlier. It wouldn't be so hard if he had gotten a good look at Bai Yan's face. Sadly, he only caught a glimpse of her back and nothing more. Meanwhile, in a less crowded corner of an alleyway, Bai Yan was in the middle of disguising herself with a facial veil from the storage bag. This wasn't the mainland after all, it doesn't hurt to be on the careful side. After doing all this, the following procedure to enter the dragon boat went as smoothly as one could imagine. No question, no examination, just a simple glance at the invite slip before being let through the boarding plank. Quick, look, Miss Muleng is coming. Oh my, the one standing with her is the second son of the chief, Sun Huan. Coming down from the stairs leading up to the second floor was an exquisite-looking girl that wore a deep blue dress. Her looks were definitely extraordinary. Clear and haughty in the eyes, the level of arrogance she portrayed were just right, neither too high nor too low, just the perfect level to allow the males to have some fanciful thoughts while not daring to try anything perverted. It's just that. After seeing the man coming behind her, the only reaction left for the crowds were gasps and astonishment. For one thing, the female could be considered the shining jewel of the new generation in the Misty Fairy House. As for the male, he's a well-known womanizer who only knows how to fool around day in and day out. It's hard to imagine how these two opposing characters could come together. A flower planted atop of a cow dung. That's the sort of wording everyone thought of upon witnessing this image. Of course, none would dare yell out this description in the public. They're not crazy enough to bash on the chief's second son no matter how much of a dastardly man he was. Youth Exchange, 3, Miss Muleng, I have some questions with alchemy I would like to ask you, mind helping me with the solution? A young man scampers over to the lady's side and looked on with expectant eyes. When the others saw how the youngster was able to brave the pressure and go on over like so, it's normal for them to be annoyed. However, it also gave them courage to join the fray. In no time at all, this Muleng has become surrounded by excited individuals of various backgrounds. Miss Muleng, your alchemic skills are truly admirable. Forget about being first within the Misty Fairy House, you should be first even among the medicine sect in Holy Land. Isn't that right? When I left a couple of days ago to take a short travel in the outside world, I actually heard the medicine sect's leader saying he's found his long-lost granddaughter. It said the girl is more capable than her own grandfather in the art of alchemy, but I say it's nothing more than bluffs and air. How can that person be more skilled than Miss Muleng? Faced with the worshipping looks and flattering compliments of the crowd, this lady actually managed to keep her ego in check. That's something not everyone could do, especially under such circumstances. This goes to show the level of maturity and intellect this girl has, which was clearly above the rest of her peers. I'm sorry everyone, Muleng scans the crowd around herself and spoke in an apologetic tone. Today is the youth exchange so I can only answer a couple of questions. I fear any more than that would be beyond the time frame allowed in today's event. Also, words of degrading matters like today mustn't be spoken again in public. I hope everyone can remember my advice. The relationship between the Misty Fairy House and the medicine sect has never been the best to begin with. This could be seen in the disputes that's constantly occurring between the disciples of both powers. Now if word were to be spread of her name in such manner, then it could only cause trouble for herself. Look at that. Miss Muleng's alchemic skill is not only high, she's also not an arrogant woman like the one from the medicine sect. What a wondrous woman who cares for others. Thoughts like these were running rampant among the naive youngsters. It's simply too easy to sway a mind that's not fully matured or experienced the harshness of the world. Meanwhile, at one corner of the boat, Bai Yan was listening in on everything with her brows arched. It can't be right. I still got hit when lying on the floor. What's this all about? I'm just attending some random event and things still ended up on my head. Understanding his mother's woe, the little fox licks the back of her hand in a soothing gesture. With that done, the faithful son then shifts his gaze over to Muleng. Just that instead of the warmth look he shows to Bai Yan, the boy's eye gradually turned into a bloodthirsty red like his old man's when irked. The lecherous man standing next to the shining girl didn't care for all the attention. He's used to this sort of fan craze in his life even if it was the negative version. Instead, he's now focused on Bai Yan who's standing in the corner. What's wrong? Muleng asks, her brow furrowing after noticing the oddity. Did something happen? It's nothing. That said, the womanizer known as Sun Huan then retracted his gaze before being caught. For some strange reason, he's getting a familiar vibe from the unknown woman wearing that veil like he's seen her somewhere. I must be imagining things. Although Muleng didn't raise a comment over this, she did however turn her head over to the same direction as her partner. Almost immediately, her forehead had wrinkled into a knot before eventually loosening them again with a smile on that face. It getting late everyone, let's go inside first. During the exchange, I'm sorry, but I will have to limit it to 10 questions. The crowd got quiet and turned to their seats as instructed. Thankfully the dragon boat was a huge vessel and could accommodate this many. Otherwise, some poor saps would have to standing during the entire occasion. Miss Muleng, I have a question to ask you. Youth exchange, 4. A young maiden had taken off from her seat to be the first to ask a question. Though Muleng's answer was nothing but a half-heeded attempt, it's nevertheless still good enough in the eyes of these youngsters who listened intently to those words. In their eyes, even if the advice resulted in failure or doesn't hold substantive help to themselves, it's still coming from the number genius of the younger generation. Just that fact alone was enough to sway them to believe the high-standing lady. Of course, not everyone would react the same way. Bai Yan's heard everything from her location, including the answers to the rest of the questions, and her only response was a shake of her head in disappointment. Among the 8 questions answered thus far, Muleng managed to answer 5 of them correctly. However, due to the lady's lack of insight, her answer ended making the question more complicated than it should be when easier explanations could be had. As for the remaining 3 that came out of her mouth, they're bound to result in failure when those people go back to try the method mentioned today. But it's not her business and ways, so Bai Yan didn't want to get involved. Sadly, as the old saying goes, trouble comes knocking even if you don't look for it. Due to Sun Huan's extra attention from earlier, Muleng herself had also taken extra care to pay a closer look at Bai Yan whenever she could. So, when the woman unintentionally shook her head in disappointment after hearing the 8th answer, it immediately fell into the eyes of the shining girl on the stage. Pausing in her speech, "You there, why are you shaking your head after my answering? Could it be, miss, are you disagreeing with my findings? If so, please enlighten us here today. I'm a very open person and is fine with criticism." In actual fact, Muleng does hold a lot of confidence in her own knowledge regarding matters of alchemy. Therefore, this was her form of retaliating against the mockery of others. Well, mockery in her eyes anyways. For a moment, everyone's eyes were now focused on the indicated woman who's wearing the facial veil. Which family are you from? How can you be so rude? It's not every day a famed alchemist is willing to answer our dilemmas. If you are here, then you should just quietly listen. Why shake your head? That's right. Muleng is the number 1 person in the Misty Fairy House, so her advices couldn't be wrong. Even if you envy her, you should still try to hide it and not make your thoughts so obvious. Otherwise you will just be left behind and tossed overboard, you know. Everyone's clearly disgruntled by Bai Yan's interruption, so their gazes are now cold and angry, like the fault lies entirely on her. Seriously? I just got hit for the second time even though I'm lying down. Pausing in her fingers that's caressing the little fox, Bai Yan curves the corner of her mouth into a smirk. Number one person? According to my memories, I thought the number one person is Yunfeng, the eldest son of the current chief. Haha. The young man who spoke out first with the taunts began to laugh humorously. Yunfeng? That's from the older generation. For our generation, the number one spot unquestionably lies with Miss Muleng. In actual fact, everyone present understood the only reason Muleng could be called the number one genius of the Misty Fairy House was due to her Shifu being elder Muzhen. Couple this fact with the lack of a third-generational heir thus far, it's normal for everyone to recognize this lady as the strongest contender right now. What's more, even if the current chief's son had a child, that's for the next generation, so it's no threat to them who are now mostly in their teens or coming close to adulthood. Oh. Bai Yan continues to smile meaningfully. Then what if the second young master of the Misty Fairy House had an illegitimate child from the outside? Would her position as the number one person still stand? Ahumph. Hearing the topic being diverted to himself now, the womanizer hurried to cut in lest some bad rumor start spreading. Holding up his hand to gain everyone's attention, I know I can be quite the womanizer and definitely spend a lot of nights with various women. However, I must make one point clear, I do not have any children of my own yet. Had many women, but no children? Bai Yan cocked one of her brows in an inspecting fashion. Then shouldn't you go have yourself checked out by now? There's an alchemic master right beside you, why not have her take a look to give you some treatment? Since others are deliberately throwing the fault above her head, then it's only normal for Bai Yan to turn things around and shift it back to someone else. She's never been a person who takes bullcrap without retaliation. Youth Exchange 5. Originally the womanizer had wanted to take a sip of water then to help soothe some of the pressure off his back, but to suddenly hear that dastardly comment from out of the blue, he just couldn't take it anymore and splurged the liquid right out of his mouth. Do we have a grudge or something? Why is she gunning for me at every turn? The man eyes the veiled woman with a blaming look. Unbeknownst to Xian Huan, they really do have a grudge between them both, and a heavy one at that. Unfortunately for this man though, no matter what he did to think back to the past, he just couldn't recall who this strange woman was or if he knew her for that matter. All of a sudden, a single face popped into his head after working it so hard. It's a peerless contour of a gorgeous young lady who causes his balls to hurt upon thinking about her. The incident happened years ago when he made a trip to the outside world. He incidentally met a young lady who definitely had quite the look. That's why he went up to her in hopes of teasing her a few words and even took the opportunity to give a slight touch of the face. For that mistake, he paid a dear price of having his balls kicked out by one full sweep of the leg. As a result of that incident, this womanizer never dared to leave the Misty Fairy House again. He's still having traumatic nightmares because of the brutality he faced that day. Compared to the mean and cruel world out there, he would rather enjoy his life in the warm embraces of the kind and gentle ladies of his home. It's just that. In comparison to the woman in front of himself right now, the lassie from back then was very frail and thin, while this one here had the assets of a fine beauty. They couldn't possibly be the same person in his view. But the major giveaway was the lack of a child. The lassie may be young back then, but she already had a baby son that's inseparable from her side. Miss Muleng's face may be frowning, but her voice remains polite despite the fact. I never claimed to be the number one person of my generation, that's merely a title others gave me. In my opinion, strength speaks for everything. Whoever is more capable should have the right to speak. Now please keep quiet while I speak and not interrupt me again. While the audience continued to give Bai Yan the stink eye, their gazes are now gleaming with admiration towards the proud lady who kept insisting the fault lied on others. What an amazing woman Miss Muleng is. Someone is clearly coming to provoke her at the doorstep, yet she can still treat them with courtesy. How many people out there can do something so gracious? Excuse me? Interrupting you? I like to ask you this then. Allowing her body to lean backwards against the chair in a lazy manner, Bai Yan's attitude grew sharper. Did I speak out just now? Cold in her tone, Muleng unwilling answers, you didn't. Then did I make any noises? No, you didn't. If I didn't speak out or make a noise, then why are you able to claim I'm bothering you? Or are you implying that I can't even move my own body while attending the youth exchange? Now Muleng's complexion had turned sour and ugly. She honestly couldn't give a retort to that lest she makes herself out to be a villain. Thankfully she didn't need to give a retort, she just needs to shift the topic back to the main objective of this event. Miss, since you are here today, then it must mean you are also an alchemist. There's still a question left to be answered. Why don't you enlighten everyone with your knowledge then, Grinning now, the high-standing lady believes she's now back on the offensive. Sorry, I have no interest in answering your questions, I only like to do them. Understanding her son's mood was quickly deteriorating into a foul state, Bai Yan takes this moment to caress his fur in order to stabilize the growling fox. However, turning to confront the provoking party, my fees are usually quite high, I fear none of you would be able to afford it. She's already masked her face with the veil, plus she also hid her aura with a pill she took earlier, so there's no reason for Bai Yan to remain on the defensive if others want to fight. A humph. Seeing the ever-increasingly ugly expression on Muleng's face, the womanizer knew he must step in at this stage to settle down the friction. Miss, I've been stuck on the lower level of the king rank for a while now. Would you be so generous as to help me in making a breakthrough with your skills? If you succeed, I can offer you a generous reward in return. I am an alchemist, not a person who guides you through a breakthrough. Bai Yan's retort was quite blunt and rude. As an alchemist, you should be able to refine some sort of medicine to help one's cultivation, am I right? Let's do this then. If you can help me make a breakthrough, then I will give you a 10,000-year-old blood ginseng, how about that? I am not interested in that blood ginseng. 10,000-year-old blood ginseng? There's already 3 back at the medicine sect, more than enough for me to squander when needed. In comparison, the try-reaching Soul Dan pill is far more valuable. Youth exchange, 6, but I can treat other diseases, like your kidney deficiency for example. Oomph. Blurting out the water in his mouth for the second time, the womanizer was now absolutely certain the other party must have something against him. Otherwise, why else would she keep doing this over and over again? If you don't want me to treat it, then forget what I said. Bai Yan shrugs and shifted her attention to a certain lady that's been hiding among the crowd. This female didn't really stand out by any means, just a quiet average-looking miss who didn't speak a word since the beginning of the event. However, one thing did catch Bai Yan's attention, and that's this person didn't show any fluctuation of spiritual energy around her body. Smiling and intrigued, Miss, are you unable to cultivate? Likely able to understand the question was being directed at herself, the young lady in question only sent a glance over to Voice's direction before turning back to Muleng's way. There's almost no light in her eyes, like the topic brought on some sort of great traumatic scar. And it's true, there's a story behind that reaction. Hey man, isn't that the young miss from the Mirage family? A member of the crowd asks his friend. Yes, that's her all right. What a shame she is. As the daughter of one of the 4 major families in the Misty Fairy House, she should have been a shining jewel among our age. Too bad she's born deficient and couldn't cultivate. Fortunately her other talents in alchemy are able to make up for that fact, otherwise she'd be facing a fate far worse than a servant at her home. Don't tell me, is this woman intending to help cure the young miss from the Mirage family? Oh, this is getting ridiculous. I bet even Bai Chang Feng of the medicine sect wouldn't be able to do it, let alone this unknown person. Compared to the cynicism of the crowd, the womanizer on the other hand was now getting very interested. Standing up, his peachy eyes now glowed with intrigue. Lady, mind explaining to us how you intend to treat this girl with your alchemy? Bai Yan just shook her head and said, there's no reason to bring a knife out to kill a chicken. I do not need to make any pill with my alchemy. What's more, refining a Dan pill for this occasion would be too expensive and time-consuming. Therefore, she never intended to do anything so laborious from the beginning. Muleng's smile now got frosty and intimidating after hearing those arrogant words. Oh, then please wow us with your ability then, Mississippi. It would be a real eye-opener to witness someone curing a patient without using any pill or medicine. If this woman wants to shame herself, then why should I stop her? She can go ahead and try. Have Sister Huan Yin be able to cultivate? Ha! You come and help me. Bai Yan didn't care for the high-standing woman's provoking words. Instead, she now turns to Sun Huan, who readily came over to offer his aid. What do you need me to help with? Her problem is that her meridians are blocked, resulting in unbearable pain when trying to cultivate. I want you to infuse your spiritual energy into her body to unclog the veins under my guidance. I don't think this would work. Rubbing his head, the womanizer holds his doubt. I know the old relics up there have already tried to help Huan Yin using this method before, but it was all useless because the effects were unsubstantial. The explanation there instantly brought on a wave of laughter among the onlookers. Is she thinking herself a miracle healer or something? Talk about having no self-awareness. Ignoring those ignorant comments, Bai Yan continues, you just need to do as I say, the rest I will complete on my own. Rubbing his nose at the persistence, the womanizer shrugs and figured he's not going to lose anything. Alright, I will help you this time under one condition. What do I get out of this? Youth exchange, 7. What benefits do you want? Why not this then? You take off that veil and let me have a look at your face, how about that? A flash sparkles within Sun Huan's eye as he states his wish. He really wants to know what kind of face hides behind that cover. I am afraid I can't do that, but I can cure your kidney deficiency though. Making a faint smirk in return, Bai Yan refutes the request and counters with her own snarky proposal. Twitching in the corner of his mouth, the womanizer has got to hand it to this woman. Can she stop aiming at my kidney for once? In order to not let her go on, he quickly sucks in a deep breath and accepts the deal. All right, I will help you. After saying that, he slowly came before the patient that's known as Huan Yin. Placing his hand on the girl's backhand, he does as instructed and pushes his own energy inside. The pain was sharp and fierce. In no time at all, the patient was shaking all over as her lips turned a bleak dead white due to the pain. If you want to step into the path of cultivation, then endure it. This is only your first step. Jerking to attention over that sentence, Huan Yin immediately turned up to look. She didn't know exactly who Bai Yan was, but that pair of beautiful deep black eyes were powerful forms of support. Biting her lip, the girl presses on and grew firm this time around. Bang! Suddenly, Bai Yan's palm materializes a cluster of flame that emulated strength and control. In a flick of her finger, the spark of heat was shot into the patient's body, allowing the burning sensation to course through the veins at every turn. This treatment lasted for over half an hour. During the entire duration, Huan Yin could swear to the heavens that she would have died many times over due to the torturing pain. Nevertheless, at every moment when her consciousness was about to turn dark, the stern yet supportive voice kept coming over and reinvigorating her spirit and soul. Now, finally finished and without need to keep going, the patient collapses at the closest opportunity. Huan Yin, the womanizer asks with a frown after catching the girl. Is she going to be all right? No matter what, Huan Yin was still his niece, so the man must hold some responsibility here. Otherwise, he won't have a good excuse to explain to his mother, who's also from the Mirage household originally. Restore her blood with a Vitality Dan pill. Here, feed her this and then have her try absorbing some of the energy particles in the air. Taking the beady little thing from the woman's hand, the womanizer hurried to stuff it into his niece's mouth. Sure enough, that pale complexion on the girl's face swiftly changed back to a pinkish red of good color. But the best part came afterwards. Though Huan Yin had lost most of her consciousness at the beginning when she fainted, she did however gain enough of her senses after being caught to pick up the last remark from Bai Yan. Without any need for persuasion, after coming to, the patient herself promptly got into a meditative pose upon awakening and discovered the truth. The spiritual energies in the air were swimming into her body through the skin before eventually reaching her meridian through the veins. There were no sharp pain like usual, in fact it was smooth and unimpeded. Did she do it? Is she able to cultivate now? Is the one recognized as a useless trash from the Mirage family finally able to cultivate? Questions like these were rampant among the guests aboard the river boat, but the inquiring gazes soon changed to shock and dismay after what they witnessed. There's a very clear level of energy fluctuating around Huan Yin's body. How did you do this? Due to the emotional moment, Sun Huan's first reflex was to make a grab for Bai Yan's shoulder to get a better answer. Unfortunately for the man, Bai Yan had no intent of letting anyone touch her, especially from someone who's known as a player. Sliding to one side, she easily dodges the hug with careful finesse. Merely relying on others to infuse their energy into her body is not enough. It also needs the help of someone's flame to help burn away the filth clogging up her veins and meridian. Only by cleaning out those wastes will she be able to be like a normal person. Pausing for a moment to think on her next part of the explanation, Bai Yan didn't want to blow it out of proportion. It's just that no one would dare to perform this kind of experiment because they would very likely burn away her meridian in the process. It's true the procedure is risky to most, but if the controller has a firm grasp of his powers, then the risks are superficial at most. Youth Exchange 8, an uproar explodes out of the crowd. Thank you so much. Huan Yin's voice was filled with emotion as she reached for Bai Yan's hand to give her gratitude. There's so much things she wanted to say right now but didn't know how to express herself. I don't know what more to say. Without you, I would never have been able to cultivate in this lifetime. Eventually that heartfelt voice had devolved into a whimpering cry, indicating how much this truly meant for the girl who's been mocked numerous times behind her back. Sure, Huan Yin's ability in alchemy may be very high, much thanks to her own effort, but make no mistake, being unable to cultivate remains a huge regret that she couldn't shirk off. But now, Bai Yan has saved her. So how could she not be excited? You don't have to thank me. If you want to thank someone, then thank Sir Xian Huan here. It's he who used a blood ginseng to save you. At first the womanizer still didn't process what she meant by that due to the suddenness of the claim, but that soon changed to an exploding jump into the air. Hey. When did I promise to give you the ginseng? Just now. She smiles like a fox in return. I promised you a blood ginseng only if you could help me make a breakthrough. You didn't do that, so why should I give you it? Rubbing her chin like she's musing the logic in that, a blood ginseng is too cheap for me to help you make a breakthrough. However, it's more than enough to help Miss Huan Yin here. For someone who claims to be a friend of all women, aren't you being a bit petty? Grinding his teeth at being put in the spotlight, the womanizer never thought he'd be taken advantage of like this, not after spending the last 20 years having his way in life. Fine, I can give you the ginseng if you like, but you must let me have a look at your face. Without giving any time for the other side to refuse, Sun Huan wanted to take the chance to jump the gun. Unfortunately for this man though, Bai Yan has never been one to let her guards down, especially in some public event filled with strangers. Cold to the glare, she eyes that hand like she's going to chop it off if it inches another step closer. Try and you can lose that hand. Flinching right at the last second, the womanizer normally wouldn't fear any threat from the opposite. After all, he wouldn't be a womanizer if he couldn't handle a few threats from the opposite sex. However, Bai Yan's threatening gaze just rubbed him the wrong way, like there's something creepy to it. Fine, I won't look if you won't let me. Geez, scared baby eye to death there. Retracting his hand to pat his own chest, the man looks like he's still not quite back to normal due to the sudden fright. Now it's Bai Yan's turn to feel creeped out. Getting goosebumps all over, she didn't expect something so corny and hair-raising to come out of someone so old. At least don't act like a child when you're one of the oldest here. Against the picture of the two fluttering around her opponent's side, the high-standing woman who started all of this didn't look so good. In particular was the fact that her pursuer had just pretty much ditched her for this nobody. Sure, she doesn't like the guy to begin with, but that doesn't mean it's alright to let others take what's supposed to be hers. Then just as Muleng was ready to open that mouth in order to attract attention, a loud rocking suddenly shook the boat and cut her off. What happened? Why do I feel like something is hitting the boat from underneath? A random person from the crowd exclaims. Don't scare me, what could be in the water? It must be your illusion. Another man voices his fear and looked like he's about to faint. The rocking and swaying only got worse and worse, following every second to the point where those on shore could now visibly see the distress. Everyone's starting to panic and hurried to spread away as a result, afraid they might get caught up in the mess somehow. Calm down everyone. Muling puts on a strong face after seeing the crumbling situation. I speculate it's just a big fish in the water. It will leave soon enough. Remember, this is the Dragon River, there's no monsters here. But I heard there's supposed to be a dragon living in the river. The young man who cried out earlier in terrible fright calls out this fact. Please be assured everyone, Muling's palm was also getting sweaty despite the strong front. Nevertheless, she persists and doesn't falter in the face. I've been here for many years already, never once have I seen a dragon. If there is one though, be at ease, I would love to tame such a wondrous creature as my own pet. She's a good person, it's unsure if it's the reassuring words there, or just her confidence under the stressful situation, but's definitely helping in calming everyone down. That's right. With Miss Muling by our side, there's no problem. Everyone can stop worrying. There's no way the creature that's rocking the boat is a dragon. If anything, it's probably just some dumb fish who didn't know its place. Various murmurs have started to grow stronger until it eventually formed a wave of support. Taking this opportunity to ride the tide, the high-standing woman points her attention to Bai Yan's party again. Sister Huan Yin, hurry and come to me. If you stay by my side then I can protect you. As for the womanizer. Although he's a self-centered individual who only likes to play with women, Muling has no illusion about the man's strength. A king rank at the age of 30 was in every right a powerhouse who's only second to his older brother Yun Feng. Definitely a target to win over when trouble's around the corner. Huan Yin naturally refused the offer by shaking her head profusely. She's not so ungrateful as to abandon her savior, so she's clinging hard onto Bai Yan's hand right now. If so, then I can't do anything about that anymore. Those who wish to follow me should come to my side now. If anything happens in a bit, I will use all my power to protect them from whatever happens. Putting on a helpless face, the high-standing woman makes it sound like she's their own savior and option. And sure enough, everyone moved to her side like cattle being herded into a pen. Only by being beside her did they feel any sense of security. After seeing the choices of these people, Muling's lip had inexplicably curled into an open grin as she confronted the man to join her. Brother Sun Huan, since these people were invited here by us, then it's our duty to protect them together. The miss over there isn't willing to come to me, so I can't do anything about that. However, we have a responsibility to help these who does wish for our help. Even in the face of the second young lord of the Misty Fairy House, the woman's air still carried a level of arrogance, like she's just as superior. So what if he's a king rank? I'm only 26 this year, so it's just a matter of time before I exceed him. I bet I can even become a monarch rank in just a few years at this rate. The womanizer didn't answer right away as expected. Instead, he's now shooting his supposed partner for the event a glance before shifting it back to Bai Yan's body. Those eyes were peachy when landing on the latter. You alone should be enough to protect those around you. I will stay and keep this lady company since she is still a guest after all. The river boat was mainly divided into two compartments here. Since Muling wanted to play the dividing faction card now of all times, it has come into a situation where two underlying parties made up the entirety of the guest list. And since the compartments were closed off by a wall, it would be difficult to lend a hand when one side faces trouble. Against the open opposition and refusal to do as she wished, the high-standing woman immediately took this as a form of insult to her ego. Clenching that fist, she was just ready to say some more swaying words when the boat got rocked again by some sort of impact. Now things were becoming increasingly distressful to the point where the crowds have started to lose their balance. Look out! Suddenly, the womanizer noticed a huge tail that's covered in scales shooting into the cabin to make a grab for a person. Hold it! Muling actually grew furious and snapped after seeing a monster appearing. This was tantamount to being slapped in the face because she did proclaim there couldn't possibly be a monster in the river. Perhaps aware of the oncoming attack from the third party, the creature swimming underneath the water actually surfaced its head to reveal its true face. There are two horns on the head, with scaly skin that glistened under the sunlight. This creature looked downright ferocious with its sharp canine teeth baring at the impudent wench. Dare dragon? She's a good person, too. There really lives a dragon in this river? It's a dragon, it really is a dragon. I have seen the pictures in the old texts, it's exactly as described like that. And it doesn't look like there's only just one here either. The banging is still happening beneath the boat. But we have Miss Muleng here. There's no need to fear everyone. She will keep her promise and protect us. While various remarks were being thrown in the air, the high-standing woman herself didn't feel so high and mighty now. The promises she made earlier were no more than boastful bluffs. There's no way she could take on a real living dragon with her meager skills. Save me. Someone please save me. The one being swept away by the dragon tail screamed for help. In her moment of panic, the girl's first instinct was to seek the assistance of Muleng because she's the one who stood out the most and was at the forefront of the deck. Unfortunately for the desperate victim, her supposed savior didn't move an inch, only standing there without action like a hesitant bat. This reaction didn't go unnoticed by the girl herself, of course, which gradually caused the flailing and crying to quiet down due to despair. The victim may not want to die or be kidnapped away by some unknown serpent, but she's not so done in the head to not realize Muleng had no requirement to save herself. After all, they're not family or friend, merely guests of the same event. Eventually someone did make a move though. For a womanizer, Sun Huan doesn't disappoint in his title because he couldn't stand the idleness showed by everyone and rushed forward with his fists blaring power. The man may not be the best character around, but he sure knows how to show off his heroic side when it counts. Sadly, a dragon would remain a dragon. In one sweep of its tail after noticing the approaching assailant, the attacker was sent flying from the impact. Sun Huan was sent flying? But he's a lower-level king-rank cultivator. If he can't do anything, then who else is going to stop them? Numerous gasps and hisses could be heard from the onlookers who were too afraid to do anything, both from ashore and on the boat. Scram male, I only want girls. The dragon doesn't even flinch and showed a disdainful glare at the womanizer before diving straight into the river. Meanwhile, at the same time, the dragon that's been banging at the boat from beneath the water was also done with its deed. There's now a big hole in the side, allowing the river water to gush into the lower cabins. Ah! The cold water poured into Huan Yin's mouth after she was suddenly caught by another tail that came sweeping in through the hole. She wanted to struggle and break free. Unfortunately, her strength was nowhere being strong enough to resist as the lack of oxygen quickly left her sight blurring away. Am I going to die today? It was so hard for me to be able to cultivate too, but now I'm going to die. Frustration and sadness plagued that pitiful smile as she closed those eyes in acceptance. But fate has kindness. Just as she's about to hit rock bottom, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the wrist. Before Huan Yin knew it, air, fresh and powerful air filled her lungs, refreshing her already muddled consciousness with life again. I didn't die. In that moment of her life, the girl could not believe her luck. She had already given up and stopped struggling underneath, but now her face was above water and gazing up at the sky. Then all of a sudden, a bolt of electricity zapped her brain upon remembering what had happened and the hand who helped herself. Before Huan Yin could ask those around where her savior was, the other girl who was also dragged into the water was thrown into the air and landed back on deck like herself. By this point the deck of the boat had been filled with people, they're all making apologetic looks as they watched the bottomless river. Who? Regaining some strength after collecting herself, Huan Yin hurries to search around. What happened just now? Who saved me? The faces coming back were very complicated. In the end it was the womanizer who decides to explain the details. It was the girl who cured you earlier. Up till now none had even bothered to ask the lady her name, so Yun Huan, womanizer, couldn't even state Bai Yan's name. What? The soaked girl anxiously grabbed onto the man's arm and scanned the area. But where is she? I don't see her. She's a good person. 3, she didn't come out. With a bang, Huan Yin's girl leg crumbled as she felt her body falling to the ground. There's so much pain in her eyes that she felt distraught at being the cause of someone's death. I owe her my life, twice at that too. I will go have the elder council come look for her. This river is far too deep to search with only us here. Clenching his fist hard, the womanizer Sun Huan still couldn't forget the brave image of Bai Yan jumping into the water at a moment's notice. He never thought someone would be so self-denying that they would sacrifice themselves for others. Brother Huan Yin, this wouldn't be appropriate. Mulang's wrinkled brow showed she didn't approve of the plan. Your brother's condition isn't very stable recently and the Elder Council is busy with their own matters. How can they come and save a single person? And, she already entered the bottom of the river, there's no way she could be alive. The implication of those words were too obvious. Quit wasting time and effort because the person's dead. You shut up. The womanizer shoots a harsh glare at the impudent girl with his bloodshot eyes. He's fuming and easily provoked at the moment. At first Mulang still didn't know how to react, but that shocked look soon turned to disbelief because it's the first time the man yelled at her. And, it's for a stranger. Mulang, I thought you were only a proud-natured person, so I didn't mind that part about you. At least you weren't conceited in my view. But now I've seen the truth. You cowered in fear. I can't fault you for wanting to keep yourself safe. After all, being self-protective is human nature. What I can't accept is you lying to these people who believed in you. If you weren't going to protect them, then why did you promise what you did? Mulang's complexion had turned pale at the accusation. She didn't know how to respond to the man's interrogation. Oh Mulang, I'm such a fool. To think I had wanted to pursue a woman like you. You're not a proud woman at all, you're nothing but a self-centered fake who knows nothing of kindness and promise. Trembling in the corner of her lips at the last part, the woman wanted to defend herself. Unfortunately for her, she didn't even get to chip in a single word before the conversation was cut off by the first girl who got swept into the water. I saw it clearly. The one who saved me is the lady from before. She's a kind person. To think she would go so far for strangers like us. That whimpering voice was crystal clear so pretty much everyone on deck could hear her. Guilt could be seen across the board in everyone's eye right now. They didn't forget their ridiculing words from earlier despite having no reason to do so. Sir Sun Huan, if the elders aren't willing to take action, then I'm willing to send my family's elites to come help in the search. Me too. We can't sit back and watch when someone like that is in need of help. Meanwhile, all of this was occurring above water. Bai Yan on the other hand was busy confronting the two big lizards who caused this whole mess to begin with. In truth, she could have released her son to deal with them using the bloodline pressure at the start. In that case none of this mess would have occurred. However, this was after all not the mainland. If she leaked her son's identity, then it wouldn't be good and might even bring danger along their way. So, here they are, out of sight and without anyone to pry into their business. Imagine the two dragons discovering the one they dragged away weren't some pretty damsel in distress, rather it's a ferocious beast that carried an even scarier beast that could make them tremble in great fear. She's a good person, for, High Highness, the dragon struggles to speak under that pressuring aura. We really didn't know you were here. Please forgive us for being uninformed. Don't be fooled by that cute little appearance of the fox there wagging its tail. The amount of pressure the kids exuding towards the two were crushing, downright torturing. Furthermore, there's also another unknown source of energy that the dragons couldn't quite get right somewhere. I'm going to only ask you one question. Bai Yan arches her brow. Why are you pulling those human women into the water? The lizards didn't answer right away. Exchanging a look with each other, they seemed to be conflicted on whether to answer or not. Son, seeing the unwillingness of the two, the woman makes a faint smirk and urged her boy to go forward. It seems they won't talk, so you can go ahead and do it. Rubbing that paw together like a devious and sly fox that he was, Bai Shechen readily walked towards the dragons like a predator facing its prey. Every step he took, the two would feel the pressure increasing twofold, leaving their heads unable to even get off the ground at this stage. I will speak. The gold dragon was the first to give in from the pressure. Shaking with great fear, it's because of our family's mistress. She's injured and needs the blood of human women to stabilize her condition. But because of her unwillingness to harm a human, her injury's been getting worse over the years till it's become life-threatening at this stage. Talk about poor planning and pure bad luck. If they knew by simply coming out for a trip would send them bumping heads into the royal family, then they would never do something this stupid. I beg you, please let us go. Mistress only has us around her, there's no other dragons living here. We can't die, or at least until our mistress meets the one whom she's waiting for. Pleading here was the other silver dragon. he's also the one who swept the girl called Huan Yin from underneath the boat after breaking a hole in the ship. Take me to see that mistress of yours. After a minute of contemplation, Bai Yan orders after finishing her decision. In truth, she's been sensing a familiar vibe around here ever since she stepped onto the riverbed. It's just that she couldn't quite pinpoint where it's coming from. The silver dragon grew hesitant due to being taken aback by the demand. However, his brother the gold dragon didn't have any issue with this and easily nodded that head. Okay, I will take you to see my mistress. As members of the demon race, these two shouldn't have any enmity against the mistress. Following from behind, Bai Yan eventually found herself coming before a luxurious-looking palace underneath the water. As the two lizards stated, there doesn't seem to be any other dragons living around these parts or inside the structure for that matter. So, their trip was rather uneventful without any resistance or interference. Bang! But just when they're about to reach a certain bedroom that's clearly reserved for the owner, the door was suddenly blown right open. Immediately, a beautiful woman wearing a long green dress had rushed out of there and turned to scan her surroundings with anxious light. Seconds later, her eyes eventually fell upon Bai Yan's face, who had long removed the veil during their trip over. There's the initial confusion at first, then that soon changed to excitement and overflowing joy. You are the one I'm waiting for? Bai Yan's heart shuddered with shock at the question. Staring right back at the woman who seemed oddly familiar, she asked with uncertainty, You were waiting for me? Yes, I have been dreaming of this day since my birth. Not being polite, the dragon lady strode forward in careful delight as her happiness melted away the sickly color on that face. That dream had a voice. It always told me she would come for me. Whether it be 1 year or a decade, she would come back for me. She's a good person, 5, so I have been waiting all this time. I never lost hope that the one I'm waiting for would join me eventually. The woman with the green dress stumbles to a halt, her face showing hope and surprise when reaching out with that hand to touch Bai Yan's face. I could sense it when you approached the palace. You are the one, the person I've been waiting all this time in the past century. What is your name? Bai Yan's hands were slightly shaking when reaching up to meet the other side's. There's so much emotion flowing in those pupils that words are in no way enough to describe them. Tsing Yi, my name is Tsing Yi. I thought I wouldn't make it with my injuries, but now I could finally meet you. Upon thinking of how close she came to not meeting Bai Yan, a trickle of tear would come rolling down the corner of the dragoness's eye. Tsing Yi. Hugging the woman, Bai Yan could feel her heart pumping with pain over what she's heard. I'm here now, don't worry. From now on no one can hurt you again because I won't let them. Tsing Yi has the blood of the azure dragon in her veins, so the woman's identity speaks for itself. However, Suzaku, Vermilion Bird, did mention azure dragon was a man. Well, a change of sex during a reincarnation couldn't be ruled out here, right? I believe in you. The woman's voice sounded very nice to the ear, like the flowing water of a mountain creek. Tsing Yi, let me see your body right now. Letting go of her hug, Bai Yan inserts her spiritual feelers through the skin in order to examine the dragoness. Almost immediately, her expression had turned grim. Who caused you to become like this? The current azure dragon could hardly be considered the great sacred beast that's been described in those stories. In fact, her life force was on the edge of flickering out. If Bai Yan came even a day later, it's very likely the dragoness would have died on her own. Casting that face down to the ground, Tsing Yi's aura turned weak and gloomy. The Misty Fairy House is home to a clan of dragons. Because of how well we are hidden from the world, the humans have never bothered us. Without interruption, Bai Yan quietly listens in on the story. 100 years ago, my clan had an infighting and my father was imprisoned as a result of the traitors among our ranks. They not only stole my father's position as chief, they also framed me, claiming I colluded with a human man and kidnapped my own father. It's funny they would say that honestly. How could I have colluded with a human to harm my own father? If the other clan members had just investigated a bit, then they would have known the man was merely my friend that I met on a trip. In the end, the rest of the clan members were swayed into hunting me and nearly took my life in the following pursuit. Originally I wouldn't have lasted long after the injuries I sustained, but I just couldn't accept my fate ending like that. From birth, I've been waiting for you, so I couldn't bring myself to die like they wished. Xing Yi's expression looked lifeless and sad then, knowing full well about her own condition. I'm sorry, I can't stay with you longer. At most I can only live for a few more days. As for rescuing her father and reclaiming the clan, that's nothing but a pipe dream at this point. I will find a way to heal you. Bai Yan's complexion was seething with rage. Don't give up, Xing Yi. I will definitely save you. I just need to find the right ingredients. Once I do, your injuries will immediately be cured with my help. Shooting up her eyes in surprise, the dragoness's voice became emotionally excited. I can really live? Giving a heavy nod in confirmation, I won't let you die. Also, going silent for a moment, Bai Yan then rummages through her storage bag before pulling out a bottle. This here will help you keep going for another 3 months. I will use this period to gather what I need. Do not give up until I return. Yes, mistress. Overjoyed in her smile, Xing Yi collects the gift with careful precision. But please don't leave yet, there's something I want to do first. Can we form a contract? She's a good person. 6. Contract? Blinking her eyes, Bai Yan was rather taken aback by the suddenness of it all. Even so, she didn't refuse after recalling back to the events which took place when she contracted little Rice back at the bedside. Closing her eyes, let's begin then. At the permission, the dragoness quickly pointed her finger over to Bai Yan's temple and allowed the stream of connection to bond together between mistress and familiar. And sure enough, the vivid scenes of the battlefield had once again emerged within the mind of the latter. This is my past life. No, this is my memory from 2 lives ago. It was then, while Bai Yan remains busy fussing over which life this was, a loud chaotic ruckus of metal and explosions had pulled her attention. Hurrying to seek the source, Bai Yan could see there are 2 opposing forces at a standoff. Almost immediately, she could recognize one of them. It's a young man wearing a deep blue gown with a very handsome contour of a proud general. There are a lot of similarities between this youth and Xing Yi's face, though they're different sexes though. Why do you submit to a mere human woman when you are the great dragon general of the demon realm? Tell me where she is and I will let you live. The enemy frowns and attempts to sway the unyielding youngster. In return to that proposed deal, a wild laugh was all that came out of the general's mouth. If none is willing to take on this daunting task in hell, then I shall do it. But before I head off into hell, I will take all of you with me first. So what if I have to go to hell after I die? If I can attack the gods themselves, then a simple place like hell is nothing to fear. Attack. The enemy forces were outraged by the youth's arrogant proclamation. In a wave of the leading man's hand, find that woman, she is likely at the brink of making a breakthrough. We must use this golden opportunity to slay her during her weakest. After the orders were given, both sides immediately charged into each other and blood soon stained the sky and ground. Though the youth's side came out with a victory in the end, he's nevertheless severely injured with blood soaking into his gown. There are a few survivors on his end left, but they're so far and in between that it's not even worth mentioning anymore. And fate has a tendency to toy with those who are living as always. Just as the youth's about to pull up the very sword in which he's using to support himself, another blade had abruptly came down from the sky and pierced into his chest. Puff! Losing pretty much most of his motor skills after the sneak attack, the youth finally turned his head around and met the assailant's gaze. There were numerous emotions after he recognizes who it was, but most of it were disbelief and sadness. Why are you, sadly, the final sentence there could never be completed. Crashing to the ground as all life left him, a cloud of dust scatters into the air over the impact. Outside the battlefield, Bai Yan desperately wanted to see the face of the assailant for herself. Unfortunately for her though, the layer of fog over that face remains regardless of how she moved around. Even so, there was one point she's certain of now: the assailant must be acquainted to the youth if he could get a hit in so easily from behind. Boom! The scene exploded and shatters into a million pieces, causing Bai Yan to return to reality and collapsing onto the cold hard floor. Tears quickly came trickling down as the wave of emotion hit her in full. Mistress, what's wrong? Tsing Yi didn't understand the huge change in her mistress's demeanor, so she's starting to get worried. It's nothing. Shaking her head in return, Bai Yan didn't want to make a big deal out of this. After all, she knew the scenes from her memory were powerful images to begin with. For the sake of getting an answer, she's not going to stop. She's a good person. 7. Tsing Yi, you are seriously injured now, so stay here and care for yourself until I finish refining the medicine. I will come back for you. Let Goldie and Silvery follow you then? The dragoness offers the help after a moment of silence. No, they are better suited to protect you. Besides, I already have a little guardian with me, there's no need for another too. Bai Yan then proceeded to pat the little fox in her arms to indicate her son would be the little protector. It getting late, I should leave now. As adamant as Tsing Yi was of this idea, she knew her mistress wouldn't stay forever in the Dragon River. Then let them escort you at least, she purses her lip and offered again. This time Bai Yan didn't refuse and answered with a nod, when I have time, I will come see you. Ooh. The whimpering from the little fox meant that he's also of that idea because he could come play with the new friend whenever he's bored. Goldie and Silvery were now both standing in attendance on both sides as they prepared to leave. The two are quite fast-witted actually. Since their mistress has become this lady's familiar, their attitude got extremely respectful with a lot of flattery tones in there during the trip back. Unfortunately for them though, Bai Yan has never been one to take bootlickers very well, so it only became a bother. Once at the described exit, she shooed the both of them away like they're contagious or something. Back over in the surface, Huan Yin, girl, had just returned to her home after everything exploded into a rescue effort for Bai Yan. The poor lady was dreadfully moody for the lack of result and hanged her head as she walked past her own father. Hold it. Huan Lifang hollers out to his daughter after getting no eye contact. Coming back to attention, the young lady turns without energy. Father, did you call me? What happened to you today? Why are you so dejected? Speaking like it's nothing, I can cultivate now. I can cultivate now. This news literally smashed the old man into startling amazement. Nearly screaming in that voice due to the joyous news. What do you mean? Daughter, you can cultivate now? If she can cultivate, then why is she acting so dejected? Biting that lip, the girl couldn't hold it in anymore and allowed the tears to come forward. That lady who cured me is in danger and is now missing. Father, please help, please send someone to save her. What? Huan Lifang was furious and exploded with rage. Since the lady was the one who cured you, then of course we will go save her. She is the benefactor of our family. Just tell father who it is, I will send my people to crush them right away. And, she not only healed me, she also saved my life. The girl's voice started to stammer as she's about to openly cry. At the time the boat was being attacked by a dragon. The creature dragged me into the water and I thought I was about to die when no one came to help me. That's when she dived in without any care for her own life to save me. Dragon? This. The father's eye now showed absolute shock over the stunning news. He's heard of there being dragons within the Dragon River, but never has he seen or heard of one being sighted. It can't be, there really are dragons living in that river? Daughter, you go inside and rest first. I will call the higher-ups of the family and hold a meeting. Don't worry, we will definitely find her even if it's just a corpse. The girl only fell into danger for the sake of Huan Yin. We mustn't be ungrateful and just stand by to watch. Despite the promise from her old man, the dejected girl's mood remains as moody as ever. She knows, by this point the likelihood of survival was thin. Even if they do locate Bai Yan, then it would be as a dead body and nothing more. Meanwhile, at the same time over at the chief's residence, the womanizer Sun Huan had just arrived at his own home too when he started screaming out for help. Mother, father, hurry and come help. Someone needs saving. Hypocritical Mulang, 1. In this usually quiet estate, the eager voice of this womanizer was no different from an injection of adrenaline, sending all of the occupants inside to rush out in search of the commotion. What happened, Sun Huan? Jun Tianyu, wife, asks her son after seeing that urgent demeanor. Mother, he firmly grabs onto that arm, hurry and go call everyone. Just now my friend's been dragged away by a dragon living under the Dragon River. Wah! The group of elders who followed from behind the lady of the house were all aghast by the shocking news. Their faces were either showing incredulous or disbelief. Dragon? The Dragon River is really home to a dragon? For a while there, everyone was exchanging silent looks because they knew there's just no way for survival after being towed away for so long. Son, the mother remains to be the calmest here and wanted some more details. Tell me what exactly happened first. Giving a slight nod in return, the womanizer knew he must do as told in this situation. Bit by bit, he went over the story of how Bai Yan cured Huan Yin's condition, then of how she dived into the water despite the danger in order to save the two girls who were dragged under the water. Jun Tianyu and her husband Wu Wei were both quite shocked in the face afterwards. One for learning there's such a selfless person under them, the second being the incredible ability the lady portrayed on the boat. You mean that lady really cured Huan Yin's condition? Chief Wu Wei asks with a tinge of anxiousness in his voice. The man held a very clear picture of the lass's physical condition, so the fact that someone could cure her left a lot of questions to be answered. Yes, father, you must save her. Even at this point the womanizer still doesn't know why he's acting so heartbroken over the scene of Bai Yan being dragged into the bottom of the river. It's definitely not love or adoration, that much he's certain. So, what could this feeling be that's constantly stinging at his heart? Okay, the mother's gaze looked grim. I will have our people go search for the lady. Perhaps she might be alive still if we are quick. With the guarantee of the lady of the house, Sun Huan's expression also lightened up. Thank you, mother. As long as you can save her, then I will be good in the future too. Making a helpless smile over her son's promise, this mother didn't know whether to be happy or sad that it took so long for her second son to reach this level maturity. Compared to her first son, Sun Huan definitely left a lot to be desired of. You go and rest first. If there's any news, then I will come inform you. Giving a nod at that, the man then turns away for his own room. Madam. The elders were dissatisfied with the rash promise and quickly objected. The first master is already terminally ill. We don't have time to waste on searching for some stranger. Please reconsider the decision. Growing heavy in the complexion, the woman got stern in the voice almost immediately. This is my decision. No one is allowed to have any objection. Chief. The elders then shift their eyes over to Chief Wu Wei instead. Coughing twice at the added attention, the chief knew he must take a side. Everything is to be done according to my wife's will. Since Wu Wei has spoken, the rest of the elders could do nothing but carry out the command. Arching their fist, they quickly retreated away. Are you trying to take a chance with that lady after hearing Sun Huan's claim? Alone now, the husband turns to his wife and asks inquisitively. Hypocritical Muleng, too, Jun Tianyu, wife, gives a faint nod. Yes, if she can cure Huan Yin, girl, then her ability must be quite good. I want to invite her to come look at Yun Feng's condition. But she's been dragged down to the bottom of the river by the dragon already. I fear her likelihood of survival is slim at this rate. Unable to hold in his frustration over this sad predicament, Chief Wu Wei felt a sense of bitterness in the mouth and sighed heavily. This may not be the case. As long as we don't see the body, then it's very possible that she's alive still somehow. Even if the hope was slim, or just a flicker, this mother wasn't going to give up for the ask of her son. Inside the Misty Fairy House, all four major powers are ablaze with activity, causing the Dragon River to be entrenched with heavy security as a result of their search. And due to Bai Yan's need to hurry back, the girl was oblivious to the commotion her presence has caused for everyone. Nevertheless, her goal was achieved, and the brother Shifus she newly recognized didn't realize she had snuck out. Shifus, did something happen today? Bai Yan asks after seeing the gloomy expression on the two that night. It's not a big deal or anything, you only need to focus on your training. Delighted now, the older Zhongnan spoke first. Oh yes, what is your level? We want to test and see your results. I think my breakthrough will happen very soon. There were flashes of light in both brothers' iris after hearing that. This is wonderful news. The girl's talent is indeed great. To think her breakthrough would happen so soon. A humph, the younger Zhongbei makes an embarrassed cough over his brother's lack of control. Patting the woman's shoulder, "Lassie, I didn't misread you at all, your talent is by far the best we've come across in years. Aside from the young lord of our misty fairy house, there is only one other by the name of Mulang who could be called an absolute genius like you." Pausing at this point, he seems to be contemplating on what to say next. "It's a shame that you started late. Don't worry though. With our help and the pace you're going now, it's not out of expectation for you to break into the higher level of king rank before 30. Towards that claim, the little fox in Bai Yan's arm immediately made a furrowed face like he's looking down at Zhongbei. Mother is already at the monarch rank yet he's saying king rank? Humph, that is so 3 years ago. Bai Shechen murmurs this in the head, holding the old grandpa in contempt for the blindness. Though Zhongbei himself doesn't speak fox, he's still quite taken aback by the demeanor of that little rascal's attitude when he glanced down. Why do I feel like this baby fox looking at me funny? Disciple, Zhongnan, older, suddenly remembers something and made a frown. In the coming days I don't want you going out. Why? I just heard that in the river not far from here appeared a dragon and that someone's been hurt as a result of their attack. If you must go out then you must bring someone with you at least. Zhongnan's tone was very serious in there. It wasn't easy for him to take in such a satisfactory disciple after so many years. So, if the dragons hurt her then where would he complain to? Freezing in the hand, Bai Yan ended up twitching in the corner of her mouth. I understand. It seems that Goldie and Silvery caused quite the commotion today. I must remind Xing Yi after this so they don't butt heads during this period. Hypocritical Mulang, 3, it's good that you understand. Despite sighing in relief, Zhongnan doesn't let this go lightly. I will need to send a couple of people to shadow this lassie in secret. I can't let her be harmed because we're careless. Mu Manor. Clutching her sweaty palm as she paced back and forth between the big hall, Mulang felt extremely uncomfortable inside as she waited. But that changed as soon as her eyes fell upon the beautiful lady that walked in the door, Shifu. Smiling at her disciple, Elder Muzhin didn't hesitate to ask for why the girl's acting so strange. Are you waiting for me? Why are you looking so nervous? Yes, Shifu, pursing that lip, Mulang drops that head before speaking. Shifu, I think I've failed in getting close to Sun Huan. The proud woman never favored someone like Sun Huan to begin with, even if he was the second in line to the position as chief in the Misty Fairy House. So why did she go and seduce that womanizer? There were several reasons but it mainly surrounded the fact that she had a desire for power and her Shifu instructed her to do so. Give the specifics, I want to know the details. Stern and dark, Elder Muzhin orders. Bit by bit, the story of what happened on the dragon boat was listed in clear detail. Regarding the event that afternoon, the white-haired beauty has long heard of it before returning home, just that she didn't know her disciple had made such a huge blunder where not only does her reputation would take a huge hit and plummet, she also lost the favor of the second young lord in the Misty Fairy House. Linger, do you know where you went wrong? Muzhin sighs at her disciple's carelessness. It's your boasting. Even if you didn't want to save those people, you shouldn't have promised anything. With Sun Huan's personality, he will definitely be dissatisfied you after learning the truth. Getting on her knees now, the proud girl now started to weep. Shifu, please help me, I can't fall like this after working so hard. Going silent, the old beauty didn't speak for the longest time. Go to the Mirage family's place and apologies to them. Though Huan Yin is only a relative of the chief's wife, the girl is highly favored by her aunt. In addition, Muzhin's gaze now turned sharp and fierce. You must marry Sun Huan at all cost. Now Mulang was absolutely shaking in her body after hearing her Shifu's final order. I understand. She only intended to string the man along at first when she originally got the order to seduce the person. Now it's obvious her Shifu intends to marry her off for real this time. So, how could she accept this ending? First of all, her own talent far exceeds that womanizer. Though their level still doesn't stand on the same level yet, but the age difference says it all. It's just a matter of time before she surpasses everyone. If nothing else, go back to your room for now. Muzhin waves her hand, signaling her student to leave. Yes, Shifu. Closing those eyes, the girl hides the unwillingness in there and retreated as told. Leaving the main hall, Muleng begrudgingly bypassed several of the long corridors before eventually reaching a familiar courtyard. But before she could reach the doorway for her own room, a guard had walked in from the side to make a report. "Miss, I have uncovered the matters you ordered us to investigate." Well, her brow arching into a glare, she sounded cold and intimidating. "Who was it? Who was that woman who stole my limelight?" "She is the Ho family's daughter called Ho Chui Chui, but, when I went to confront the lady, she informed us that she didn't attend the event for various reasons and sold the invite slip to someone else." "Who did she sell to?" Muleng's expression was now getting hard and dangerous. "We were able to locate the dealer very easily and even managed to get a portrait of the woman according to the description he gave." "Miss, please have a look." Hypocritical Muleng. 4. The guard in question hurries to present the portrait in front of the lady. After careful scrutiny, Muleng's expression soon changed from smug to enraged anger. The woman on the portrait was almost surreal in how beautiful it was, far surpassing her own image in every way. In particular were those eyes. It's deeply attractive and the key factor in confirming it's indeed the same person she met on the boat. "She is the woman who bought the invitation?" Biting her lip, she asks with a frosty tone. "Go deal with that dealer first, then go tell that Ho Chui Chui that if she wants to be a prominent figure around here then she is to do as I say." From this point forward Ho Chui Chui is the woman in this portrait, the very same person who saved Huan Yin. If her people could follow the trail and investigate up to this point then it's a surety that Sun Huan and everyone else would as well. By using Ho Chui Chui to impersonate this unknown woman, Muleng could use this to her advantage. After all, no one saw Bai Yan's true face thanks to the facial veil she wore. As for the air and temperament, that's easily solvable with time and training. "Yes, milady." Getting the order, the guard promptly retreated away to carry out his task. Heaving a long sigh after seeing she's alone finally, Muleng was just about to put the portrait away when the door to her place was pushed open again. In a panic, she hurried to hide the scroll behind her back and away from the newcomer's prying eye. "Shifu, are you looking for me?" Wrinkling that temple, the old beauty arches her brow inquisitively. "What is that hidden behind you?" The girl's demeanor appeared somewhat edgy. It's not that she doesn't believe her Shifu or anything, it's just that there are some things better left untold whenever possible. Darkening in the face upon getting no answer from her disciple, the old beauty decides to take matter into her own hands. In a wave, the portrait being hidden was promptly snatched away. "Shifu!" Muleng exclaims in great fright at seeing the scroll being unfolded. While the young girl herself only wanted to hide the picture, Muzhin on the other hand showed a much bigger reaction than expected. It's as if a ghost had just appeared from the depths of hell and wanted to strangle this old lady. That's how pale the woman looked at this moment. "Lenger, where did you get this portrait from?" Muzhin's lip trembles as she spoke. It was actually so bad that even her hands were having a hard time keeping the scroll in check and almost dropped it on several occasions. Though Muleng herself doesn't know what's gotten into her Shifu right now, it doesn't stop her from giving the details. "You mean, the woman in this picture is that very same lady?" Muzhin's eye flashed meaningfully. "Yes Shifu, that's her right there." "Good, very good. Remember, do not let anyone else see this portrait again." Returning the scroll to her disciple, Muzhin herself felt relieved for some unknown reason. Yes, that woman is dead, she couldn't possibly be alive. Thinking of this, the old beauty's mood immediately let up. Evoking a snarling smirk, "Since that woman is the one who saved Huan Yin then she mustn't be allowed to live. From now on forward, I will try to muddle the search effort. As to Huan Yin's side, Linger, you will need to count on yourself to do your half." "I understand Shifu." Although Muleng didn't know the specifics yet regarding the search effort, she did understand enough that there's no possible way the woman could have survived after being eaten by a dragon. "Oh yes," Muzhin's gaze narrowed into a slit, "your plan will need to be adjusted to the situation. Even if the temperament is similar, it's useless. What's really important is the body shape. After all, that Sun Huan is no fool when it comes to the opposite sex. He's sharper than anyone in the Misty Fairy House when recognizing a female's body." Hypocritical Muleng. 5. Shifu, I know what to do. Glowing a frosty tint in those eyes, Milan confirms she's got the idea in her demeanor. This time I will not let my plan fail. The Ho family was a small to middle-ranked household in the Misty Fairy House. As such, even if the disciples under them would have to survive with their tails behind their butt. But that's all changed in the past couple of days thanks to the people sent over by Muleng. Not only did Ho Chui Chui herself readily accept the proposal to impersonate Bai Yan when the idea was brought up, she also willingly joined the plan to become Huan Yin's benefactor in light of the deceit involved. It's simply too tempting, being a person of superior status. However, there's just one minor issue: she must lose that buttload of weight from her figure. Sadly, Ho Chui Chui has always been a glutton. Forcing her to go on a diet was excruciatingly painful. Therefore, it only took a few days before the girl couldn't handle the restriction anymore and secretly snuck out of her home to visit the best restaurant around. Oh hoo hoo. Bai Shechen tugs at his mother's sleeve, those eyes shooting straight over to the restaurant that's giving off a salivating smell in the air. Are you hungry? Halting in her step, she asks with an affectionate gaze. Giving a desperate nod at that question, the baby fox looked absolutely adorable in that appearance. It's no different from a baby pleading for food to his mother. In actual truth, the boy didn't really want the restaurant's food, rather it's his own mother's cooking. Sadly, he's too afraid of them being snatched away by those two new shifas when they get a whiff of the smell. As such, he could only endure for now and turn to this restaurant. If you are hungry, then let's go inside and rest. Bai Yan's naturally aware of the two shadows tailing her since the day of the conversation, therefore she's not in the position to go inform Tsing Yi of what she knew right now. But no matter, passing on a message could be left solely to Goldie and Silvery since they are under no restriction. The main urgency still remains with locating Dragony and the blood vine seeds. Bai Shechen didn't have that much problems compared to his mother though, he only has food in mind at the moment. Blinking like stars in his eyes, the little fox licks that cheek like a good little son that he was and got a good rub on the head in return. Unbeknownst to the boy though, Bai Yan was rather worried about her son's current state, for it's been a long time since she's heard him call out to her in that cuddly voice. The business around this Longjing restaurant was very good based on the fullness of their lobby. Maybe it's just luck at play today, but Bai Yan and her son were able to get a table as soon as they entered thanks to a couple leaving at the same time. But good fortune doesn't always last. As soon as she's finished picking out a few dishes and was in the middle of playing with her son, that's when it happened. Ho Chui Chui, I obviously came first, so based on what can you take my seat? The voice sounded angry. Sneering in return, Lu Yu, you've snatched my stuff on more than one occasion before, so what does it matter if I return the favor just this once? You, the other person stares wide-eyed there. The idea of Ho Chui Chui talking back to him simply never crossed his mind. What's going on here? This girl always run like a cat as soon as she sees me, why is she acting so rudely all of a sudden? You are crazy. In the end, he snaps and shot this over to the instigator of the drama. You only dare to pick on me before because of your brother working in the chief's manor. From now on I, Ho Chui Chui, will no longer put up with your affronts. If you don't scram before I get mad, then I will show you what it means to cross me. After giving this threat, the chubby girl then picks up the leftover dishes and threw it all over in Lu Yu's direction. Hypocritical Muleng, 6. At the same time while this was occurring to one side, the waiter in charge of serving Bai Yan's table had finished bringing over their food by then. As the little glutton that he was, Bai Shechen's little paw naturally wanted to make a grab for the delicious things placed before his eyes. Sadly, the flying leftovers from the troubling fight had come splashing over and ruining all of the dishes in their spot. Bai Yan's first reaction was a dark face of disbelief while her son just froze there with his paw still reaching out. It's simply too ridiculous and out of the blue that both were unable to react, aside from the kid leaking out a bead of tear from having his much-anticipated food being squandered away by someone else. It's unsure when, but a large crowd of people had gathered around the middle of the lobby of this restaurant by now, all of them attracted by the commotion. You want to splash me with the leftovers? Lu Yu grinds his muller over the insult. Not backing down, Ho Chui Chui completely flips the table this time and sent every dish nearby flying into the air. As a result of this, Bai Yan and her son were now fully in range of the oncoming splatters of meat and vegetables. If not for the woman herself moving fast and dodging in time, it's very likely the mother and son duo would be covered in food from the second shower. Enraged at this point, Biyao completely puffs up his fur over the utter destruction of his meal and made a direct dash for the chubby girl's stomach. No forgiveness. Ah. Ho Chui never expected an attack from another assailant, let alone a tiny critter from some random direction. Therefore, she immediately faltered to the ground after taking several steps backward from the impact. Her eyes were furious upon noticing it's nothing but a baby fox who assaulted herself. You damn beast, how dare you charge at me? I will skin you this instant and make a coat out of you. But before the chubby girl could carry out her wretched plan, a pair of delicate hands had reached over to pull the still fuming fox into a protective embrace. What did you just say about skinning whose fox? The voice and glare was dreadfully cold, sending a wave of frost down anyone's spine upon contact. In this moment, Ho Chui actually found herself in a state of panic under that threatening gaze. She didn't know why, but it's just very frightening, like it's coming from within and not from over there. Nevertheless, the arrogance within this one seems to be bigger than anything else, even fear itself. In no time at all, her pompous attitude had returned. Is this little fox yours? The chubby girl purses her lip, flustered still despite having the courage to speak. Indifferent in the face, Biyao didn't answer the person. I won't ask you to apologize to me, but you will have to sell me that fox. Regardless of how stupid this chubby wench was, she's not blind to the fact that she's alone here. Against so many pairs of witnessing eyes, the only outcome would be her loss at this rate, hence the compromise. Now Biyao's gaze was getting extremely intimidating after hearing someone's outrageous demand of trying to buy her own son. In an instant, an oppressive and domineering aura had swelled out of her body like Di Tsang usually does, making her the female version of a demon lord. Why don't I use a copper coin and buy you instead? It just so happens that my baby fox here needs a waist cleaner. That instantly warranted a protest from Biyao at his mother. But I don't leave dung at random, mother. And I most certainly don't need a waist cleaner like that ugly one there. Compared to the protesting chirps of the baby fox, Ho Chui on the other hand was obviously stunned beyond belief. How dare this woman try to buy me for his fox as a waist cleaner? What's more, only for a copper coin. Do you know who I am? A thin layer of anger now covers the chubby girl's face as she spoke. In the future I will be someone who enters the chief's manor. You actually have the nerve to compare me with a fox? Do you think that beast is worthy of me? Not going to waste time arguing with the fool across from herself, Biyao had already come before the foe. Indeed, you are not worthy of being my fox's cleaner. Can't let her live. 1. Ho Chui was so shocked that her eyes were literally popping. Against that murderous intent, even her breathing had become difficult. Pung. Bypassing whatever guard or defense the chubby girl had, Biyao uses her toe to kick the other side's kneecap, causing the foe to fall to the ground in a kneeling position as a result of the pressure. Enraged by the humiliation, Ho Chui swings her head up to be only confronted by those deathly glares. Whatever she wanted to say in retaliation in that split second, it's completely gone and replaced by an involuntary gulp. The whole restaurant was deathly quiet as a result of the sudden move. This woman, she's too brutal. A slight disagreement and she's already beating someone? Do you still want to buy my fox? The heel of her shoe now firmly pressing down against the chubby girl's back, causing a not-so-obvious pain in the victim's bone in the process. Or do you plan to skin him instead for his fur? With every question and word given there, Ho Chui's complexion would grow paler by the second because of the increasing pressure on her bone. In no time at all, a squirt of blood had seeped out of that trembling mouth and brought her back to reality. She's hit a brick wall this time, a cue for trouble beyond her rank. If only I can reveal my identity, then this woman would never dare to do this to me. But Muleng's message continues to linger in that head. If they want to successfully impersonate that woman, then the public mustn't be allowed to know about the matter. Gritting those teeth, Ho Chui ends up holding back her anger. In the girl's mind, there would be other chances in the future for payback. Outrageous. It was just then a loud hollering voice had drifted over from the restaurant's doorway. Following the source of that sound, what came into view of Bai Yan's eye was an elegant face of someone she's met before. Mu Ling also noticed the inquisitive gaze coming her way right at that moment, but unlike the flat reaction from the former, she herself was absolutely shocked by what came into her view. The very sight of Bai Yan's face was enough to make her go green until it eventually fell into a state of panic. Not missing this, a pang of suspicion promptly sprouted within Bai Yan's head. It seems this person recognizes me. Hold it. Forcing down the unsettling mood inside, the usually high-standing girl slowly strode into the restaurant to confront the other side. Miss, this girl is my friend. I hope you can let this slide out of consideration for my name and face. The plea for mercy immediately warranted a look of gratitude from the chubby Ho Chui Chui. She didn't expect someone as important as Mu Ling to personally come save herself, let alone claim they are friends. The rest of the occupants inside the restaurant were nominally shocked, of course. There's plenty of envious looks shooting their way now, to the point where Lu Yu, who's the other participant in this fight, had also backed down. The boys practically trying to hide in order to avoid eye contact. The message today was too obvious. As long as they're not brain dead, there's only one meaning: the whole family of the Misty Fairy House will no longer be a third-rate family anymore. Give you face? Bai Yan's gaze squints into a frosty stare. Do I know you? That last part of questioning definitely brought on a new wave of unease within Mu Ling's heart. She's very much afraid this woman would remember their last encounter and ruin everything she's had planned for the future. Nevertheless, the will to continue with this farce wins out in the end. We are not acquainted. If we are not acquainted, then why should I give you face? Sneering with contempt at this point, Bai Yan cocks a smirk. Is your face worth a lot of money? Now Mu Ling could no longer keep up her facade and actually showed a crack in the face. She simply never expected there to be an individual who would dare go against herself in the Misty Fairy House. If you are unwilling to give me face, miss, then I can only apologize ahead of time. Uncle Mu, please restrain this lady for me. Putting on an indifferent air of someone of superior status, this girl acts like she's above everyone else despite willingly joining in on the fight. But in truth, Mu Ling wanted this outcome from the very start. She only needs an excuse to have her people make a move. Then when it comes time, they could just make up some lie about it being an accident when they harm or kill off the woman. Yes, miss. Upon giving the confirming word, an old figure suddenly snakes out from behind the crowd and shot for Bai Yan's neck, using his hand as an arching arrow, reaching to pierce through the skin and the main arteries. Can't let her live, too. Seeing that the old man had already come before her very eyes, Bai Yan was now stuck in a predicament of whether or not to release her true strength. Issue was, if she did so, her secret would be revealed. But on the other hand, it's very unlikely she would be able to leave if things continued like so. Heaving out a long sigh, Bai Yan knew there's no other choice. Just when she's about to lift her hand to counter, something unexpected occurred, and two figures from outside the restaurant had come before her and blocked off the path between herself and that Uncle Mu. They are two middle-aged men, each stern-looking and giving off a strong vibe like mountains that they were. It's you two. Retracting his strike, Uncle Mu looks on in shock at the newcomers. Why are the two of you here? Truth was, it's not just the old senior who's in utter shock. Even Mu Ling, who's standing in the back, were filled with disbelief like she's seen some horrific scene. What is Tai Long and Tai Hai doing here? Aren't they supposed to be Elder Zhongnan's subordinate? Miss Bai Yan here is the apprentice of both Elder Zhongnan and Zhongbei, hence our presence. We've been tasked to protect the lady. If you insist on attacking her, then it would be considered an act of war against the two elder manors. Uncle Mu's expression promptly changed for the worse over the threat. Even among the elders, there are differing ranks based on their experience and contribution. Though Zhongnan and Zanbai's aren't very high up the ladder, they're still elders of the council. What's more, the chief himself has ordered before that in order to avoid conflict between various factions and elders, the one who makes the first move would automatically be at fault regardless of the reasoning. We've offended the two of you then. Cupping his hand at the two guardians, Uncle Mu swiftly turns around to the lady. Milady, we should go back first, it's getting late. In other words, this matter needs to be reconsidered until further discussion, and that it's not urgent to slay the woman today. Nodding in return, knowing full well what the senior meant. All right, We will leave for today. Ho Chui Chui, you come with me. But before the chubby lady could finish climbing up from the floor, the struggling body abruptly froze there in mid-struggle. Who said you are allowed to go? The sudden voice from behind was devilishly scary to the level where she's now instinctively obeying to save her life. Sweating right down to her palm, the pale-faced girl rigidly answered back, "Then what do you want me to do?" Not bothering to reply to that question, Bai Yan decides to use action to tell everyone what she wanted. In a smooth grab for the other's collar, she directly picks up the flailing girl who's downright screaming now and throws her right out of the restaurant and onto the main street. This will be the one and only lesson to you. If you try to hit on my family's fox again, then I won't just throw you out of a restaurant. Patting her hands together to remove some of the dust, Bai Yan then returns her attention back to her son, who's still quite irritated by the whole mess. Since today's lunch is already ruined, why don't we go home and I will cook you some dishes instead? Lighting up in the eyes as expected, Bai Shechen nodded his head profusely in agreement. Honestly, that licking tongue was all the answer he needed to give to show his mother he's very happy with the suggestion. Let's go then. Under the astonishing gazes of everyone, Bai Yan ignores the looks and proudly walked out of the restaurant with her son in arm. And it's unsure if it's intentional or not, but when she came out of the doorway, her feet had ended stepping over Ho Chui Chui's body, who was still sprawled all over the ground from the painful toss. The foolish girl was spinning in the head to begin with, now to be trampled again in her injured state. It's almost enough to completely knock her out for good after she sprayed out a mouthful of blood. But the angriest person here wasn't the beaten victim though. It's Muleng, who's been completely ignored to the sideline. In light of the silence she's showing off to the public, those shaking fists were the biggest giveaway of how irritated she truly was inside. This woman must die. I will never let her live. Thinking up to here, Muleng's dark personality promptly takes over and returns her back to the old self of deceit and pretense. Slowly coming before the chubby girl, "If you can still move, then get up, I have something to say to you." Can't let her live. 3. Still in her dizzying state, Ho Chui Chui originally wanted to get some help in climbing up. Unfortunately for this chubby lady though, Muleng outright ignored her reaching hand and bypassed herself. In the end, she could only grit those teeth and get up by herself after much struggling and chased after that moving back. Mu Manor, inside the study room. Muleng's gaze was dreadfully cold as she eyed the ignorant wench who disobeyed her orders. "Did you forget the things I said to you before?" Cowering with her head hanging low, Ho Chui Chui makes a heavy gulp before defending herself. "I've been starving myself for the past few days. I really can't hold myself back any longer." Pung. Slamming the table with her hand, Muleng snaps at the fool. "Do you want to be a person of status or what? Do you want to be that Huan Yin's benefactor? Do you want to get payback on that woman from today?" Following the re-emergence of Bai Yan's face in her mind, Ho Chui Chui's face promptly turned ugly like a witch's. "Ido. Since you do, then take this and eat it." Rummaging through her sleeve pocket, Muleng slowly pulls out a certain little pill to hand to the other side. A pang of unease swiftly takes hold after seeing the strange beady little thing. "Please. I didn't do anything to deserve poison, please don't." Getting irked by the sudden outburst, the usually high-standing lady was quickly reaching her limit with this idiot. "This is not poison, it's a fitness Dan pill." Fitness Dan pill? Showing a startling light in her eyes, Ho Chui Chui didn't understand the meaning for this. Yes, that's right. Unlike a facial Dan pill that can only change a person's face, this fitness Dan pill will change a person's body shape to their liking once consumed. Giving a good moment to let her words sink in. "As for the new look you should take, I think that woman from today is good choice. Eat the pill and think of that person's body while doing so." In light of the doubt regarding the plausibility of said effect, Ho Chui Chui wouldn't deny such an opportunity like most girls out there would. "Now I won't have to starve myself anymore. Miss Muleng, why don't you give me a facial Dan pill as well? This way I can completely become like that woman, how about it?" Just remembering the stunning appearance of Bai Yan's existence was enough to make the chubby wench smirk with glee. "If I can have such a sexy body and face, then what man couldn't I get? Even the young lords would fall under my skirt if I willed it. I don't have a facial Dan pill." One could even make out the veins on Mulang's forehead at this point. Humph, even if I did have one I would never give it to such a person like this. Oh. Replying with a look of disappointment, Ho Chui Chui nevertheless composes herself to get back on track. In a flick, she shoves the thing into her mouth and allows the image of Bai Yan's perfect body to manifest in her head after closing her eyes. Then by the time she opened them again, it was exactly as foretold. That chubby body figure was nowhere to be found anymore, only the thin dainty figure of a fine model that had the perfect assets in the much-needed places. This will only last for 3 months at a time. By then you will need to retake the fitness Dan pill in order to maintain this shape, you understand? Raising a smirk, Mulang allows the foolish wench to bask in the glory of her new body before bringing up the bad news. And I also need to tell you one thing. This pill also has a side effect. After taking it, you can no longer have children. What? Shooting up her head in terrible fright, Ho Chui Chui became ghastly. Please don't bluff me. As a woman, if I can't have a child, then how am I supposed to marry in the future? You don't have to worry about that. Don't forget, I'm the most talented alchemist within the Misty Fairy House. Over time, I will inevitably become a 7th-grade alchemist, and then I can make all the cure you need to regain that ability. Though the statement was a bit over the top in terms of arrogance, this high-standing lady was indeed a 4th-grade alchemist at the tender age of 20-something. As she ages, it's not out of the question for her to reach that amazing feat after a few decades. Can't let her live, really? Ho Chui Chui sounded hesitant nevertheless. But upon recognition of how talented Mulang was, she stuffed her doubt back inside at the end. Miss Mulang, I hope you won't forget me when you reach the 7th grade. Rest assured, I'm a person who keeps my promises and would never go back on my words. Now I'm going to first send you to the Dragon River for our plans to work, and do not ever forget the words I said to you. The appearance of Ho Chui Chui naturally couldn't be introduced by herself, otherwise that womanizer Sun Huan would definitely begin suspecting of something. Inside the study room of the Mu Manor. Elder Mujin was just in the middle of going through her books when a voice from the outside interrupted her work. Though a bit annoyed, the old beauty summoned the individual anyways. Come in. Elder. The person was Uncle Mu, who was charged with following Mulang today to the restaurant. I inadvertently discovered something today while protecting the young miss. What's the matter? She frowns and paid closer attention. I've learned of Zhongnan and Zhongbei taking in a new disciple. A shocked look instantly takes over the old beauty's eye. Growing stern and cold now, those 2 old-timers actually took in a disciple? I thought after all these years they would be disheartened and have given up on life. Elder, should I send our people to assassinate the girl? A gleam of murderous intent twinkles within the old man's eye, indicating he's not beyond such dirty methods. The Misty Fairy House may not allow confrontation between its members, but that doesn't mean there aren't other methods under the table where they could take charge. For example, the slaying of the 2 brothers' first disciple was exactly such a case. In the end, Zhongnan and Zhongbei didn't even know their precious apprentice was murdered by someone else and only assumed it was an accident. But that's not the best part. As a result of that order from way back, the once leading figures, Zhongnan and Zhongbei, of the Elder Council has now fallen from grace and could only stand at the bottom of the ladder, unable to move forward again because of their idle cultivation. Humph. Mujin huffs with displeasure. It was precisely these 2 old farts who supported the young lord when he mingled with a mundane woman from the outside. I wanted to use forceful means to break off their relationship, but they kept insisting on going against my plan, sending my opinion to deaf ears. But what of it? If I can't beat them in the open, then I can beat them in the shadows. If they weren't so stupid to begin with, then they never would have fallen into their current decrepit state. Just thinking of the past would be enough to make Mujin's eye flare up with fire. Furthermore, simply killing their first disciple and freezing their cultivation is nowhere close to being enough to dispel my hatred for them both. Mu, Senior, I will leave this matter to you. I don't want to see anyone related to those 2 alive again. If one dead disciple is not enough, then I will see to it their second one is dead as well. Be assured, Elder, I won't let that lassie live for long. There won't be any evidences to point the incident back to us either. giving a satisfied nod over her subordinate's smart wording. They owe me. Even if I kill their disciple, it's their fault and theirs to bear. That girl from back then is nothing but a mundane. How can she deserve the young lord's love? And if those two brothers are going to side with that bitch, then they will owe me for life. If going by the inhabitants of the Misty Fairy House, the residences here could not compete with the mainland in terms of number, of course. However, the amount of land they controlled and occupied definitely matches up on that end. It's just that. For any family with a certain level of status, they would most certainly control a mountain range that connects to the main mansion regardless of it being thousands of meters long. Can't let her live. 5. At this moment atop of Back Mountain to the Zhong Manor, Bai Yan was just in the middle of meditating to absorb in the surrounding energy. Where did Shechen go? Opening her eyes, she was a tad surprised to find her son missing from the area and with no sign of his whereabouts. As a mother, Bai Yan's naturally worried and was quick on the uptake to look for the boy, especially in his current fox form when he's at his weakest. Just that when she did so, a fierce killing intent had caught her attention from behind and caused that moving leg to stop. Die. Towards the unmoving image of his target there, Uncle Moo's confidence promptly swelled and reinforces his will to attack. However, it's unsure if it's just coincidence or intentionally, but at the last moment when the strike's about to land, the woman's footstep had swung around to one side and allowed that body to escape the hit. Though slightly startled at having missed there, the senior didn't back down and wanted to press on with his efforts. That was until he felt that unfluctuating gaze coming right back at himself. Did you lure away the two guardians my two shifis assigned to me? Bai Yan asks with a mild tone. That's right, Senior Mu answers with a deep wrinkle on his temple. I did lure them away, but don't worry, they're very safe because my target is only you. He has a very high standard when doing things. Unless they're part of his list, he won't touch anyone else uninvolved. Then where's my fox? Bai Yan continues to ask. What fox? I don't know what you're talking about. Now Senior Mu's frown had become very deep, as was his patience over the incessant questioning. Bai Yan on the other hand showed a look of relief after confirming her son's safety. It looks like Shechen only went out on his own to play and not because he's been kidnapped by someone else. Speaking about it, I should be thanking you. Smirking openly now, Bai Yan's gaze was full of laughter like a cat playing with a toy. What? The old man seemed shocked, unsure of what to make of the other side's meaning. I'm thanking you for removing everyone away that could be a hindrance, this way I can act without worry. Now that smile on her face didn't seem so friendly anymore, it's downright dangerous and threatening as she firmly strode towards the assassin. Meanwhile at the same time, her true strength as a monarch-ranked cultivator was in full bloom, leveling the ground with her pressuring aura and turning the sky gray. You're a monarch rank? Utterly shocked by this quick turn of events, Senior Mu could feel his heart pounding. Though the Misty Fairy House was considered to be one of the three major powers of this world, they are still within the realms of reason. As such, any monarch rank would be considered a powerhouse here regardless of their nature and would most certainly warrant an invite from the acting chief to join the Elder Council. Run. Pumping with adrenaline, that's the first thought that came to this old-timer's mind as he made a hard dash for the mountains. You know too many things already, so don't even think about leaving. The voice was like the devil's, drifting into Senior Mu's ear and reinforcing the fear inside his heart. But if you tell me who ordered you to come kill me, then I might just leave your body intact afterwards. For those who want her life, Bai Yan has never been one to hold back. I would never tell you. The elder viciously yells back the reply while still fleeing for his life. Is that so? Not minding this at all, Bai Yan's hand casually raises up to take aim at her target. Next second a burst of flame ignites out of the blue and enshrouds the elder's body, causing immense pain in the process. Can't let her live. 6. Even if you burn me to death, I won't say it. Bloodshot in his eyes, Senior Mu refuses to budge despite imminent death. Then so be it. Not minding this at all, Bai Yan carries out her words by following through with the threat. Bang! Turning her fist in a mountainous wave of energy, the crushing blow instantly turns the stubborn old fool into mush, killing him with no chance at life in doing so. Oops, I think I just went overboard there. Rubbing that nose of hers in embarrassment, Bai Yan shamefully strode towards the remaining corpse of the foe in order to salvage the situation. Senior Mu's last moment before death definitely didn't feel good, the pain was sharp and crushing. Even so, at least the process was quick and left him free to move on to the afterworld. Or that's what he thought until he felt a sharp intense pain ripping at his soul. And sure enough, by the time he's managed to adapt to the sunlight in front of himself again, the man was horrified to discover the terrible truth. Bai Yan was indeed tearing at his soul and ripping it from his corpse. This could no longer be considered a simple act of fear, it's downright torture. He's always thought that after a person's death, their soul would automatically break away from the flesh, but now he's being grabbed and ripped away by a human hand? Now are you going to tell me who instructed you, or do I have to take further measures to make you talk? Gripping the soul firmly in place with one hand, Bai Yan slowly moves a ball of blue flame with the other to reaffirm her threat. Monster. This was the only description he could use to describe Bai Yan's existence at the moment. This woman is a monster. No, she's more frightening than a monster, she's a devil. I will speak. When the soul's about to make contact with that eerie-looking flame, the senior's last ounce of stubbornness had finally crumbled. I will tell you everything, just keep that fire away from me. If it was just material pain then he could still bear it, but it's one's soul, his soul. It's not common knowledge, but as someone who's from the Misty Fairy House, Senior Mu understands that damaging a soul meant the pain would manifest by several folds and more depending on the method. If you had obeyed from the beginning then none of this would need to happen, you know. All smiles there, Bai Yan squints those foxy eyes to show her mischievous side. In light of the mesmerizing face in front of himself, Senior Mu only found the woman's appearance all the more frightening. In fact, the more she smiled, the more his heart trembled. If I had known her strength would be like this then I would never have resisted. The one who sent me to kill you wasn't Mu Lang. It's her Shifu Elder Muzhen. Muzhen? Slightly wrinkling her brow over the name, do we have a grudge or something? Why would she send an assassin after me? No, you and her do not have a grudge, it's Zhongnan and Zhongbei. She has a grudge against the two brothers, that's why she sent me to kill you in order to get back at them. Pausing a bit, Senior Mu had to take a short moment to come to terms with revealing the biggest secret. Muzhen admires the young lord, that's why she's jealous of that mundane girl who could get the young lord's love. Now this came as quite the surprise for Bai Yan after hearing this explosive news. But isn't Muzhen older than the young lord? If I remember correctly, that woman could even be the guy's mother based on her age group. She's never been much of a discriminatory when it came to one's age difference. After all, there are plenty of couples out there who are dozens of years apart. However, the issue here lies in the fact that Muzhen has a one-sided crush on the poor man, and even went out of her way to go after anyone whom she's jealous of. Yes, it's a shame that our young lord doesn't have the right to choose his own love interest. What, are you implying Muzhen could force Yunfeng to marry her or something? Bai Yan asks, intrigued by the old man's odd sentence right there. It's not Elder Muzhen who can force the young lord, it's a goddess from the celestial realm who is forcing him. Speaking of this goddess, Senior Mu's attitude immediately took a turn for the better. His eyes were full of admiration and worship when speaking. That goddess is not only from the celestial realm, her position is extremely high as well. Do you know about the war between gods and demons from a millennium ago? They say it's all because of her after she captivated the leaders of both sides. Can't let her live. 7. Bai Yan's complexion had gone dark over the claim. The demon lord. Does he mean Ditsang? But then who would be the leader of the gods? All of a sudden, her mind remembers back to the battlefield where she dreamed of an encounter with that white dashing figure. Can it be, the white figure from there is their leader? But what does this goddess have to do with the great war between gods and demons? Now that's something you don't know. This goddess isn't only the mistress of the 4 sacred beasts, she's also the woman whom the demon lord and celestial lord fancied. But unlike the two men, the goddess herself only wanted an ordinary life with a regular man. That's how she encountered our young lord and fancied him. Bai Yan became stupefied on the spot. Immediately, a chill spreads across her body and causing that gaze to grow sharp. The mistress of the 4 sacred beasts? How funny, according to Suzaku's telling, the 4 sacred beasts have always been my people. Did I just get someone impersonating me? And the reason for all this nonsense is to rob a man? Perhaps able to sense the frosty air exuding out of Bayan's dreaded face too, Senior Mu's soul shrank into a tight ball out of fear right then. Did I say something wrong? Go on, keep speaking. Pursing her lip, she urges the old man to continue. Seeing his captor having no intention of instilling her fury upon him, the senior issues an immediate sigh of relief. Because of that reasoning, the chief wanted to bring the young lord back from his travels. To complete the task, Elder Mujin was then ordered with the mission to go in place of the chief. That's where she learned of the mundane female getting into a relationship with the young lord. Naturally, Mujin wanted to break the relationship off by proposing drastic means to everyone, but Zhongnan and Zhongbei objected to the idea and blocked it off along with the chief's consent. So that's the reason why Mujin is filled with hatred for my 2 shifis. Drooping her eyes, a lamenting light flickers within Bayan's pupil over the silly reason for the enmity. Of course that's not the only reason, it's what came afterwards that enraged her. The chief knew his son well, so he grew suspicious of Mujin's story. To confirm the truth, he sent Zhongnan afterwards to bring back the young lord. The act alone was considered to be an insult, hence the bitter resentment. When the story reached up to this part, Bayan's lip had undoubtedly curved into a smirk, for she could already guess what's to come, and according to Mujin's personality and character, she didn't stop, did she? Of course not. The elder sent her own people in secret and assassinated the girl in question. Afterwards she just coined up a fake story saying the girl ran off to marry another mundane due to her falling into temptation. The only reason the lie even worked in the first place was because that person didn't reveal her background, so Zhongnan's had no way to locate the mentioned female in the story. Senior Mu's seen firsthand how cruel Bai Yan could be, so he didn't leave anything out from the incident from years ago. Though the old man himself didn't participate in the mission, he's still a close confidant, so many details are privy to his ear. But it's also because of this reason that he didn't realize something was very wrong. For example, the woman in front of himself right now had a very strong resemblance to the girl from back then. Then what about my Shifu's injury? Is it her doing as well? Musing for a moment, Bai Yan asks again. Considering her own ability and insight, there's no way she couldn't see through to the hidden injuries suffered by Zhongnan and Zhongbei. It's very likely the reason why the 2 elders are stuck at their current level and unable to progress. Yes, that's exactly it. Before that incident, the 2 brothers are both the first to enter into the middle level of the monarch rank and are both leading figures of the Elder Council. But since they're not the type to be suspicious of others, Mujin was able to secretly plot against them and cause their progress to stall without further advances. Squinting her eyes, Bai Yan's gaze now carried a gleam, wanting to kill. Then why does she want to kill me? Is it just because I took them both as my Shifu? In Elder Mujin's mind, the 2 brothers owed her way too much and could never atone for their sins. To repay them back for this fact, she murdered their first disciple. Inhaling deeply at the last bit, Bai Yan finally got it and didn't need any more information. Fine then, out of consideration for the honesty you showed, I won't destroy your soul. Can't let her live. 8. Senior Mu's mood had just lightened up after hearing this, but just when he's about to give his thanks, Bai Yan had already flicked her finger to send the soul flying. By the time he's returned to his sense after being thrown away, the man's soul had found himself trapped within his own body again. You, what have you done to me? In his fit of rage, the old man wanted to question the woman to only discover he's unable to speak. Under normal circumstances, a person's soul would automatically leave the body and head off to the afterlife for reincarnation. But now, he's found his soul unable to escape and stuck within his own body. I only promised not to destroy your soul. I never mentioned anything about letting you go. You've done so many bad things in this life and you still want to reincarnate? Snarling, Bai Yan sarcastically ridicules the old fool who still thinks he deserves another life. She couldn't deny the original intent of getting close to the 2 brothers didn't have the best interest in mind, mainly to locate Dragony and the blood vines. However, she's not made of stone inside either. Bai Yan has emotions too. When one truly cares for her, she too would return the kindness. So, whether it be the group who harmed the two elders back then or those who does it now, the only outcome would be death. Sensing the approaching presence from afar, Bai Yan knew her time was up and moved quickly to lie down in order to pretend she fainted. Not long after, two familiar figures had come into sight. Zhongnan, older, could care less who the extra corpse belonged to right now, he only had his precious disciple in mind. Therefore, when he noticed the unconscious girl lying on the floor, he exclaimed and ran over in haste, "My student." Zhongbei, younger, reacted similarly, but instead of exclaiming, his first reaction was to scan the area with the most intense killing intent he could muster. How dare an intruder come into our home and hurt my student? Ugh. Seeing it's about right, Bai Yan slowly rolled around and pretends to have just regained her consciousness. Shifu, what's going on? Oh, it's wonderful that you are all right, my student. Me and your second Shifu was worried sick after sensing you were unprotected. We thought you might be in danger, so we hurried over to check. Tell me, what happened before you passed out? Zhongnan asks with a relieved expression. I don't know either, Shifu. I was just training when this person suddenly attacked me from out of the blue. Next thing I knew was being knocked out and losing consciousness. Drooping her eyes to avoid contact, she felt very guilty about lying, so she could only apologize inwardly. It's not like Bai Yan wanted to deceive her two new shifus, but it's just not the right timing yet. When things are ripe, then she swears, she would definitely explain everything. After hearing the brief explanation, the older brother's attention immediately switched to the corpse nearby. Making the coldest eye ever, Senior Mu. Damn this bastard, I recognize this dog anywhere. It was precisely this bunch of thugs who murdered my disciple. While Muzhen and her goons assumed the two brothers were naive and incapable of perceiving internal politics, it's not entirely true. They're just not the type to stoop to using dirty means and wanted to openly bring the criminals to justice. Issue was, they never managed to figure out how or find a clue, hence their disheartened state. I can feel the lingering energy of a monarch rank cultivator around here. I suspect a powerful master must have been passing by and managed to save our Yener. The younger brother Zhongbei deduces after collecting the clues around the scene. The news didn't fare well with the older Zhongnan at all though. Tensing up in the heart, his hands had formed a crunching ball. If we weren't so lucky, then wouldn't my disciple be? Big brother, Zhongbei turns to his older brother with a confronting air, we can't let this go on any longer. Regardless of us having proof or not, it's clear that old witch is going to continue to attack us regardless of the rules. The time for waiting and enduring is over. Can't let her live. 9. Zhongnan remained silent for the longest time before eventually answering his brother's call for war. Muzhen has already broken through to the higher level of the monarch rank while we are still stuck at the mid-level. One level of difference may not seem like much, however, when one's at their caliber, even an inch of improvement could mean a lifetime of effort. While they're stuck in their current level for all these years, the rest of the Elder Council has either reached their level or even surpassed them. I don't care. Zhongbei grew vicious in his voice. Back then I didn't rush off to kill that old witch because I couldn't bear to see the young lord stand alone without support. But now I can't take it anymore. It's either she dies or I die today. After nearly 20 years of suppression, this old fella obviously couldn't take it anymore and would do anything to get even. Regardless of that being giving up his own life in exchange. Shifu, Bai Yan's voice suddenly interjects itself into the conversation. I just picked up a strange bottle while I was training. Minding having a look at what it is? Making a look of surprise on their faces, Zhongnan and Zhongbei immediately turns to the indicated object. What did you find? Displayed before the two brothers were a white porcelain bottle of odd design. This is. As soon the cork was twisted open and allowed the fragrance to waft out, the two nearly fainted from the overwhelming smell. Though they didn't know exactly what the 3 pills were inside, their experience told them it's something amazing because their bodies were taking in the surrounding energy like a vacuum. That's something they haven't felt in years ever since they fell victim to Muzhen's scheme. Exchanging a glance of astonishment with each other, both brothers suspected the pills might just be able to cure their injuries. Yener, where did you get this medicine? Did you really pick it up by accident? Downright shaking in his hand now, Zhongnan asks with a stern expression. Putting on a doubtful and confused face in return, Bai Yan had a lot of trouble keeping up her act. Yeah, I found it inside a cave up in the mountains. Is there a problem? I really did find it by accident. Of course there's a problem. Although I don't know what exactly these 3 pills are, but it's very likely able to cure our injuries. The 2 of you are hurt? Hurrying to get up from the floor now, Bai Yan makes the most awkward and fake look of someone being shocked by a hidden secret. Are you both okay? Where are you hurt? If it was any other person out there, they would surely call out the woman's horrible act. However, since these 2 brothers are putting all their trust into the lying fox over there, they didn't suspect a thing. Maybe Yenner is fated to be our savior, that's why she was able to pick up this medicine. Hesitating for a good moment, the younger Zhongbei offers his suggestion in a puzzled tone. After all, this really was too coincidental even for him. In truth, this was no coincidence at all. Bai Yan's been preparing these Dan pills for some time now during the past few days. And as a precaution, she even went the extra mile to make 3 pills instead of 2 just so it doesn't rouse suspicion. Well, not that it would help when her acting was so poorly done that even an idiot would notice something was fishy. Disciple, you should rest for today since you just went through something so extreme. Don't worry, your 2 shifas here would definitely get revenge for you. A gleam of killing intent instantly takes hold of Zhongnan's iris after saying that. Muzhen. If she had stopped causing trouble then that's that, but now she's having the nerve to harm my newly acquired apprentice. She's asking for it. We will make her pay for everything. Blood for blood, death for death. Chapter 686, Can't Let Her Live. 9. Zhongnan remained silent for the longest time before eventually answering his brother's call for war. Muzhen has already broken through to the higher level of the monarch rank while we are still stuck at the mid-level. 1 level of difference may not seem like much, however, when one's at their caliber, even an inch of improvement could mean a lifetime of effort. While they're stuck in their current level for all these years, the rest of the Elder Council has either reached their level or even surpassed them. I don't care. Zhongbei grew vicious in his voice. Back then I didn't rush off to kill that old witch because I couldn't bear to see the young lord stand alone without support. But now I can't take it anymore. It's either she dies or I die today. After nearly 20 years of suppression, this old fella obviously couldn't take it anymore and would do anything to get even. Regardless of that being giving up his own life in exchange. Shifu, Bai Yan's voice suddenly interjects itself into the conversation. I just picked up a strange bottle while I was training. Minding having a look at what it is? Making a look of surprise on their faces, Zhongnan and Zhongbei immediately turns to the indicated object. What did you find? Displayed before the 2 brothers were a white porcelain bottle of odd design. This is. As soon the cork was twisted open and allowed the fragrance to waft out, the 2 nearly fainted from the overwhelming smell. Though they didn't know exactly what the 3 pills were inside, their experience told them it's something amazing because their bodies were taking in the surrounding energy like a vacuum. That's something they haven't felt in years ever since they fell victim to Muzhen's scheme. Exchanging a glance of astonishment with each other, both brothers suspected the pills might just be able to cure their injuries. Yenner, where did you get this medicine? Did you really pick it up by accident? Downright shaking in his hand now, Zhongnan asks with a stern expression. Putting on a doubtful and confused face in return, Bai Yan had a lot of trouble keeping up her act. Yeah, I found it inside a cave up in the mountains. Is there a problem? I really did find it by accident. Of course there's a problem. Although I don't know what exactly these 3 pills are, but it's very likely able to cure our injuries. The 2 of you are hurt? Hurrying to get up from the floor now, Bai Yan makes the most awkward and fake look of someone being shocked by a hidden secret. Are you both okay? Where are you hurt? If it was any other person out there, they would surely call out the woman's horrible act. However, since these 2 brothers are putting all their trust into the lying fox over there, they didn't suspect a thing. Maybe Yenner is fated to be our savior, that's why she was able to pick up this medicine. Hesitating for a good moment, the younger Zhongbei offers his suggestion in a puzzled tone. After all, this really was too coincidental even for him. In truth, this was no coincidence at all. Biyao been preparing these Dan pills for some time now during the past few days. And as a precaution, she even went the extra mile to make 3 pills instead of 2 just so it doesn't rouse suspicion. Well, not that it would help when her acting was so poorly done that even an idiot would notice something was fishy. Disciple, you should rest for today since you just went through something so extreme. Don't worry, your 2 shifas here would definitely get revenge for you. A gleam of killing intent instantly takes hold of Zhongnan's iris after saying that. Muzhin. If she had stopped causing trouble then that's that, but now she's having the nerve to harm my newly acquired apprentice. She's asking for it. We will make her pay for everything. Blood for blood, death for death. Can't let her live. 10. Patting that hand to remove the dust from her hand, Biyao watches from behind as her 2 shifas carried off the assassin and pill in order to conduct their own business. I should go look for Xiachen too. It's getting late and the little rascal must be getting into so much trouble right now. She murmurs this to herself, afraid what might become of the city if she doesn't retrieve her son soon. The Ho household. Currently standing in front of a full-length mirror was Ho Chui. The girl's currently measuring up her newfound figure with satisfaction and glee. Who? Suddenly, a movement near the doorway had caught the girl's attention, causing her to swing herself around to peer over in the direction. To her surprise, it was a small little fox that instantly won her heart over under the glistening sun. Though she could easily recognize it as being the very same one who harmed herself at the restaurant, no female could possibly endure this level of cuddliness. Fine, I won't blame you since you are so cute. Now you just need to be my pet. Oh little fox, I didn't even go looking for you and now you're knocking at my door on your own? Smiling right up to her eyes, Ho Chui's existence exuded an aura of deviousness as she got closer to the little guy. Be happy, I am a kind-hearted person, as long as you become my pet then I can ignore the fact that you hurt me. Just bringing such a cute fox out as a pet is enough to make others jealous of me. But just as the girl's hand was about to touch the fox's face, that's when Xiachen did the unexpected and bit her fingers hard. Ah! Screaming out in pain, the former chubby girl hurries to retract that hand. Infuriated in her voice, damn fox, how dare you ignore my goodwill? I'm telling you now, I am the benefactor of that Huan Yin so you better not go against me. In order to not let Ho Chui be exposed, Mu Leng had more than once instilled the idea into her brain that she's the one who jumped into the river. Over time, the lie had become a fact in this delusionary girl's head. To be clear, though Huan Yin herself wasn't capable of cultivating due to her body at birth, it still doesn't change the fact that the Mirage household was one of the 4 major families within the Misty Fairy House. And to be able to reach such height meant they aren't to be trifled with, even for the leading family. For Xiachen, who witnessed everything on the boat that day, he naturally showed a dubious face over the claim. Huan Yin? Isn't she the woman who Mother saved that day in the river? But isn't the benefactor supposed to be Mother? How did it become this person here instead? Not waiting for the little fox to understand, Ho Chui has already taken a bag from the side in order to sack the kid. But that's not going to work against an agile and flexible fox, would it? Swinging to the side in a smooth dodging motion, Xiachen retaliates with a razor-sharp slash with his claw, leaving behind 5 bloody marks in the process. Can't let her live. 11. Ah! Ho Chui once again exclaims. Filled with burning rage in those eyes this time, she makes a pounce for the tiny critter in hopes of catching it. Sadly, she couldn't even catch a strand of hair, let alone the sly moving fox. In hindsight, Xiachen was able to nimbly dodge the girl with ease as they ran around the room. For this reason, the once tidy place was now a mess due to Ho Chui bumping into everything. The chairs were scattered, the table knocked and the vases shattered. Because of the loud commotion coming from this wing, it didn't take long for the rest of the Ho family members to come running in order to investigate. Knowing this wouldn't be good if there's more people around, Xiachen figured it's time he made himself scarce and bolted for the outside. In the crowded streets of the market, a little fox was scurrying off at top speed for the Zhong Manor's direction. I've been away for over half an hour already, Mother must be really worried. Just as the image of Biyan's grumpy face was all that's in the kid's head, a pair of feet had suddenly come in front of him and blocked his path. Naturally, the boy was annoyed by the interruption and looked up questioningly. In that instant, his eyes instantly turned into a raging red after seeing the purplish robe and silvery hair. Meanwhile, on the receiving end, the majestic man only showed surprise and joy before it devolved into a stinging pain over the fox's appearance. This was his son who's been harmed, and his wife was nowhere to be seen. "Where's your mother?" The man's voice sounded hoarse and dry as he asked. No one knows but himself how hard it was without his family. If not for the faith inside that it would be all right, Di-tsang might have given up already. Issue was, state teacher only managed to predict Bai Yan's approximate whereabout of being at the Misty Fairy House. As to the exact location, he hasn't had a clue. "Take me to her." Full of bitter sadness inside, the once proud demon lord was now a pleading father who only wants his family back. This of course didn't go unnoticed by the little fox and nearly won him over even. However, the pain caused by the fraud and the lies were too deep. Eventually the boy dismisses his own wavering self. "I can't go soft, I can't betray mother, and I can't let anyone bring harm to mother again." "Xiachen," the man picks the boy up before it's too late, "I can give you an explanation for what happened before." Despite the desperateness in his voice, the toddler didn't want to hear any of it. He kept his ears covered with those paws to show he had no intent of listening. "I won't listen. I won't listen. This baddie hurt mother so much, I will never forgive him." Seeing his old man wasn't going to let him go at this rate, Bai Xiachen did what any child would do, and that was to bite down harshly at those hands. In the next second, blood began to flow out of the palm from the bite wounds. Di-tsang didn't relent and simply made a frown in light of this. He knows this was his only chance. If he misses this opportunity to right things, then it's likely his wife and son would never show themselves again. Fortunately, his perseverance seems to have worked because the kid eventually relented. "Why did baddie father not stop me? Considering his strength, he could easily stop me from making him bleed, so why?" Impersonate. 1. "Where's your mother?" the man asks again with a deeper sound signature. Against that constant pleading, the baby fox unconsciously softens up once more. However, whenever he does so, the image of Bai Yan's bloodied-up body from that day instantly re-emerges and strengthens his resolve. Huffing a snort, he deliberately swings his head to the side in order to ignore the pain from the man's eye. "Xiachen, the man from that day wasn't me." "Really?" Suspiciously sneaking a peek, the baby fox didn't know whether to believe that explanation or not. What if he's here to pursue mother in order to finish the job? Flickering with light over that possibility, those sneaky blue eyes grew cunning, like he's just thought up a plan. And since Di-tsang only had the thought of reuniting with his wife again, the demon lord naturally couldn't catch onto the boy's inner thought. Under those pleading eyes of this father, Bai Xiachen eventually nodded. "You agree?" Trembling in his hand, the man had to take a good moment to take in this reality, for it's too much for his heart. Unfortunately for him though, instead of heading for the Zhong Manor's location like they should, the baby fox went in the complete opposite way and intends to lead the man astray. Di-tsang could doubt anyone, but not his son. As such, he followed with a sense of ecstasy at the eventual reunion of his wife. Zhong Manor. Bai Yan had searched every nook and cranny she could think of already. Whether it be the back mountain or the nearby city streets, she couldn't locate her son at all. After a long while of musing, she figured there's only one other location she didn't look yet, and that was the Dragon River. Xiachen must have went to look for Tsing-yi at the bottom of the river. "No matter, I will go have a look over there regardless." Out of her own urgency, the woman didn't leave any word behind for her two shifas and headed directly for the river. To her surprise, there were a lot, and by a lot she meant a ton of people scouring the river bank at the moment when she arrives. "What going on here? Why is there so many people around?" Furrowing that tightly knotted brow, she asks one of the bystanders. "You don't know yet?" The one being asked was a teenager who appeared quite taken aback by the strange question. "Aren't you also a member of our Misty Fairy House? How could you not know when something this big happened?" Bai Yan's face showed a look of embarrassment. "I haven't been out for a long time, so I'm kind of out of the loop. My two shifas only told me to keep away from the Dragon River, never did they mention about anything else like the place being a huge attraction." What if they discovered Xingyi's location? Just as Bai Yan's contemplating the risks of this continuing, the youth speaks up again and kept going. It is said that a few days ago there appeared a genius young lady during the youth convention. Not only did this person cure the Mirage family's Huan Yin of her physical condition, she also saved the girl and another from the dragons that attacked the boat. For that reason, everyone's now out and about in search of that missing lady. Making a face of disbelief and shock, did my actions that day raise such a huge sensation? And, I didn't know until now. We've found her. Suddenly, a wave of joy interrupts her train of thought and instantly attracted the attention of all from the front. Looking over, she herself could see two young maids currently supporting a woman out of the Dragon River. Just like how she was that day, this individual had on a veil to cover up the better part of the blood-smeared face while the dress grew sticky to the body as a result of the water. What's going on here? Didn't I instruct Goldie and Silvery to not drag anyone into the water again? Why are there still people falling into the Dragon River? She frowns and became rather perplexed by the scene. Impersonate, too, it's just that. When Bai Yan saw the woman's figure, her initial reaction was a stupefied expression of someone seeing a ghost. Sure, she couldn't see the woman's face from her angle, but the fact that the figure looked so similar to her own was uncanny. Take the clothes for example, it's exactly as the one she wore that day on the boat. Just when Bai Yan was rather puzzled and didn't know what to make of this, another voice had cut in and pulled her attention away. Move aside please, everyone move aside please. Miss Mu Leng is coming through. Mu Leng? The name immediately caused her face to go heavy. To tell the truth, even if the girl did somewhat offend herself on the boat that day, Bai Yan didn't really take it to heart. After all, it's just some random person whom she met on a single outing. But Mu Leng's the student of Elder Muzhen, that makes her an enemy. Yes, this woman is the person who saved Huan Yin that day. I remember her. Mu Leng mildly says this after coming up to the riverbank. Phew. The people were all heaving a puff of relief after hearing this because the rescue efforts could finally come to an end. Though it did strike them as odd that a woman could survive for several days on end inside the water, it doesn't change the fact that the person has been found. Bai Yan on the other hand didn't feel so relaxed like the rest of them though. Her instincts are directing her to a certain theory. If all of this was only to save the woman that just fell into the water, then it could still be coincidence, but Mu Leng's involvement? That's just too ridiculous. This was clearly a ploy for something else. Squinting her eyes, a frosty gleam flashes within Bai Yan's iris. You up hoof. The rescued woman coughs twice as she threw up the water in her lungs. Showing confusion as she opened her eyes, where am I? Am I still alive? You needn't be afraid. You are safe now. Mu Leng's voice sounded incredibly soft and warm. Now first tell us what happened under the river. The woman's body shook like she's still frightened by the experience before going over the previously discussed story. I was dragged away by those two dragons and locked inside a palace. They didn't feed me for days and I was starving throughout the imprisonment. In the end I had to use a lot of energy before eventually finding an opening to escape from the palace. I didn't expect the location to be under the river, so I nearly drowned as soon as I got out. Understanding this was enough in their fake story, Mu Leng hurries to signal her men to take the person away. This lady is obviously very shook still from the experience. Take her back to the Mu Manor and have some of my maids cater to her needs. Having said that, the high-standing lady then straightens up to face the focus crowd, and I need to go report this to the chief. Yes, Miss Mu Leng. The guard respectfully complied and retreated away. From beginning to end, Bai Yan was watching this from behind the crowd and became rather amused by the blatant lie. When trouble befalls you from heaven, then there is still hope of avoidance, but when you ask for it, then there is no hope of escape. Since Mu Leng is courting her own death, then why should I stop her? Since entering the Mu Manor after being led here, Ho Chui Chui hadn't stopped exploring for even a minute. She's too excited inside knowing this might all be within her grasp soon, especially that back mountain which stretches for miles on end. Miss Ho, a maid hurriedly comes to report, Miss Huan Yin is coming. This immediately warranted a hopeful look from the excited woman. Hurry, and let her in. Yes, Miss Ho. In no time at all, the maid had returned from the front with another person in tow. Impersonate, 3, Miss Huan Yin. Ho Chui Chui coughs awkwardly to clear her throat after seeing how quick the girl ran over. Saving you is something I should duly do, there's no need for you to bow to me. In the ignorant wench's mind, all those amazing people should have some level of air around there themselves to differentiate from the common folks. And since she herself had become Huan Yin's savior, she mustn't lose out and decides to act smart to put on the act. Unfortunately for the once chubby fool, that's a total miss on her end. Nearly coming to a stumbling halt, the hopeful guest known as Huan Yin now shows a wary look. When did I bow to her? How come I didn't know? Miss Ho, what's wrong with your voice? Why do I feel like your voice has changed? She asks, pursing her lip in the process. Thankfully Ho Chui Chui herself still had a veil on right now, otherwise the expression she made in that instant would have been a big giveaway. Oh, I'm just a little uncomfortable in the throat. It's normal for someone's voice to change after going through what I did. It will heal in due time. Nodding her head in understanding, Huan Yin immediately asked again with another idea. I have here some medicine to help heal your weakened body, would you like some? This. There's no need, Ho Chui Chui hurries to shake her head. With my ability and strength, a little injury like this is nothing. So Miss Huan Yin, is there anything you need in coming to see me? Now the wariness was quickly growing inside her. Huan Yin may not know why, but something iffy was up and she couldn't quite figure out why. Miss Ho, where is that fox of yours? Forcing a smile, she decides to go in a roundabout way to get some more information. Fox? Staring wide-eyed, Ho Chui Chui became puzzled. That was enough for the already suspicious girl to reaffirm there's something really wrong here. Huan Yin and Bai Yan may not be actual friends, but that doesn't mean she's blind. During the ride on the dragon boat, the girl could see how important that silvery fox was to the veiled female. You know, the silvery fox you were keeping by your arm's length at all times during the incident? Silvery fox? Getting anxious as well now knowing she's screwed up, the fake hurries to make up a lie using a soft tone. My poor fox was eaten by the dragons that day. So that's why, not going to start prying. Huan Yin knew she's overstepped her boundaries after seeing the fake sorrow in the other side's face. Taking a step back, Miss Ho, I came today in order to thank you for saving me. In addition, I'm also here to formally invite you to my home for a visit after your injuries are healed. My father would like to personally thank you for the deed. It's getting late and I should stop disturbing your rest. Eh? The first instinct Ho Chui Chui had there after hearing this was to reach out to stop this. Unfortunately for this deceiving wench, Huan Yin's legs were much faster than those fingers. Sighing over the departing figure, that Huan Yin is too kind to me, she's obviously only leaving so fast in order to let me rest. No matter, I will grace her with my presence once I'm in good health. Quit worrying, you fool. The impersonation worked, otherwise she wouldn't have invited yourself to her home just now. She kept murmuring this to herself as if it's some kind of spell. Back outside the Mu Manor's doorway, Huan Yin was just about to board her carriage when the maid she brought along spoke up. Miss, weren't you really excited to meet Miss Ho? Why did you, back there? Halting in her step over that question, she turns and stared meaningfully into the general direction of the inside. This person, something's not quite right about her. What? The maid exclaims. I don't know why, but I just feel there's something very wrong about her. Though my interaction with the woman that day is short and brief, but the air and temperament this Ho Chui Chui gave me is completely different. Biting her lip, Huan Yin knew she couldn't let this slide. We're going back first. I need to let my father know about this so he can investigate the matter further. Impersonate, 4. After having the whole rescue effort coming to a close, Bai Yan didn't leave like the rest and spent a good amount of time searching the river bank for her son's whereabout to no avail. Frowning now, can it be, something happened to him? It's then a slight rustling sound had caught her attention. From her angle Bai Yan could see there's a heavily injured fatty that's leaning against the main trunk of a tree up ahead. The man was literally covered in blood as a result of the sword embedded into his chest, indicating how severe that wound was. She wanted to go get a closer look, but when she took a step forward, The noise from her footsteps had obviously scared the individual and roused him to make a run for it. Not going to let this slide, Bai Yan does a flash step and blocked the fatty's path. It looks like your body is quite special if you can still run in your current state. Oh great lady, please let me go, just pretend I'm a fart and toss me away. Kneeling as his first reaction, the fatty gets down on the floor and begs with all his might. Explain to me then, why did you run as soon as you saw me, and are you pleading for your life? Crossing her arms around the chest, Bai Yan smirks with confidence like she's not afraid. Let him know she's still unaware of what's going on. I've told Muleng's people about you buying the ticket from me and also gave them a portrait of your face. I was scared, that's why I did that when they threatened me. The fatty merchant thought this was a form of payback for outing her, hence the reason why he would be so frightened after seeing Bai Yan blocking his path. What's with your injury then? From the very beginning Bai Yan's been suspecting something was up when Muleng showed up so perfectly after the girl was salvaged from the water. Now it's beginning to make total sense. It's the Mu Manners people. The fatty puckers his lip to the side in discontent. Those people were afraid of me exposing this matter to others, that's why they sent assassins after me. Luckily my heart grew on the wrong side of my body and allowed me to avoid dying. Do you want revenge? Now Bai Yan's tone was getting cold and serious. Revenge? The fatty quickly waves hand in a panic, shaking his head to get the point through. Please don't make this joke with me. Muleng is Elder Muzhin's disciple. In the entire Elder Council, that old woman has more than enough power to crush a lowly grunt like me and cover it up without anyone knowing. Oh, is that so? Nodding at the man's insistence, if you are not interested in revenge then I won't force you. However, I am a woman of standard. Any debt must be paid in equal exchange. Regarding the part about you revealing me to Muleng, I expect you to repay me with your life as compensation. Originally the fatty merchant was already getting ready to issue a sigh of relief, but to hear this threatening statement from out of the blue, he could literally cry tears of foul. And you call that not forcing me? How do you expect me to refuse when you're threatening my life? All serious in return, of course I'm not forcing you, just that. I like equal exchanges. Who told you to expose me to those people? Crying in grievance now, the fat merchant knew he's now on the hook. Then what do you want me to do? Nothing much, only you coming out at the critical moment to act as a witness. And as an extra measure of safety, you will follow me from now on. Impersonate. 5. Why do I feel like following you is even more dangerous? Puckering his lip to the side, the fat merchant had an aching sensation this couldn't be good. Talk about bad karma. If he knew things would devolve into such a dangerous state then he would have never gotten greedy and sold the ticket to this devilish woman. What are you still standing there for? If you can still move then come with me now. Giving only a glance, Bai Yan turns for the Zhong Manor where her shifis should still be busy doing their own thing. Xiachen might have already went back by now since it is getting late. A grumbling tummy always gets the best of him. As much as the fatty merchant wanted to resist, he knew well enough that the woman in front of himself far exceeded his own strength. In the end he could only begrudgingly follow from behind until they arrived at their destination. You are Elder Zhongnan and Zhongbei's people? The man asks with astonishment in his eyes. They are my shifis, Bai Yan returns with a slight nod. If she is their disciple then why didn't she receive an invitation slip that day? Growing increasingly wary after thinking of that part, the fatty still knew he must get a clearer answer if he were to continue on with this plan. I didn't know the two elders had another disciple. From what I hear, they only had one from 20 years ago. After that person died in a freak accident, the two elders have been in a tumbling spiral downwards ever since. Halting in her step, Bai Yan swings around using a rather intimidating stance. I will get revenge for my shifis. Don't tell me. While watching that fierce reaction, the fatty merchant suddenly came down with an ominous idea. The one who killed your senior, it's Elder Muzhin's people isn't it? If not for that reason then why would she go through so much trouble to topple Muzhin and Muleng? Turning that fierce face into a condescending one, Bai Yan stares down at the person like he's a dead man. You know, knowing too much is not good for the faint of heart. The more they know, the quicker they die. The threat nearly made the fatty pee himself right then and there. Whatever he wanted to say next, he's lost it, for he knows he's now in a wolf's den and could no longer come back out. Miss, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. If everything fails, then retreat is always the best solution. I don't want to get caught up in between the power struggle of two elder factions. But before he could make it a single step out of the front door, two muscular men had blocked off his path. Gulping over this, he swings around again. Miss, what does it take for you to spare me? Smiling like a smug monster in human skin, Bai Yan makes a comforting pat on the man's shoulder, which only increased the already tense air. Don't worry, I promise to keep you safe, so that's exactly what I'm going to do. The two of them will be responsible for your protection, and if you want to be even safer, all you have to do is keep within 100 meters of me at all times. In light of that statement, the fatty only found his life increasingly shorter, like it won't be very long before he meets his end. Please, milady, I still have young ones and old ones to look after in my life, please have some mercy. One more word and I will let you meet your maker this instant. Squinting those eyes, her tone turned threatening. Sure enough, the other side immediately shuts that mouth and didn't utter another word. I have something to do still, so you can walk around the place on your own if you like. Remember though, do not leave the Zhong Manor's premise. Signaling the two muscular men in the back to take the person away to his quarter, she then turns to her own residence in search of the naughty little fox. Bai Yan thought the boy would have returned by now for sure, but after much searching and flipping, there were no signs of the little rascal. Now the mother's starting to truly worry and panic. Where exactly did my son go? If it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely come back and tell me first if he's staying out late. Just when this mother's struggling to decide on her next course of action, a guard from the front had come in to report, Miss, someone is seeking an audience with you. See me? Slightly frowning, let him inside. Yes, milady. Affirming with a nod, the guard quickly retreats for the task. Not long after, the supposed guest had arrived at her courtyard. It was a man wearing a golden-colored robe with eyes curiously scanning the surroundings. When he finally noticed Bai Yan's existence though, that curious face promptly lit up and he ran over like a overjoyed kid. Impersonate, 6, Ms. He had wanted to follow Tsing Yi's way of calling Bai Yan his mistress, but after thinking it through, when it's a public place, he decides to stuff the thought back down. I am Goldie. Goldie? Blinking in astonishment, Bai Yan hurries to signal the maids and guards nearby to go. All of you retreat first and leave us to ourselves. Yes, milady. Due to her being Zhongnan and Zhongbei's disciple, everyone within the estate now takes her as the third highest authority. Aside from the two elders themselves, the woman's words are law. Once they're alone again, Bai Yan got right to the point. Why did you come all of a sudden? It's the little master, he told me to bring you a message, mistress. He said he will return in a few days due to a matter at hand. Making a slight frown, my son needs to be away for a few days? Xiachen is always so clingy, why would he suddenly want to leave for a few days? I don't know either, but the little master told me he is very safe and would return on his own. I see. Exhaling a long sigh, you can go back first then. Although she doesn't know what her son intends to do during this period, it didn't matter because Bai Yan's trust in her son remained strong. As long as he's not in danger, then it's fine. Mistress, the human-formed Goldie suddenly starts to wiggle awkwardly like a shy little child. Lady Tsing Yi told me to stay with you for protection and that she's fine with only Silvery by her side. Musing over the idea, it didn't long for her to come to a conclusion. Fine then, you can stay. But tell me first, how did my son get in contact with you? This, Goldie scratches his head and puts on the broadest cheek-eating grin he's ever made. I gave him a transmission stone before you and the little master left last time. It was something I picked up by accident one day. But Xiachen can't speak in his current state. How did you understand him? That's not an issue, mistress. As long as he speaks to me using his heart, then I can understand his message. The knowledge instantly causes the woman's eye to flicker with light. Do you remember where you found the transmission stone? It's over at the Dragon Clan's side. Dragon Clan? Rubbing her chin in contemplation, why not? I need to go there sooner or later anyways. I'll send someone to arrange a room for you later. You can stay here for now. Okay. Goldie was now giggling with glee, the polar opposite of what a huge ferocious dragon should look like. Meanwhile, at the same time in a not-so-far-away mountain, the little rascal of a fox had just finished tucking away the transmission stone in his possession. Goldie will bring my message to Mother, then Mother won't have to worry about me. But before Biyao could enjoy his momentary victory, a tall shadow from behind had enveloped his tiny body, thus causing the poor kid to freeze right on the spot. Is your mother really in a place like this? The man's voice was hoarse and somber as he asked. The little fox nodded in quick succession. Against that innocent child look, it would be difficult for one to doubt his sincerity. Issue was, the one making the question was Ditsang, the demon lord and ruler of the demon realm. There's no way he would fall for his own son's trick. Arching his lip into a cheeky smirk, this rascal really think I can't hear his message just now, does he? There's nothing I can't intercept at this range. Whatever, as long as he can't overcome that hole in his heart, then he won't take me to his mother. I will need to think of something to fix this. Xiachen, are you hungry? I just caught a pheasant, so why I don't make a roast for you, how about it? Normally Xiachen would never deny an offering of food, however, the image of Ditsang blowing up the kitchen from the last time he was inside their home still lingers vividly in his mind. Therefore, his first answer was to shake his head around like a rocking drum. But whether it be a yes or no, the demon lord didn't care. Ignoring the expression of his son's distraught face, he sweeps his sleeve and summoned up a pile of branches where he immediately shot out a fireball to light it up. Impersonate, 7. The little fox definitely lacked confidence in his old man's culinary skills, but that soon changed after he got his first whiff of the barbecue scent in the air. All of a sudden, there's now a drooling kid who kept trying to resist the temptation despite that constant peeking from the corner of his eye. After half an hour later, Ditsang readily tosses the roasted pheasant over to the boy's side, where he immediately took a huge bite out of the flesh like a hungry animal. The flavor and aroma were overflowing, filling his jaws and taste bud to the brim of intoxication. Then, realizing the fault in his manners, Biyao at least had some consciousness left in his gluttonous self. Ripping one of the legs off, he tosses it back over to the watching demon lord like it's his form of kindness. Ditsang on the other hand honestly didn't expect this from the boy. The kid's always been quite resistant to his existence, that's why this act actually shook him somewhat and made him get a true sense of being a father. The one who hunted you and your mother really wasn't me before, Anne. I've dealt with them already. Sadly, the boy only had the roast pheasant in mind right now, so none of those sincere words even reached his ears, let alone sway the kid's opinion. Truly, only a mother would know their son the best. Exactly like Bai Yan predicted, the grumbling stomach always comes out on top for this little glutton. What do I have to do to get you to take me to your mother? As long as you tell me, then I will promise anything. Ditsang once again pleads using his gentlest tone. Shaking his little head after a good moment of musing, nope, I mustn't bring Batty father to see mother, otherwise mother will surely beat him away. Anne. I haven't even forgiven him yet. Xiachen, if I'm not wrong, you fell into a frenzied state before, did you not? Frenzied? The little fox blinks and blinks, confused by the term. What's that? He knew only to protect his mother back then and to kill anyone who wants to bring her harm. As for everything else, he didn't have a clue remaining in his already hazy memory. From the very beginning I could tell there's a mysterious force contained within your blood. I had thought it would take several more years before that power breaks forward, but it seems it can longer wait. Bringing the fox into his arms, the man leisurely leans against the nearby tree like a magnificent sculpture. Naturally Biyao would struggle at the contact, after all, he's still quite upset at his old man. But a baby fox would remain a baby fox, there's no way he could overpower a fully grown man's binding hands. Don't move. Ditsang's finger taps down at the boy's temple. In an instant, a cool stream of energy flows into that body, causing a wave of refreshing tension to take hold. Eventually a pleased groaning sound escaped the boy's mouth. His appearance was no different from a kitty cat being petted with its eyes closed. Then, just as the pleasurable massage was at its peak, the stream of energy suddenly stopped, causing him to wince and look up in puzzlement. At this moment Di Tsang's complexion didn't look good at all despite the smirk he held. In fact, the voice he's making carried a trace of weakness. Originally I wanted to wait a bit longer for my strength to restore itself, but it's clear that cannot wait anymore. Remember, what I did will only last for 2 years. Afterwards the rest is up to yourself, otherwise the mysterious power will return and cause havoc in your own body. Making a muffled howl at his old man's weakened state, the kid's big blue eyes were filled with water. I'm fine, I just need a bit of rest. After saying that, the demon lord then carefully placed his son down to take a proper posture. With his eyes closed, he's now in a meditative state under the setting sunset, giving him an almost holy and Buddhist look. Under normal situations, Biyao would have made a bolt for home by this stage considering everything he's been through. However, against the fatigued appearance of the man here, he just couldn't move. Impersonate, 8, sprawling down to his old man, Biyao would on occasion shoot up a glance up from time to time check the man's status. This act continued until the kid could hear the breathing growing more and more smoothly, which was a good sign and the signal for his unease to settle down. Xiachen, I am a little thirsty, can you get some water for me? After some time, Di Tsang awakes and smiles down at the boy who was still around resting. The kid didn't act up like usual, only giving a quick nod before hurrying off to the river not far away from their location. If only Biyao had taken a moment to think this request through, then he would have remembered something crucial. For a powerful master, not eating or drinking for months on end wouldn't be an issue at all, so the fact that the great demon lord would ask him to get water should have been a huge red flag for something strange. Sure enough, as soon as that little figure finished disappearing from view, Di Tsang's complexion could no longer keep up the facade and instantly turned into an unhealthy shade of white where he ended up puking blood from his mouth. It looks like it's still too early to be using my strength like that, but if I didn't then he would be at constant danger of suffering a relapse from his own powers. Wiping the trail of blood smeared to his chin, this father didn't regret the fact. He's only annoyed that the effort and cost didn't quite match up to what his expectations wanted. After all, the original plan was to wait till they meet up with Bai Yan first before tackling the issue, but that thought went out the window after he noticed the urgency in his son's body. Thoughts aside, Di Tsang knew he must get his act together before the boy notices his condition. Hurrying to scatter the ground with dirt, he covers up the blood he made. Good timing too, because as soon as he was done, the little fox had returned with the water using a makeshift bowl using a bamboo leaf. Smiling at this, the man didn't hesitate and readily took a drink from his son's generosity. Why didn't you leave just now? He asks with a pleased undertone. Towards his old man's inquisitive question, Biyao honestly didn't know what to make of it either aside from swinging his head repeatedly. It's true he wanted to leave as well and return to his mother's side, but those legs refused to budge for some reason. Maybe it's because I can't bear it? Hanging his head, the kid wanted to reprimand himself for getting soft. I won't betray mother still. Don't worry, I won't force you to take me to your mother for the coming days. Di Tsang needed only a glance to understand what his son's thought patterns were, so he didn't press the matter. Really? Lighting up in joy, the little fox looks up at his old man happily. But you have to stay within my sight during this period while we are together. Catching the little guy into his grasp again, he dryly states his terms. There's no way he could let this fella go. If he does, then how was he supposed to find his wife again? The little fox desperately nodded in return. As long as he doesn't force me to go find mother, then anything can be negotiated. Come, I found a cave earlier, so we will go there to recuperate. While the father and son were having some bonding time together, Bai Yan on the other hand was busy training in her own residence, so none of the members in this family were able to learn of the major event taking place within the Dragon River. It's nothing much really, only that Silvery had been caught by the members of the Misty Fairy House after the careless dragon went out for a stroll. Normally the slithering serpent could easily suppress a group of fighters merely by using his draconian aura, but this was one of the 3 major powers out there. One master couldn't do the task doesn't mean a dozen masters couldn't. Impersonate, 9, Elder Muzhen. Upon seeing the arrival of this old beauty and her disciple, those who were already standing at the Dragon River promptly moved aside to create a path for them. Giving a confident nod, Muzhin slowly strode towards the front where a heavily bruised-up dragon was lying there on the shore. Due to the large numbers of wounds and injuries, Silvery was now panting heavily despite the ferocious glare he's giving to the surrounding crowd. Is this the dragon that tried to attack the dragon boat that day? Coming up to the captive, Muzhin stares down condescendingly at the dragon to express her own opinion. How come there's only one here? I remember in the reports there were 2 that day. Where's the last one? Shifu, we can have our people go down again to search the waterbed. The Dragon River is only so big, there's no room for the other one to hide at this point. Offering up the suggestion, Mulan grins maliciously at the impending treasure she's about to get. Dragons are full of precious materials, right down to its nucleus core. For example, the scales could be used to craft weapons or armors, which are invaluable to a cultivator who needs a personal gear in combat. Then there's the flesh of the serpent. Ignoring the delicious taste that's been spouted since tales of old, the benefits from digesting a slab of said meat would outweigh the danger of slaying one of these legendary creatures because of the great boost to one's bodily functions. You are right, my dear. Nodding at her student's suggestion, Muzhin signals her people to dive. All of you go now, I want that second dragon captured and placed before my eyes. Silvery roared out at the humans as soon as he overheard their plan. Despite the heavy injuries and bruises he sustained, his huge body once again moves to take an aggressive stance. Lady Tsing-yi is still inside the river. I can't let any of these human down there. Furrowing her brow at the offensive display by the serpent, Muzhin needed no further reason to attack. Forming a fist, she sends a direct blow against Silvery's main body. You dare to block me? You're asking for death. Bang! Swinging around and making a heavy thud against the shore, Silvery found his strength completely leaving him this time. He couldn't even raise his head anymore after that hit. No. If things continue like this, then Lady Tsing-yi will surely be in danger. I must notify Goldie. In between the blurring haziness that's swiftly overtaking the poor dragon's consciousness, he could see the humans are quickly moving towards the body of water. Above the Zhong Manor, an extremely thick and powerful gush of energy was quickly gathering and converging in the sky above this estate. From afar, it would look like a storm was brewing. Boom! Suddenly, strikes of lightning began to rain down at the ground, covering the sky with the gloominess of a forming hurricane. As a result, all of those elders and powerful individuals had become alarmed and had started to investigate. That, is someone breaking through into the higher level of the monarch rank? It looks like it's coming from the general direction of the Zhong Manor. Zhong Manor? Is it the Zhong brothers? But aren't those 2 seriously injured and could no longer progress in this lifetime? How can they suddenly make a breakthrough after so many years of nothing? I bet it's some other master passing through their home and decided to hunker down for a breakthrough. The Zhong brothers can still break into the higher level of the monarch rank? Don't kid around. In any case, we should inform the chief and madam first. Exchanging a look with each, the group of elders decides to consult with the leading family first before taking action. We will go to the Zhong Manor first to investigate. By then we will know who is having a breakthrough. Chief Wu Wei makes his decision after listening in on the information he's given. The man originally wanted to summon Ho Chui Chui since he's heard from Huan Yin that they've rescued the girl, but he's the chief. When a high-level monarch rank master appears, then he must divert his attention that way since he must put the Misty Fairy House before his own family. Impersonate, 10. After saying this, the chief then firmly walked towards the door where her wife soon followed from behind. Jun Tianyu, wife, may be quite anxious inside to meet the lass who managed to cure Huan Yin of her condition, but this mother knew she mustn't go out of line in times like these. Inside the Zhong Manor, Bai Yan had only just opened her eyes after meditating when she overheard the hearty laughs of 2 familiar seniors. Next thing she knew, they had barged into her room with the biggest grin she's seen so far after getting to know them both. Huh, lassie, you really are our blessing. Not only did the medicine you found cure us of our old injuries, it also helped us break into the higher level of the monarch rank. In truth, these 2 old fellas were well into their late stages of making a breakthrough back in the day, just that due to the injury they sustained they were unable to complete the task. With the superior strength, they now have the capital to confront Muzhen. It has nothing to do with me, Shifu. It's entirely your own fortune. Standing up to greet them, Bai Yan puts on a genuine smile of her own. But before the three could rejoice in the moment, the door was once again slammed open. Coming in was Goldie in his frantic state. "Mistress, something major has happened." Frowning at this, "What's going on?" "I and Silvery are twins, so I can sense his injury." "Mistress, it must be those people who are searching the river, they've hurt him. If Lady Tsing-yi were to be found by them, I fear it will spell her ladyship's doom. If it was 100 years ago, then no one in the Misty Fairy House could be the Dragoness's opponent. However, Tsing-yi's been seriously injured since that event, so she's unable to fight, let alone defend herself. We're going to the Dragon River now." Bai Yan loudly proclaims this, her eyes sharp and dangerous. Zhongnan and Zhongbei were also frowning after seeing their student's sudden change in attitude. "Yenner, do you need our help? If you could please." For the offer, she didn't reject and kindly accepted it with a nod. And then, without so much as another word, her figure was gone from the spot, leaving behind only a blurring afterimage in her wake. How did Yenner move so fast? That's not a speed an Earth-rank cultivator should have. Despite his own doubts and astonishment, Zhongnan didn't want to delay and tossed the dilemma aside. The urgent task at hand was to help his precious disciple save someone important. The rest could wait until they are back. More and more onlookers are beginning to gather around the river bank after news of the dragon's capture. For Ho Chui, who had always been a nosy person by nature, she of course couldn't bear to miss out on such a huge event. Taking advantage of the guard's lack of attention, the former chubby girl snuck out on her own again and came to the site, where she soon noticed a certain female. Miss Huan Yin. Originally Huan Yin herself wanted to ignore the fraudster when she noticed the other side's arrival, but to be called out in the open, it's now impossible to pretend. Therefore, the only response was a faint nod to affirm the greeting. Ignorant to the point of not seeing the lack of reception, Ho Chui actually had the face to get all friendly despite the other side's unwillingness to chat. "The evil dragon is finally caught. We can now get revenge for ourselves, Miss Huan Yin. Aren't you happy? Slaying the dragon for doing evil deeds is fine, but I fear this creature will face a fate worse than death while in Elder Muzhen's hand." Sighing at the thought, Huan Yin felt pity for the serpent that's covered in a pool of blood right now. As painful as it was for her heart, the girl herself knew this was how the world works. The strong eats the strong, it's the ironclad rule of every living being. And regarding this Ho Chui's claim about getting revenge for them both, Huan Yin wasn't so sure about that. She may not have evidence yet, but it's just a matter of time before her father discovers the truth. That much the girl was certain. With each tick of the clock, everyone grew increasingly more wary as they waited in silence around the river bank. But everything eventually comes to an end. "Elder, we couldn't find another dragon inside the river," one of the members of the search group reports after surfacing. "Impersonate, 11, none?" Muzhen's face sank. "Did you make sure to search everywhere?" "We didn't miss a single spot, Elder. There was nothing aside from the palace that we discovered along the way, and when we searched inside there weren't anyone inside either," the subordinate explains. "No dragon? How can it be?" Musing over the issue, Muzhen came down with another idea after some careful deduction. "I am an elder of the Misty Fairy House and I know you are here somewhere. They say dragons never abandon their own, so why not step forward to show yourself?" Her lips then evoked into a sinister snarl like that of a predator discovering their prey's hiding spot. "Someone come, chop this dragon into mincemeat. I like to see how long the other one can continue to hide while his companion is being killed." "Yes, Elder." Led by the closest subordinate next to the old beauty, the man held no hesitation when sheathing his blade. Slicing down, the move instantly sheds down a good chunk of meat from the already battered-up body. Silvery made an excruciating scream over the pain, of course, but more than that, his hatred for this woman stood above all else right now, causing even his whole body to tremble all over from anger. This was honestly a very bloody scene for everyone involved, Huan Yin especially, who hastened to turn herself aside before the gruesome scene. "I'll count to 3, if you do not appear by that time then I'll bloody scrape off his flesh entirely." Muzhin's gaze turned sharp and cruel to emphasize her threat. 1. 2. Before the final count could be said though, a heavy set of splashes were set off within the river and out came a humongous green dragon ascending into the air. She radiated courage and majestic might, a splitting image of her once glorious image of the one known as Azure Dragon, the great dragon general of the demon realm. Lady Tsing-yi. Silvery urgently struggles to stand upright only to be ruthlessly stomped down again by Muzhin's foot. Before long, the figure of Tsing-yi's existence gradually changed and took on a human form of a woman wearing a light green dress. The complexion she gave may be pale and weak, but those eyes were strong. Silvery is my subordinate, so the fault lies with me in not disciplining him prior to the attack. I'm apologizing to the two frightened girls here. She then makes a sincere bow to show she meant it, but I remember that my subordinate never harmed you in any way, yet you injured him to such a severe state. How should I take that? Muzhin sneered. I am an elder of the Misty Fairy House, so it's within my duty to get even for those under my charge. Forget about hurting this dragon. Even if I kill him right now, it's still his fault to bear. A young girl meekly raises a hand just then. I accept her apology. The one speaking up was the first girl who got dragged into the water. At first she was still holding a heavy grudge for what happened to herself, however, the tragic image of Silvery being butchered left that sweet maiden heart aching and unbearable. I accept the apology too. Shooting a glance over to the old hag who's using justice as an excuse, Huan Yin decides to step forward as well to make her stance clear. Muzhin's complexion took a slight turn for the worse, but that quickly changed once her gaze fell upon Ho Chui-Chui's presence. This girl over there is also a victim. I promised her before that I will get her justice. Taken aback by the accusation, Tsing-yi promptly looked over to the specified Ho Chui-Chui before turning back to Silvery on the ground. Did you harm someone else again? No, I didn't. Lady Tsing-yi, I don't know who that third girl is. Shaking his head profusely despite it being nothing more than a slight jiggle due to his own injuries, the poor dragon clearly didn't know who the imposter was based on his tone and reaction. Towards her own subordinate's words, the dragoness would never doubt them, for they are as close as it comes in terms of family. In an instant, a touch of frosted ice now enshrouds her gaze that's peering down at the human woman. By Yan's arrival, 1. My men didn't take her so based on what can you hurt him so badly? Fluttering against the wind with her existence, Tsing-yi's aura became cold and menacing like that of a seasoned general from the battlefield. Ha! Muzhin's lip curved into a sarcastic snarl. You expect us to believe his words just because he claims so? We are not so foolish to believe a beast's word. Besides, so what if he didn't attack the third girl? The fact that you can contribute your bodies to humanity is your honor. The implication of those words was that she could butcher their dragon kind and still be honored and worshipped for the deed. A true narcosis. This world have always been like this, the strong eating the weak. As weaklings, you are not qualified to live. She slowly paced towards Tsing-yi's location, her eyes showing a threatening coldness of someone readying to commit murder. It didn't help either that the sky had become dark as a result of the thunderclouds quickly gathering around the area, giving it an ominous feeling in the air. For those that only came to observe and watch, they immediately retreated to one side, fearing the ensuing battle would affect them. Lady Tsing-yi. Spatting out blood in his cry, Silvery looks up with concern in his eyes over the welfare of his mistress. It looks like a battle is inevitable today. No, Muzhin shakes her head to refute that claim. This battle can be avoided, provided you become my apprentice's mount. This woman and the silver dragon are not the same, her potential will surely benefit my apprentice's future. Besides, having such a proud dragon as a slave would surely trample anyone who dares to challenge my prestige. I, Tsing-yi, whether it be this life or the last, will only follow one person. Have me be this wench's mount? She's not worthy. Originally Muleng was still relishing in silent delight at the impending prize that's about to come her way, but now to hear the insult being directed at herself in open public, it's now lost and all that remains were the ugly expression on her face. Damn this bitch, how dare she humiliate me in front of everyone? Since you're giving up such a great opportunity, then don't blame me. Muzhin aura began to swell outward as the old beauty takes to the sky, leveling the difference in elevation at least by taking to the air. But before we begin, I want you to understand one thing. My disciple's future is infinite, so the fact that you are unwilling to follow her is your loss. What a shame, you won't be able to see that glorious day and could only become her nourishment after today. Tsing Yi sneered, you talk too much. The choice is made when you're unwilling to release my people. Moving at the signaling rumble of a lightning strike from the storm cloud, it was the dragoness who launched the first attack. Bang! Two palms collided from their exchange, causing the ground to shake and the water to gush upward until they are pillars writhing from the chaotic energy. Grerrower. Silvery howls out again in his urgency. Damn it, if her ladyship was still her old self, then none of these humans would be able to stand up to her. Despite his struggle, the injured guy did nothing more than making dust clouds from moving his humongous body. Tears shed from those eyes, showing how unbearable it must be inside over his inability. By Yan's arrival, too, while the battle continued to progress in the air, Tsing Yi grew increasingly impatient as her consecutive attacks failed to land. Eventually a gush of blood began to make its way up her throat, only to be pressed down again by sheer will. Thankfully the foe didn't fare any better though. Muzhen could see how violent and intense the dragoness was going at herself, so she didn't dare to dive in rashly. This was also the main driving force behind her determination to take down the green dragon. It's too tempting to allow one such as this to escape. What are you all doing? The old beauty hollers out at the crowd down below, hurry and join me to take down this dragon. This. Various awkward glances were passed along the crowd. They know very well the green dragon up there held strength far beyond their own, making it a likelihood of themselves sustaining damage or offering up their life in the process. Only a fool would want to do that when they're not going to reap any benefit. Moreover, didn't the ones affected by all this forgive the dragons? There's no reason or plausible cause to intervene. Understanding all these points, the other elders who were present for the fight did not move, only playing dumb like good little doggies that they were. Muzhen didn't miss this and wanted to vomit blood at their cowardice. She's already knees deep into this mess, and if the situation continues to drag out, then reinforcements might arrive for this dragon. That's an outcome she couldn't afford. Grinding her teeth, the old beauty shoots a signaling glare over to Ho Chui Chui, who's now taking up the identity as the third victim. Unfortunately for her though, the former chubby girl not only didn't do as she wished, the person deliberately turned away to avoid eye contact and stepped backwards. Growing increasingly frustrated now, do the bunch of you know why the chief wants to find Miss Ho for? He's learned of the Mrs. medical ability to cure Huan Yin's uncurable condition and intends to have her inspect the young lord's illness. If he learns of how you are all standing by and doing nothing after I'm through, then I can guarantee he won't be pleased. Prepare yourselves for severe punishment. To be clear, the old beauty emphasized on medical ability and not her alchemy. That leaves a lot of wiggle room for when the time comes. And even if it's not possible to cure Yunfeng's mental outbursts, which was very unlikely since it's all a lie, none are able to blame those involved. After all, no one claimed Ho Chui Chui was a miracle healer, only her medical abilities are top-notch. Contrary to the confident Muzhen who's using her as a bargaining chip, the former chubby girl herself didn't feel so good right now. In fact, she's downright panicking after hearing what's in store for her future. Isn't the chief only seeking me out to give his gratitude? What cure his son's illness? How am I supposed to cure something I don't know? Seeing Muzhen's warning glare again, Ho Chui Chui's body instantly froze on the spot. She's got enough awareness to understand that the Mu Manor and herself was now tied to a single rope. If they fall, she falls. Go capture that dragon for me. Gripping her hand into a tight ball, the fake lashes out to hide the sweat that's slowly forming on her forehead. If you kill that thing, then I will inform the chief of your merits. I'm sure he will give anyone involved preferential treatment. It worked. After exchanging a few nods between themselves, the elders leaped in unison and blocked off Tsing Yi's back and escape route. It was hard enough to tackle a single Muzhen in her already weakened state. Now that there's even more foes added to the fray, Tsing Yi's side instantly went on a downward spiral. Pung! It's unsure whose blow it was, but after a few exchanges a heavy punch had landed on the dragoness's chest, causing her to come crashing down from the sky and into the crowd. With the onlookers further retreating and not wanting to get involved, the river bank now leaves only Silvery's big huge body and the seriously injured Xing-Yi on the ground. By Yan's arrival, 3, cold in her eyes, Xing-Yi refuses to show her weakness in front of the enemy that's quickly descending on her location. I'll give you one last chance, are you willing to surrender? Muzhen makes a condescending stare from above like a hunter that's captured its prey. Death is nothing to be scared of. Even if I die, I will take you people with me to hell before I'm done. Huffing a laugh, Xing-Yi refuses to be taken in contempt or be disgraced. Bai Yan had only just arrived on the scene after rushing over from the Zhong manor when she overheard this proclamation. Her heart felt like a hammer smashed it to pieces knowing how close she came to losing someone important. If I don't walk into the flames, who will? However, before I go to hell, I will certainly drag you all to hell with me. On this blood-colored battlefield, thousands of enemies are facing off against a single young man. That's the same dreaded scene from her memories once again replaying itself before her eyes, showing it through like a lens in a camera and causing the beautiful contour which belongs to Bai Yan to flush red from pain and anger. Her whole person was wildly fluctuating with increased intent, turning and transforming this female into a razor-sharp sword that intends to strike down any foe that comes her way. Zhongnan and Zhongbei was right behind their student and became absolutely astounded by the sudden change in her momentum. But before the two seniors could dive further on this topic, Bai Yan's body had already turned into a beam of light shooting over to the middle of the fighting. Pompous in her attitude, Muzhen was so full of herself that she's dismissing all possibility of enemy reinforcement. This is your choice, so don't blame me. Since you won't surrender, then I will take your demon core and use it to improve my cultivation and make a breakthrough. This dragon's strength is equal to my own powers. If I can use her, then I might even be able to reach a height never before seen in the Misty Fairy House. Think of this, the old beauty's lip unconsciously curled into an evil snarl as she sliced down with her blade. Boom! From out of the blue, a blast of light came lancing over in the nick of time and directly impacted Muzhen's hand. Due to being unguarded from any form of sneak attack, her sword had bounced out of her fingers and made an audible clank upon hitting the ground. Who dares to attack me from behind? Swinging around, the old beauty readies herself to retaliate only to turn into a stiff statue after seeing that face. Her heart jumped repeatedly from the shock. No. No way. The slut is dead, there's no way she could be here. Shifu. Mu Ling saw her teacher's panic and hurried to call out, breaking the stupor and returning the situation back to before. Growing cold in her gaze now, Elder Muzhen gnashes her teeth. This woman must be that bitch's child. To think her face would be so similar to that slut. Oh no, I must not let the chief see her. Or else. Outrageous. Coming back to her senses at what this danger implies, Muzhen roars out to take back control of the situation. Do you know what it means to attack an elder? Bai Yan paid no heed to the screeching banshee in the background. Reaching out a helping hand, her eyes completely focused in on her pale-looking subordinate. I'm sorry I am late. Blinking at the hand given her way, Xing-Yi didn't know how to react at first. She didn't want to expose their relationship up front due to fear of implicating her mistress into this whole mess, but to see the complete disregard for safety was beyond her comprehension. Feeling the warmth slowly creeping into her heart, the dragoness eventually broke out into a weepy smile and knew she's now safe. Giving the shimmering dressed man who followed from behind a glance, Goldie, why did you bring her here? I was afraid you would be in danger. Drooping his head, the gold dragon makes an apologetic bow of his head to show the guilt inside. You shouldn't have cared for me. In light of those words, her hands still met with the one given and allowed Bai Yan to pull herself up. Bai Yan's arrival, 4, you stay by my side. I will handle the rest. Letting go of her hand, Bai Yan slowly turned to confront the old hag who dares to cross herself. A wisp of killing intent promptly spreads out of her body, allowing it to cover the entire riverbank. In my previous life, Azure Dragon was willing to exhaust his everything for me. Now that he's reborn as Xing-Yi, I must do everything to keep her safe. I owe her so much that I can never repay her in full. Eyes contracting against the defiance, Muzhen snaps, "You and this dragon, what are your relationship?" "She's my subordinate." Bayan's voice sounded neither haughty nor cold, yet it was able to easily provoke the ire of Fo and her student. Showing jealousy in her eyes, Muling bites her lower lip. This girl was also dragged into the river by these two dragons. Why did they become her subordinate? If I had known it would come to this, then I would have gone to save Huan Yin instead. Haha. The old beauty's reaction wasn't as frosty, rather it swayed towards the hysterical side in that sarcastic cackle. No wonder this dragon would refuse to become my student's mount. So it's a blind dragon. Out of consideration for its poor eyesight, I will let it die a quick death later. As for you though, squinting her eyes until it's firing daggers, colluding with dragons, humph, I won't let you go either. Seeing there's no reaction to her threat, Muzhen decides it's time she allowed the other side to understand what it means to go against her will. The pressuring aura of a high-level monarch rank came gushing forward at her release. Even so, Bai Yan remains unfazed and stood there like she's on a picnic trip. Now she's enraged. The old beauty did not expect the damn lassie to be able to stand up to herself in this state. Forming a fist, she smashes down with a hammering blow created by the energy she formed in the air. Yet however, before her attack could even make contact, a loud hollering roar had come rushing over from the front. "Muzhen, how dare you make a move against our disciple?" An attack came lunging over as soon as that was said, catching the old beauty by surprise due to being who the assailant was. Zhongnan, older, held nothing back in his furious strike. Meeting the old woman's hammer blow from above with his own palm, the resulting shockwave completely crushes the rocks nearby and riled up a dust of cloud. "No, impossible, how can you break into the higher level of the monarch rank?" Muzhen's voice shook with incredulous. In the old beauty's view, reaching such a level may be difficult but not impossible for others. However, Zhongnan shouldn't be able to in lifetime at all. Yet reality and the long trail of footmark on the sandy ground said it all. She's been knocked backwards. There is nothing impossible in this world. "Muzhen, it's time we settled our debt today." Taking several big strides forward, the old man's expression was cold and sharp. "Huh," Muzhen scoffs a laugh, "so what if you broke into the higher level? No matter what you do, you are still one step behind me. Furthermore, you're only you while we have everyone else here. What can a single you do before a whole crowd of us?" It was Zhongnan's turn to scoff a laugh. "They are members of the Elder Council as well. What makes you think they will help you?" "That may not be so," snarling sarcastically, Muzhen shifts her gaze over to Ho Chui Chui, "This lady Miss Ho, she's Huan Yin's savior and benefactor. Right now the chief and madam is especially fond of her existence, and even the second young lord is showing exceptional interest in the lady. As long as she gives the word, then the elders will follow." Showing surprise in his face, Zhongnan immediately turns to the former chubby girl and frowned. "So the one in the rumors are her?" Bai Yan's arrival, 5, compared with Zhongnan's surprised face, Bai Yan's look to Ho Chui Chui only seemed strange. Slowly, her lips had curved into a smirk. "Haha." It was then Zhongbei's, younger, hearty laugh came over from Muzhen's back. Under the watchful eye of everyone, the old senior proudly stepped forward to side with his brother. "Muzhen, I'm afraid you won't get your wish. Even if you all work together, me and my older brother won't let you harm my disciple." The old beauty still wanted to chip in some more cynical words, but that's changed the second she noticed the other side's cultivation. "You broke through to the higher level? These two bastards, they've both broke through." "Mistress," coughing at his attempt to speak, Silvery sways his huge body unsteadily, "I take this medicine first." Coming over, Bai Yan readily hands over a beady pill that's able to heal up the guy's injury at a visible speed. Back over in the crowd, Huan Yin was listening to the conversation with careful ear. And for some reason, she's got the aching feeling that it's very familiar. "Why do I feel like I've heard it somewhere?" "Mistress, maybe I am too stupid, but there is one thing I don't understand," says Silvery. "The third person we dragged into the water from that day is clearly you, yet this woman over there says it's her instead." Goldie promptly shot a glare over to his twin brother. "What crap are you spouting now?" When did mistress get dragged down by us? She clearly jumped into the water on her own to save the other two. The crowd suddenly went quiet to the point where only the bristling sound of the wind remains. Now Huan Yin's got what she's trying to catch at in the head. Flickering with light in the eyes, she stares intently over to the woman in red that's now the center of attention. Outrageous. Muzhin's expression drastically changed. Zhongnan, your disciple is very bold. How dare she pretend to be Huan Yin's savior? If she's her savior, then does that mean I can say she instructed these two dragons to deliberately pull the girls into the water in order to save them? Goldie flew into a rage after hearing Muzhin's twisted logic. My mistress really jumped into the water in order to save the others. If not for Lady Tsing-yi interfering and stopped us before we ate her, then she would have died along with the two females. Unlike Silvery, who's more on the naive side, Goldie understood the situation better and wanted to push Bai Yan into the highest level. But the truth? They were cowering as soon as Bai Yan jumped into the water. That would not only make the situation spiral downwards, it would also make them brothers look bad in public as well. My mistress's alchemic abilities are very good, and she promised to heal Lady Tsing-yi's injury. Since Milady is willing to recognize her as the mistress, then us brothers will also recognize her. This speech caused Huan Yin to produce trickles of tears. What a good girl she is. Not only did she save me, she even gave the impersonator a chance. Compared to the ordinary Ho Chui Chui who didn't stand out in any way, she's more willing to believe Bai Yan to be the one. Disciple. Zhongnan's heart sank at the notion. Is it true? Twitching in the corner of her mouth, Bai Yan initially wanted to give the truth when Zhongbei's scolding roar cut in. You brat, are you seeking death or something? What does others' life and death have to do with you? Now you almost got swallowed by a dragon. What if something happens to you for real? What will I and your first Shifu do if you are gone? Bai Yan's arrival. 6. Just the thought of how obliviously close they were to losing their precious disciple again, the two elders would fall into a heart-clenching grief. Had it not been for her luck, then Yenner would have been in the dragon's belly. Of course, Bai Yan on the other hand was feeling immeasurably guilty right now. It's not like she's able to explain the truth to the two at this moment. For one, she's not so selfless to care for others' death and ignore her own safety. The main reason for the jump that day was out of consideration for Dragonis' whereabout. Since she couldn't find the little missy anywhere, then the next best choice would to ask around with the same kin, maybe they might know something. Shifu, I would never regret saving others. Bai Yan then shifts her gaze over to her precious dragoness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find her. Zhongnan was rather taken aback. Does Yenner know this green dragon beforehand? At this moment Ho Chui Chui's face had turned ghastly white after hearing Silvery's word. Her body shakes and wanted to flee the scene before it's too late. Against the real deal, an imposter's momentum would of course be weaker. Ho ho. Muzhin continues to snicker at the situation. You and them are of the same group, why should I believe anything you say? If anything, I say the one lying is you. The rest of the elders exchanged various glances with each other. It's true. Compared with believing some dragon, they would rather believe their own kind. Besides, they are involved in the rescue effort of pulling Ho Chui Chui out of the river. If it becomes true that the girl was a fake, then wouldn't it mean their efforts are invalid? Elder Muzhin, biting her lip, Huan Yin decides to step forward. The one who saved me is this lady who just showed up. I'm certain of this because I recognize her voice. Turning frosty in the eyes, the old beauty increases her intimidating aura. What do you know, child? How could this impudent brat be your savior? Don't be fooled by their lies. Miss Ho is the real lady from that day, so don't it get wrong. I said it, she's my savior, what don't you understand? Huan Yin snaps, growing increasingly angrier by the moment. Go away, child. For someone that can't even recognize her own savior to come dictate what I do is ridiculous. Don't bother me while I complete official business. You, trembling all over from rage, the poor girl never seen such shamelessness before that it's leaving her speechless. Bai Yan had known about Muzhin's shamelessness from hearsay, but not to this extent. It's obvious the old hag intends to make Ho Chui Chui be the imposter regardless of what everyone says. Zhongnan, older, couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. This is truly a first for me. How could the one that's been rescued mistake their savior? And you, for someone that's not even involved, you actually got the nerve to say you can determine who's who? That's of course. Muzhen clicked her tongue, ignoring the strange looks coming her way. Huan Yin is just a child, being blinded by those with devious schemes is normal. I, as an elder, have the duty to put her on the right path and not allow those with ill intent to deceive her. I'm sure her father would also thank me once he gets wind of what I did. Big brother, Zhongbei, younger, grinds his teeth. It's a waste to continue this talk. New and old hatred, it's time we get revenge for our poor disciple that she murdered years ago. Okay. Zhongnan silently nods, agreeing with his younger brother's view. Today, even if we disregard the rules, we must kill this bitch to get even for our two disciples. Shifus. Before the pair could make a move, the faint voice of Baiyan's voice had come out again. This is not even the opening act yet, please wait. I promise you will get a good show if you are patient. Afterwards you can dispose of her as you please. Counting the time, that guy should be here by now. Squinting her eyes until it's like an eagle's, Baiyan shoots a bemused look over to Muzhen like she's able to see through to the woman's hidden secrets. A good play's opening. 1. Muzhen's heart panicked at first over that strange gaze. No, the chief would definitely take my side over some outsider. There's no way he would abandon me for some stranger. As for Zhongnan and Zhongbei, they only just broke through to the higher level. They could never beat me with their current skill. Not far away, a series of footsteps soon came into their ears, causing Baiyan to swing around to meet the oncoming crowd. A flicker of surprise filled those eyes at who it was. Not that guy again. Right now the chief and his wife were leading the pack after not finding the two seniors at the Zhong Manor. Zhongnan, Zhongbei, you two made a breakthrough? Jun Tianyu, wife, sounded very happy at the revelation. She's the mistress of the Misty Fairy House, so any form of strength increase meant the enhancement of her own house. It's just that. Didn't they suffer a crippling injury? How are they able to suddenly make a breakthrough? What changed? Chief. Muzhen became overjoyed at the sight of who came. Taking the initiative, she steps in front of the chief and his family. Elder Muzhen, what are you doing? Chief Wu Wei asks, his face making a frown. The matter is like this. Muzhen's gaze flashed with a cold glint as she twists the truth. This Miss Ho is the one who saved Huan Yin that day, but due to the fright she suffered while inside the Dragon River, I decided to take it upon myself to help her with the revenge against these dragons. Yet when I'm here carrying out my duty, Zhongbei and Zhongnan's disciples suddenly interfered and even colluded with the dragons to side with them. I suspect they are all in on this and orchestrated the whole attack that day. Muzhen didn't have a lot of strong points to her personality, but her skill in pouring dirty water at others were one of a kind. Towards this, Baiyan just had to hand it to this old hag. Jun Tianyu, wife, first shot an examining look over to Ho Chui Chui, her brows raised. This girl doesn't seem special at all. Is she really the one who saved Huan Yin? Growing doubtful, the madam then shifts her attention over to Baiyan when she became highly startled by the air around the woman in red. Girl, what's your name? This lassie, why does she seem so familiar? Have I seen her somewhere before? It's not just the wife who's getting this sensation, the husband was also getting this feeling and wanted to grasp at that fleeting memory. Wife, have you noticed this girl's contour is very similar to Yunfeng's, first son? Hesitant in his tone, Chief Wu Wei whispers to his wife. It's not just the girl's contour, in fact, those eyes were so close that it's giving this couple déjà vu, confusing their eldest son for some reason. Ho Chui Chui was still waiting for the chief and his wife to speak with her, but despite the long wait, no conversation ensued. Rather, the entire focus fell onto Baiyan, and this irritated the impostor exponentially. No. No way. I won't allow anyone to take away my glory. Just when the fake wanted to throw herself into the conversation, Huan Yin decides to speak up again and get things clear. Uncle, aunt, this Miss Baiyan is the one who really saved me. Jun Tianyu showed an astonished look, her brow growing increasingly wary. Elder Muzhen, what is the meaning of this? Sneering like always, that's what I was trying to explain. This woman over there is pretending to be Miss Ho and take her place. They've even managed to deceive Huan Yin into believing their lies despite not knowing what that woman on the boat looked like. A good play's opening, too. Muzhen had cut off the girl's word again. Besides, if she really was your savior, then why would she collude with the dragons? What's more, my disciple has already investigated the matter. The name written on the invite slip is Ho Chui Chui, and that's a fact. It's the key evidence. That's right, Langer already finished off the ones selling the invite slips. There won't be anyone able to prove it's this bitch who was there that day. No invite slip, no right to board the dragon boat. The plan is flawless and the chief will know who to trust. A humph. Making a dry cough, Chief Wu Wei turns to Bai Yan. Miss, do you have anything to say? Perhaps it's due to the similarity this girl shared with his son, but the father instinctively wanted to give the benefit of the doubt to an unknown stranger. It's pointless to say anything. Better yet, why don't I let others be the judge instead? Raising the corner of her lip, she openly grins at the approaching figure that's coming their way in the distance. Walking behind the leading familiar individual was a fatty. Panting hard like he's about to have an anxiety attack, the main witness to this story clearly didn't want to be here despite being the key to everything. Muleng, student, did not think much of the new arrivals at first, but that came to a stumbling halt as soon as she recalled who the fatty was. Croaking like a damaged frog, panic instantly grips the girl's heart. This fatty is still alive? Damn it. She harshly clenched that fist in a vain attempt to quell that flame. As long as I don't admit anything, then these people can't do anything to me. Sun Huan, why are you here? The mother asks her son after noticing his arrival. The womanizer clicked that haughty tongue, disappointed in his parents' folly. If I didn't come, then are you and father going to be blinded by these people? Muleng, I never thought you to be such a person. I don't know what you're talking about. Sensing the danger looming overhead, the once high-standing girl falters once again. Ho ho, sarcastic in his voice, the womanizer doesn't relent. Did you tell my father and mother that the girl who saved Huan Yin is this Ho Chui Chui? But from what I know, she sold her invite slip to this merchant, so how could she have been on the dragon boat that day? Hearing the rock drop in her heart, Muleng fires her venomous gaze over to the fatty as a warning. If this man knows what's good for him, then he will deny everything. If he doesn't, then don't blame me for being ruthless. But unlike that day where he's nearly assassinated, the fat merchant was now a whole new person altogether. With backing, what did he need to fear? Immediately his resentful self began to spill everything. Second young master, the one who bought my invite slip that day is this woman. It's her, pointing to Bai Yan. The fatty then stares coldly at the other party. But Elder Muzhen's apprentice found me, forcing me to paint out the contour of the lady that day. Under duress, I could only do as they demanded. However, I never expected them to take a stab at my life as soon as I was finished with that portrait. Please get justice for me. Muleng's complexion had gone deathly white, her feet instinctively taking a step backwards. It's still excusable if it was a mistaken identity, but if it's discovered that I deliberately threw a fake in despite knowing the truth, then it's a huge crime. Thinking of the consequences, she knew she must twist the story before it's too late. Lies. When did I do that to you? Sun Huan, don't listen to their nonsense. I don't know who this man is. To tell you the truth, Muleng, even without this man here today, just the fact that this lady is Bai Yan is enough for me to determine it's her that day. What did he mean by that? The high-standing girl didn't understand what's going on and lapsed out for a moment. A good play's opening, 3, just because she's Bai Yan? While Muleng was still trying to make sense of that statement, the womanizer had already come before Bai Yan's presence. His eyes were showing traces of grievance. Why did you cover your face that day? Is because you were afraid of me recognizing you. I actually couldn't be certain if it was really you on the dragon boat that day, but now that I've seen you in person, I'm absolutely certain without a doubt. He knows this woman beforehand? She was only skeptical at first, but now it's downright ugly in the face. Muleng simply couldn't expect them both to know each other, let alone be able to make a reunion in a situation like this. Muzhen's expression wasn't looking good either. Seething with anger, the old beauty comments using the most sarcastic tone she could muster. So it's second young master's old lover, no wonder you would deceive your own parents. I know you are a philanderer, but what you are doing now will harm the Misty Fairy House. Shut up. Several loud shouts rang out at the same time. In addition to the Zhongnan and his younger brother Zhongbei, there's also the womanizer's own mother Jun Tianyu. The madam directly stepped in front of the old bitch's face and swung her hand to give a loud smacking slap. Out of respect for saving my eldest back then, I've endured your parade for all these years. Now you got the audacity to blemish my second son? You think I, as his mother, wouldn't know his personality the best? Even if he's more dastardly in his womanizing, he would never lie to me. Covering her own face, Muzhin's eyes were filled with waves of loathsome anger. The womanizer as well, he was fuming right up to his head. If he wasn't so much weaker than this old hag, then he would have ran over himself to send a few slaps of his own. Muzhin, are you trying to see me dead? If you say another word, then don't blame me. Don't joke around. That year this ill-tempered girl nearly castrated me just for teasing her. Now someone is brave enough to say she's my lover? I still want to live a nice long life. Now that all the players are here, it's time we began the show. Turning to gaze down at Muzhin with her frosty glare, Baiyan's lip had arched into a devious smirk. It's actually quite easy to determine if that girl over there is Huan Yin's savior. Just have Sun Huan here ask her a few questions. Flabbergasted at the suggestion, the womanizer didn't get what's going on. Why have me ask her a few questions? What good would that do? But upon contact with Baiyan's menacing gaze, the squeamish man hastened to carry out the task. If Yan Yan is opening her mouth, then I can only begin. Making a few coughs to clear his throat, first off, what color of dress did you wear that day? Ho Chui Chui didn't answer, only making a bewildered look. What does this have to do with being Huan Yin's savior? Bai Yan too was going dark in the face. This man, he's still as shameless as ever. It looks like you can't answer my first question. The womanizer grew serious. Getting sweaty in the forehead, Chui Chui had wanted to defend herself when she was cut off. Second question, what time did you board the ship? The boarding time of each participant should have been recorded in the books. The fact that Muzhin and Muleng didn't bother to bring those up was very suspicious in itself. And sure enough, the impostor was left wordless. Fine then, the fact that you can't answer either of my questions is enough to tell me the answer I need. But as a benefit of a doubt, I will ask the third question. Clearing his throat so his words couldn't be misheard, what method did you use to cure Huan Yin's condition? Now this time Ho Chui Chui knew the answer. Inwardly, she was very much relieved at her own luck. A good play's opening, for I had you infuse your energy into Huan Yin's body while I used my flames to clear her veins. With that, are you happy? That's right, that should be enough to prove my identity. Once I enter the Huan Manor and become their esteemed guest, I will have this bitch regret it for the rest of her life. Arching a cheeky smirk, Ho Chui Chui narrows her eye into a squint against the one she's trying to impersonate. The womanizer cheerfully nods at that. Your answer is very good indeed. But now would you mind showing us your flame to prove it? Going stiff before her cheekiness could bear fruit, Ho Chui Chui's proud demeanor instantly deflates. This time it's not only the impostor, even Muleng was starting to fret because they apparently forgot one crucial point. The impostor couldn't control her Dan fire. The womanizer didn't push it, only standing there patiently waiting. However, it was Elder Muzhin who lashed out to make the situation worse. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and summon out your flame. All embarrassed in her face, Ho Chui Chui began to mutter incoherent words like a lost child. In the end she could only turn to the one who set this whole thing up for help. Muleng really wanted to smack the useless idiot. It's bad enough their whole plan was unraveling before the public, it's even worse when she's implicated, so why should she put her neck out for some pawn? Sherfu. Gnashing her teeth, the once high-standing girl squeamishly whispered into her teacher's ear. She can't use her Dan fire. Not able to use her Dan fire? Muzhin's face changed greatly, finally understanding why their pawn would be so hesitant. How did you find someone like that? The old beauty hushes at her disciple, annoyed by the incompetence. Fortunately, it's quite loud in this area due to the massive crowd, leaving them free to speak at low volume. Shamefully hanging her own head, Muleng fumbles those fingers nervously. The only fact keeping her from screaming out in frantic madness was the fact that her teacher's an elder. Even if the chief wants to punish someone after the fact, it will not be her, or at least not a severe one. It seems you have no ability to control a flame, the womanizer chuckles at the sight. If you can't control your flames, then tell me, how are you supposed to cure Huan Yin's condition? Well? The last bit finally shattered the last bit of defense in Ho Chui Chui's sanity. Freaking out like a crazed madwoman, it's Muleng, it's her. She sought me out and had me impersonate as Huan Yin's savior. This is not my fault, please let me go. In this moment there were no sound to be heard, only utter silence. For the few elders who helped Muzhen earlier, these poor fools were left in complete shock. Not only did they help the wrong person, they also directly offended the genuine lady in the story. Jun Tianyu was, wife, trembling all over from the rage brewing up inside. Pointing her finger straight at Muleng in an accusing manner, you dare deceive me. In all the years I've been alive, I have never been played like so. Wu Wei, husband, you better punish these people severely, otherwise I will never return to the Misty Fairy House again. Pa! Flashing a flicker of panic, Muzhen did what she knew best and slapped her own student across the face. Immediately, that dainty beautiful cheek of the young maiden had swollen up with 5 big fingerprints. What have I been teaching you? Why are you trying to fool the chief and madam? Do you know your fault? Getting to her knee, Shifu, I know my wrong, please have mercy on me. I felt dreadful inside knowing how horrible Huan Yin and Sun Huan, womanizer, felt inside after the incident. That's why I had Ho Chui Chui impersonate the real one. I really didn't know Miss Bai Yan is still alive. In other words, her actions were an act of mercy rather than an act of deceit. It's also a good way to limit any accusation before anyone could make it. A good play's opening. 5. Slowly raising the corner of her lips until it's a smirk, Bai Yan found it amusing to see the tearful Muleng trying to swing the story her way. Such shamelessness, this girl is a real eye-opener. Ha! Zhongnan, older, sneered, then how should we settle the fact that you tried to harm my disciple? Pressing down the murderous intent in her eyes, Muzhen bites her lip in frustration. It's mainly a misunderstanding between Lenger and your student, and I only acted because she's siding with the dragons. Since it has come to this, why don't we let the younger generation settle it among themselves? How about it? Shifu? A pang of delight envelopes Muleng's heart. Shifu means to have us fight. With my strength, I can definitely win the brawl against an Earth-rank cultivator. Heck, I can even kill her by claiming I misjudged the exchange and play innocent. It's exactly as the wretched girl believes. In order to blind the world to her true strength, Bai Yan's been withholding her aura so others would believe her powers were so poor. I don't agree. Jun Tianyu, wife, scoffs a laugh. Do you take me for a fool or something? You think I will believe your nonsense just because of a few words you made up? Now you even have the audacity to attempt murder in my face? Although the girl was Zhongnan's apprentice, but it's obvious the strength between both are heaven and earth. To even propose such a duel was no different from trying to get the weaker one to die. The two brothers didn't have such a strong reaction compared to the madam. They're still able to remember the amazing momentum their disciple displayed earlier when rushing over, so their hearts were less worried. Shifu, since someone wants to seek their own death, then why don't I oblige them? Strolling forward without a care in the world, Bai Yan was openly grinning like she's hooked the fish. If the woman kept refusing the duel, then Muzhen and her apprentice would continue to pressure for it, but to see how easily it was accepted, it's left them flabbergasted and didn't know how to take this. Did we misjudge her? This woman is not an earth rank? Poser. Muleng huffs a snort. The woman must be pretending because she knows she couldn't cancel the duel. Nothing but a lowly earth rank, I will squash her like an insect. Yenner. Seeing how close his disciple was already to the opponent, Zhongnan couldn't resist the fear in his heart and called out in concern. Touching at the girl's shoulder, let us handle this, you don't have to do this. That's right, he's still scared in the end. They've lost one apprentice already, losing another one now would be more than what they could bear. Even if it means not being an elder anymore, the two brothers would rather choose that outcome. But in the end, Bai Yan took the gesture of goodwill and pushed the hand away. Her figure was stoic and powerful against the flowing breeze, indicating the strong-willed nature of her character. I'll ask one last time, are you sure you want to challenge me to a duel of life and death? Yes. Clenching her fist, Muling decisively states her decision, life and death. Muzhen on the other hand felt faintly disturbed inside after getting the answer she sought for her student. The old beauty should be happy right now, yet only worry filled her polluted heart. For the entire show, the only one not affected at all was the womanizer. Sun Huan found it rather amusing and even hilarious even. This old hag, can't she even tell Bai Yan is not what she seems to be? 3 years ago the lassie was already at the middle level of the king rank. She might even be a monarch rank if I'm not mistaken. All of a sudden, the splitting and painful memory of having his balls kicked out by the hot-headed girl once again came back. Out of instinct for survival and procreation, the womanizer subconsciously hid behind his parents for protection. I'll let you have 3 moves. Provoking in her demeanor, Bai Yan smirks like a superior being. If it was the usual ordeal then she would have made it quick and decisive, but this wasn't the usual stuff, was it? This was an act of revenge and venting for her 2 new shifts. For that reason alone, this good student was willing to spend some more time toying with the foe. Impudent. Cocking a satirical snicker, Muling takes the initiative and draws her sword. Leaping forward at breakneck speed, she ruthlessly slashes down at the opponent's head without mercy. A good play's opening, 6, stationary in her pose, Bai Yan did not budge an inch. For those that's unaware or too blind to see, it would appear like the woman's lost her wits and couldn't move those legs at all. Muling definitely fell into the foolish category. Smirking sinisterly, she was so overjoyed when her sword made contact that she actually broke out laughing. However, the next sensation to hit her wrist shattered the delusion in her head, for the impact from the slash felt like it's hitting a rock. In fact, it was so bad that the blade now had a huge dent at the midsection. Stunned beyond recognition, the impudent wench glances down at the source of her dismay. To her horror, the long sword was being blocked off by a single hand. To be specific, it's Bai Yan's hand. There's not a drop of blood from the blade touching the skin. Likewise, the onlooking crowds were also left speechless. This included the 2 brothers who were ready to dash in to help their student. And as always, the only one to stand out in this picture was the womanizer. His hearty laugh filled with bemused tears were like slaps against Muling's pride. Feeling a trickle of sweat coming down her side, Muling in her frantic state refuses to believe the truth. Waving her sword again, the impudent wench makes another swing at Bai Yan's shoulder and causes her dress to slit open in that area, revealing the lovely shoulder and partial undergarment underneath for all to see. Though the important parts were perfectly covered, but the mere fact that the womanizer could get a glimpse of that amazing flesh from such beauty was enough to give him a boner. This applied to a lot of the younger males. As always, the tougher the catch, the more delectable it was when they finally get something, even if it's just a tease. Furrowing her brow at this, Bai Yan peers over to her side in discontent, knowing full well the ogling eyes coming her way. I'm so foolish. I forgot my clothes aren't protected, and I really like this dress too. That comment immediately warranted a wave of curses at her from the female gender. Really? You're worrying about your dress when your body just handled a razor-sharp sword and is practically flashing to all the men? No words could be said at this incredulous scene. The hearts of the males were pounding with excitement like it's about to pop out and drop to the floor. It's too exhilarating of a show to see someone so strong and so attractive. I had wanted to let you have 3 moves before I begin. Unfortunately for you, you've ripped my dress. Getting dangerously cold in her eyes, so, I will no longer give you that opportunity. Bang! Finally retaliating, Bai Yan's hand firmly comes down at Muling's head, popping it and blowing all of the innards out like a watermelon. Brain, blood, bone, everything that came out was repulsive as it stained the floor red with its content. No. Seeing her precious student fall in combat, Muzhen flew into a fitting rage. Resentment, cruelty, hatred, all that one could sum up in a situation like this was showing in those eyes. You dare kill my disciple. I will not spare you. Boom. Breaking out everything a high-level monarch rank could muster, Muzhen wants to pummel the foe with her punch that's infused with all her might. Unfortunately for this old beauty, Zhongnan, older, knew this and immediately stepped in front of Bai Yan to block off the attack. You want to harm my disciple in front of my face? Do you think I'm dead or something? Bang! Two fists met, forcing Muzhen to falter backwards like the previous exchange again. There's venom in the old woman's eye right now, like a snake trying to bite its enemy to death. Zhongnan. If it was only Zhongnan around, then this venomous old hag would never back off, even if it's in front of the chief and the madam. However, there's also the younger brother Zhongbei to the side. If the both of them united and worked together, then she could never come out on top in a direct confrontation. Sweeping a glance over from Muzhen to her two shifis, Bai Yan comments to stop this. Shifis, let me handle this for you. Whatever grudge you hold against this old hag, your student, I will get it back for you. Blinking their eyes, the two seniors didn't know what else to say. Sniffling, water quickly swelled out of their tear ducts due to the happiness they felt. Bai Yan was only just starting with the grand show she prepared. Killing Muling merely counted as the appetizer to force Muzhen to experience the same pain she imparted on the two fellas. The main course was yet to come. Yenner, are you also a monarch rank? After a moment of hesitation, the younger Zhongbei decides to ask after working up the courage to get the truth. During the moment when the girl retaliated, the energy fluctuation definitely exceeded an earth rank and gave away the secret. I'm sorry for deceiving you two before. I'll be sure to give you a proper explanation later. Bai Yan sounded apologetic. The two old seniors treated her with sincerity, so the guilt could not be denied. A good play's opening. 7. A current of warmth filled Bai Yan's heart because she deceived them, yet they're still willing to believe herself. In comparison, the rest of the onlookers were gawking in frenzy over the astonishing news. This lassie is a monarch rank master? Oh Yen, you are a monster. The womanizer grumpily comments, you were only a king rank 3 years ago. How did you reach a new stage altogether in this short period? At first the people only assumed the woman must be an old lady who maintains her image well like Muzhen did, but it's apparently not the case based on Sun Huan's, womanizer, suggestive words. A 20-something years old held powers equivalent to an elder of the Misty Fairy House. If that's not a genuine monster, then what else could she be? No genius could match that talent, not even the greatest younger generation of this age. Chief. Muzhen whirls herself to face the Lord. Linger is my student. Just because she's at odds with her doesn't mean she can kill my Linger. Isn't this too much? Chief Wu Wei frowns. They had an agreement beforehand, so I'm not in a situation to intervene. What does he mean by not right to intervene? This old fart is clearly abandoning my apprentice because of the talent displayed by that bitch over there. Fuming with disgruntlement inside, Muzhen hated her lack of ability. As much as she would love to tear the perpetrator to pieces, she could do nothing but swallow the indignation. Muzhen, you should be praying for yourself instead of worrying about your already dead disciple. If I find out you are involved with today's case, then you can forget about living. Jun Tianyu, wife, threatens, her eyes sharp and dangerous. It looks like the Elder Council needs a good cleaning. Dirt like this one is no longer needed. Muzhen's heart shuddered at the intimidating threat. Bowing her head, she firmly pressed away that hatred so others couldn't see. Yes, madam. You go back to the council hall first. Without my permission, you're not allowed to step outside. She's trying to put me under house arrest. If it comes to that, then I won't have a say anymore in the future. Why are you still standing there for? Hurry and scram, the ma'am barked, indicating she's done with the old hag. Knowing she's done for here, Muzhen sucks in a deep breath and left without another word. In tow, she also took away the group from her side who had the misfortunate fate of meeting the same end as her. Bai Yan, on the other hand, didn't intend to let this side. Giving a signal to Tsing Yi, she intends to finish things even if the rest didn't want to. However, Zhongnan, older, suddenly stepped in front and blocked the dragoness's path. Shifu, puzzled, she asked. Wait a minute first, I have something I don't understand. Once I figure out what it is, then we can kill that witch. It won't be too late then, even if she gets some time. Clenching his old fist, the senior explains. There are some things he must figure out. He didn't have enough strength before, so he couldn't complain, but now that he does, he would never let Muzhen escape. Nodding in understanding, Bai Yan wanted to inquire for more details to only realize this was no place to be doing this. It's the open public, a lot of the onlookers would be able to easily eavesdrop on their conversation. Mississippi. Slowly coming forward, Jun Tianyu warmly holds onto Bai Yan's hand and smiled warmly. Can I ask what other family members do you have? Frowning at the strange and sudden question, she nevertheless replied in kind. I have many relatives, grandfather, uncles, cousins. And a brother. Oh, what about your parents? I don't know who my father is, and my mother has been missing for years. The madam and her husband promptly exchanged a meaningful look with each other. Don't know who the father is and the mother's missing? The fact that they got a very good image of Bai Yan as soon as they met was a huge indicator, plus those eyes, it resembles their Sun Yunfeng way too much. Therefore, it's understandable why they would think in that direction. Miss Bai Yan, I heard from others that were you able to cure Huan Yin's condition? Might I ask you to have a look at my son, Yunfeng's, illness as well? I know it's asking too much of you, but consider it a favor, the chief asks ahead of his wife. A good play's opening. 8. It's not that Chief Wu Wei didn't believe in Bai Changfeng's talent and ability, after all, it's there for all to see. However, the fact that the old bastard gave his son the equivalent of a death sentence was an unacceptable assessment. What illness of the heart needs a cure for the heart? He's a father, and as a father he would pursue any leads, regardless of how slim the chances are. You went to Bai Changfeng's place again? Did he promise to come? Jun Tianyu, wife, asks with a furrowed forehead. The husband smiles bitterly at his wife's question. Yunfeng's illness hasn't been getting any better after all these years, so I couldn't bear it any longer and went to find that man. Though the medicine sect have been at odds with us, but Bai Changfeng didn't reject my request for a meeting this time. I presume it's because he found his granddaughter recently and is in a better mood. Anyways, let's have the lady here look at our son first. Whatever happens, we will deal with the hurdles as it come. At this moment Bai Yan was stroking her chin in contemplation instead of listening to the couple. Grandfather's here? Crap, I must get my hands on the blood vine now before grandfather sees me, otherwise he would be dreadfully worried if he doesn't find Shechen around. I can go have a look at your son, but... Beaming a flash in her eyes, I want a seed of the blood vine in your possession. Originally her plan was to go steal the actual blood vine from the main vault, however, this opportunity was even better. Okay, it's a deal. Elated inside, the madam readily pulls Bai Yan along towards their home. Regardless of you being able to cure Yunfeng's illness, I will still be grateful to you. In comparison though, the others present weren't taking it so well and were exchanging looks between themselves. In their urgency, the elders all turned towards the chief for help. Unexpectedly, the man didn't move and remained inactive, like he's giving the go-ahead. How can the madam just hand out the blood vine seed, and the chief agreed so quickly too? Chief, madam. It was then a panicking voice cuts in from the rear. The young master is acting up again. It's very serious this time and he's attacking anyone who gets too close. What? Nearly fainting on the spot, the poor mother struggles to keep her balance due to those shaky legs. Quick, we need to go back. Let's go. The chief as well, his eyes were very urgent and hurried to support his wife. Together, arm in arm, the couple quickly headed for their home. Yenner, let's go and see too. Zhongnan sounded anxious as well, just that his worried state was less urgent due to the calm and fixated gaze of his student. Perhaps this precious disciple of mine really can cure Yunfeng's illness. Inside the misty fairy house, the most majestic and magnificent structure had to be the main home of the chief and his wife. As soon as she barged into the estate, the echoing cries of a painful man could be heard even from afar. That's how much suffering the patient was going through. In hindsight, Bai Yan too felt a strange discomfort in her heart over that sound. It's as if someone's holding her heart and tightly ripping it around. Yenner, what's wrong? Zhongnan, older, was the first notice the woman's shortness of breath. Bai Yan did not answer, only rushing forward towards the source like a single second might spell a fate she doesn't want to see. A good play's opening, 9. When Jun Tianyu knocked open the door to her son's room, this poor mother's first glimpse of his son's state was a horror fest that nearly caused her to faint at the sight. Thankfully there were others around. Catching his wife in mid-collapse, Chief Wu Wei hurries to make eye contact with his people. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and go subdue my son before he hurts himself. Taken aback at first, the elders who followed right from behind quickly ran forward in an effort to drag the poor patient to the bed. However, it's unsure where Yunfeng managed to get the strength, but he swung and flipped like a mad beast at the group, pushing everyone back and screeching like a disturbed animal. One of you come support my wife, I'll do it myself. Seeing how the others are failing miserably, the husband decides to take matters into his own hands and subdue his son. Hold it. Jun Tianyu flew into a rage and broke free from the two helping elders. Seething in her voice, Wu Wei. If you dare hurt my son, then I'll die with you. But wife, our son's already fallen into a frenzy state, if we don't stop him now. Troubled, the poor man didn't know what to do against this conflicting situation. Normally this mother's demeanor tended to lean towards the calm and decisive side, however, that always changes whenever it involves her eldest son. I don't care anymore. I only know you people want to hurt my son. Burning with fire in her eyes, this mother gave glares of death to those around herself. Back then it was all of you who prevented Yunfeng from being with the one whom he loves. If it wasn't for that, then he wouldn't have turned into his current state. You're the ones who hurt my son. After so many years you bunch still want to hurt him some more? Wife, listen and let me explain. When the chief grabbed onto her wife's hand, he was shocked to discover the heavy shaking across that arm. Those eyes weren't the same ones he's so familiar with either. It's something completely foreign to him, like a foe facing a ring of dangerous creatures. Let go of me, you bastard. Jun Tianyu flings away her husband's grip. What does it matter if Yunfeng wants to be with the woman he loves? Why are you people stopping him? Who the hell is that goddess? Based on what can you people do this to my son? The husband didn't know how to respond to his wife's complaints. He's always been supportive of her decisions throughout their marriage, the only exception being their son's marriage. It's his mistake and the main reason their son has turned into this decrepit state. But regret was pointless at this stage. The charismatic young man from back then would never return. Done with them all, the poor mother stumbles forward without a care for everyone else. Yunfeng, it's mother, do you know me? As long as you can recover, then mother will decide for you. Whoever you want to marry, you can go ahead, no one can stop you. Screeching with an animalistic roar, the mentally unstable man charges at the woman who drew too close. Wife, be careful. Fearing his wife would be harmed, the chief wanted to drag her away to no avail. The woman didn't budge and had her eyes completely glued to her son's presence. There's so much pain in there that anyone could see it. As long as Yunfeng can recover, then I'm willing to pay for it with my life. Then just when those clawish hands were about to swipe down at the mother's face, a powerful beam of silvery light had cut through the window and pierced into the frenzied man's heart. Only inches away from making contact, the person fell backwards and lost his consciousness. Son. Finally unable to bear the pain, Jun Tianyu wholeheartedly collapses and fainted into her husband's arms. This leaves the husband the only one awake to deal with the aftermath. Turning to face the doorway, he nods at Bai Yan's figure, who still had her fingers pointed forward. Thank you for that. A good play's opening, 10. Sucking in a deep breath, Bai Yan had to work desperately hard to keep in the unease in her heart. All of you go out. Taken aback by the strong reaction, the chief eventually nodded. Okay, give us a shout if you need anything. I will have my people do as you order. After saying this, the man then began to head for the outside with her wife in hand. But just before he could step through the doorway, another call came out. Wait. Halting in his step, is there anything else? I need some herbs. Within half an hour, bring them all to me. Tell me the names, I'll have them ready by that time. Chief Wu Wei has decided. Since his wife was willing to believe this girl, then he too would believe her. Within the Mu Manor, Muzhen was currently sitting on the sandalwood chair with her eyes showing extreme resentment. Elder, a shadowy figure drifts through the door and takes to his knee. I'll ask you one question. Muzhen eye flickered with a frosted tint. That day, did you guys really finish off and kill that woman? I want the truthful answer. She's not going to forget the chief's word back there about how their eyes look very similar. Adding in the fact that the bitch's face held such strong resemblance, it's hard to deny the wariness creeping up inside. Elder, musing over his answer, the shadowy figure appears tied between something. That day the woman was seriously injured by us. There's no way she could have survived. Muzhen's complexion sank again. When you pursued her, was she pregnant? Trembling so slightly, so in the end the truth got leaked. It's like this, Elder. That day we could see she was about 8 months pregnant. All things considered, that child could not have survived with the mother. Even if the child did live, it wouldn't have lasted long. And why was such a crucial piece of information not reported to me? Slamming her fist down at the table, the old beauty instantly blew apart the furniture and allowed the tea splash across the floor. Because the child is bound to die, so I, bang. Sending a direct kick over, she sends the shadow tumbling to the ground. Those eyes radiated hatred like a bat out of hell. How dare you hide this from me? If you are so sure she is dead, then you don't need to live either. Due to Chief Wu Wei's sudden inquiry about the woman from years ago, this ruthless and black-hearted witch did what any evil villain would do. She murdered anyone involved with that case. This one who just returned was out in a mission, so that's how the individual managed to survive till today. But in the end, the fate of death still befalls the shadow's head. Piercing the man's heart with her blade, Muzhen claps her hand to summon a servant. Drag this corpse away and bury him in a mass grave. Yes, Elder. An elderly old man slowly emerged from the side, his face indifferent and cold when eyeing the pool of blood. Lifting up the body as told, he went about with his business as usual. It's just that this time around, instead of a smooth burial like the previous times, there was a ghostly figure who tailed him and stole the body away once he wasn't looking. Regarding all this, Muzhen naturally didn't know nor expect. In her wretched head, there's only the burning hatred for revenge against Bai Yan. To think that slut bore the young lord's child. She's nothing but a commoner. Based on what can she have his blood? Gnashing her teeth in jealous hate, the old beauty rubs her own belly in utter resentment. And there's that blasted daughter of hers. No wonder she's such an eyesore. As soon as I saw her. A slut would always give birth to a slut, only knowing how to seduce the opposite sex. A good play's opening. 11, Elder, coming through the door, the senior who earlier went to dispose of the body had returned. I have buried the corpse within the usual spot as you instructed. It won't be long before the wild creatures in the forest dig into him. There is no need to pay the subject any more heed. Muzhen calmly nods to affirm she's got the message. Now that I'm being nominally under house arrest by the chief, I want you to pay closer attention to that side. If there's anything at all from the estate, I want to know about it. Yes, Elder. Sounding hesitant, the senior decides to ask what's bothering him anyways. Regarding the girl from back then who tried to seduce the young lord, is she really just a commoner? Of course. Muzhen snarled at this. Even if she isn't a commoner by the odd chance, the girl couldn't be anything more than a small clan's daughter. How can someone of that low blood be worthy of our young lord? I bet she knew his identity beforehand and did everything to climb into the bed. That's how she got pregnant in the first place. Someone who only schemes to become the mistress of our misty fairy house deserves to be crucified for their sins. What I did is an act of mercy, do you understand me? Apparently this old hag had forgotten her own place in life. She's only an elder, a subordinate of the main ruling house. The very fact that she's trying to dictate who or what's permissible to interact with her liege was in itself a treasonous act. The old senior didn't object or raised any more doubt to the woman. He didn't participate in the matter from back then, so he doesn't understand the full picture. However, an ominous sensation kept nagging in the back of his head like this wouldn't turn out well in the coming days. You can leave me for now, I want to rest. Closing her eyes, Muzhin showed a wary tiredness on her face. Perhaps it's due to her own student facing a miserable death, or it's the fact that she no longer has a place in the misty fairy house's controlling body. Regardless of the reason for both, it's all bad news. Yes, elder. Arching his fist, the old man respectfully bid his farewell with a worried face before disappearing from this courtyard. Meanwhile, at the same time over at the main residence of the chief's home, Yun Feng wasn't attacking everyone within sight anymore. Rather, he's now all quiet lying there against the bed and even regained some of his handsome features from all those years ago. You, who are you? Bai Yan points her finger in an uncertain way at the man's forehead. He's clearly just a stranger, why is he able to make my heart feel so painful? Perhaps it's her voice, or that face for some reason, but the conscious young lord was slowly closing his eyes like he's overcome with a wave of drowsiness. The person's not feeling weak or anything, instead it's a sense of calm that's allowing him to get some rest after going crazy earlier. I will definitely cure you, maybe then I will get some answers. In that moment when she said this, Bai Yan nearly couldn't hold her emotions in check. She has her suspicions and it's really difficult to find any flaw with her theory. Nevertheless, she couldn't just jump the gun without proof. This time I need to refine an 8th grade medicinal Dan pill. He's been far too gone and for far too long, only a supreme Dan pill can suppress that inner demon within his heart now. Bai Yan was by all intent purpose a genius when it came to alchemy, however, refining such a high-level pill was a first for her in this world. There are risks involved and it won't do her good if that comes to pass. Taking out her personal cauldron from the storage bag, the woman was just about ready to begin when a knocking from the door interrupted her session. Stern in that voice, "Come in." At her beckoning, a young maid slowly opened the door and strolled in with a tray in hand. The young lass walked extremely slowly before eventually placing the item on the table. "Miss, this is the medicinal ingredient you asked for." "I know, you can leave now." Giving an approving nod, she seems pleased by what's displayed before herself. "Go inform everyone that none is allowed to come inside afterwards when I start, regardless of what they hear or see. Understand?" Refining an 8th grade Dan pill was no laughing matter and would surely rouse a series of heavenly thunders from the sky. Thankfully this was not a 9th level phenomenon, otherwise her current body would never be able to endure that destructive force. Bai Yan still hasn't forgotten how she died in her previous life back on Earth. Anyone would be traumatized after being struck down by thousands of watts of electricity. The lightning strike of an 8th grade pill, faintly exhaling the dirty air in her lungs, Bai Yan allows her mind to drift away into the deeper parts of her memories as she closed those eyes. In an instant, the long and difficult recipe for the Supreme Dan pill emerges, allowing her mind to go through the ingredients in detailed precision. Jerking them open again after achieving what she wants, the woman moved with fire and wind. "Before I didn't dare to attempt such a high-level recipe, but now I will and I must succeed. There's not much choices right now. It's either she succeeds and get to the bottom of her discomfort or give up and lose this crucial trail that suddenly befall her way." Yun Feng. Inside another bed chamber, Jun Tianyu had just regained her consciousness after fainting from earlier. Climbing up, this mother's first instinct was to ask about her eldest son's condition in her frantic state. "How is Yun Feng?" Pained by the nails digging in his skin from his wife's firm grip, Chief Wu Wei tries hard to look as calm as possible in order to avoid throwing his wife over the edge. "Don't worry my wife, our son is fine. Miss Bai Yan is already seeing to his illness. I'm sure it won't be long until the demon in his heart is gone and we can all start anew." "Really?" The mother's expression instantly brightens. Even if she knew the man's words are nothing but deceiving lies, it's still something she wants to believe. "I'm going to see Yun Feng." "Wait a minute." Seeing his wife's going to get out of bed, he promptly made a grab for her shoulder to stop this. "Wait, don't move and rest for now. The lady stated that we mustn't interrupt her session during the operation, so let's wait here while she does her work." Even this man didn't know why he would be so trusting of a stranger to the point where he would entrust the well-being of his son to them. Okay. Repeating the words several times over to herself in a muttering tone, Jun Tianyu could not hold in her joy. Unlike the other healers and alchemists who came before, Bai Yan was the only one who didn't turn their heads as soon as they saw Yunfeng's condition. Outside the territories of the Misty Fairy House, the closest terrain was a deep ravine that cut off the mainland from this part of the continent. As a result, those who wished to enter the place by regular means would need to traverse a large stretch of barren landscape in order to reach the destination. Yenner is unthinkable. How can she not come back and tell us something so major? Huffing and puffing, the usually calm second Shifu Ren-Yi appeared quite annoyed in his voice. If we didn't interrogate Little Rice and force him to spill the beans, then who knows what sort of danger that girl would be in. The third brother Chiu Shu Rong nods in agreement and cocked a bitter smile of his own. Maybe Yen Yen only did this because she knew the Holy Land's relationship with the Misty Fairy House isn't that harmonious? But really, that blasted girl needs to start learning on how to use the powers behind herself. She's too headstrong for her own good, always running up front and shouldering everything on her own without looking for help. Normally all three brothers would come after getting wind of this, but since their oldest brother Jingqi was in the middle of making a breakthrough, only these two had come. There's around 1,000 miles before we reach the Misty Fairy House. By my estimate, we should be there by nightfall. Ren-Yi's eyes scanned the horizon with a fierce glint. If my precious student suffers any indignation or is harmed by those people, growling like a threatening dog, I will make them pay regardless of their forces or status. As an elder of the Holy Land, how could the second brother not know the virtues of those from the other power? And considering her own student's proud nature, plus amazing talent, it's almost a certain some of those conceited bastards would try something against her. That's something he won't allow. The lightning strike of an 8th grade pill, too. While the two elders of the Holy Land were making their way over at air-splitting speed, the sky around the main residences of the Misty Fairy House had fallen into a gloomy storm. Jun Tianyu and her husband remained seated inside the main reception hall while they waited. Though the hope was slim, the couple didn't want to let it go. But as always, there are bound to be some who simply doesn't want the world to have a moment of peace sometimes. Chief, Madam, Elder Muzhin has come. Rushing inside was a young maid, her face flustered and urgent. What? The mistress of the house flew into a rage at the announcement. Slamming her hand against the table, didn't I instruct my people to watch over her estate? How did she step out of her home without them knowing? Then before the maid could get another word in, an eerie laugh cuts in on their conversation from the front. It's annoying and filled with sarcasm. Madam, why are you so angry for? I'm only here to leave a few words, that's all. Clenching her fist, Jun Tianyu glares fire at the arrogant woman who barged into her home. What do you want to say? Among those part of the Elder Council, Muzhin was indeed one of a kind, so it's not entirely surprising that she could slip through the observers. What did surprise this madam though was the fact that this old wench would violate her orders. I've heard you are letting that girl treat the young lord and that you're leaving them alone with no one to observe. Squinting her eyes into a narrow slit, the old hag sneered derisively. I don't know if I should say you're stupid, or just simple-minded. How could you just believe some stranger would suddenly waltz into the frame and cure an illness that even the lord of the medicine sect could not do? I bet she's in there harming the patient right now. Muzhin. Jun Tianyu snaps, enraged by the derogatory words coming her way. I don't want to argue with you right now, so get out of my sight. In light of that, the old hag did not leave. In fact, he's dismissing the death glare and turned towards the husband. Chief, do you really believe the girl's appearance is some kind of coincidence? Unlike his wife, who's quickly losing all reasoning, Chief Wu Wei stayed cool in his demeanor that's expected of a ruler. What are you trying to imply? Spill it. Then I'll tell you the truth. Muzhin's lip curved into a faint smirk. That girl's appearance reminds me of a person. Who? Dubious in his face, the man coldly asks. The woman who seduced the young lord and then abandoned him, that woman. Clank. Due to the bombshell of a news, the man had inexplicably knocked over the teacup next to him when jolting up. You mean, she is my granddaughter? He wasn't able to spell the last word out of his mouth because the poor man's shaking too terribly to mince words. Don't be too happy yet, Chief. I'm only saying the girl might be that woman's daughter. Also, I never said anything about it being the young lord's child either. She might just be an imposter and here out to gain our favor. That's not possible, the girl's eyes are way too similar to my son's. She must be Yunfeng's daughter. She must be my. Endless joy swept the man off his feet, sending him fluttering all around like he's floating on air. If Bai Yan is really my granddaughter, then the Misty Fairy House will have an heir. So what if she has similarities with the eye? This world is filled with children, having a few that look similarly close is nothing to be surprised about, nor does it prove anything. As far as I know, that woman from back then would sleep with any men she comes across. Even if this girl is the young lord's daughter, what good would such an offspring be when it's coming from such bad blood? The lightning strike of an 8th grade pill, 3, yes, I haven't checked it yet, so how can I be so certain of that girl being my granddaughter? What to do? Our Misty Fairy House doesn't have anything to verify one's lineage. Wait. There's Bai Chang Feng, I can ask him to help once he arrives at our door. After some brooding, Chief Wu Wei figured this would be the best option. Haha. Jun Tian, you couldn't help but cackle at her foe's shamelessness. So your meaning is the girl came to our Misty Fairy House in order to deceive us and get close to Yunfeng, is that what you're implying? That's right. Muzhin's eye flickered with a strange light at the idea. Her purpose is perhaps to dilute the leading family's blood. With the power she would gain, the slut would then become a person of extreme influence overnight. Do you really think us for a fool? Miss Bai Yan is a monarch rank. With her talent at such a young age, every power out there would be vying to take her in. Why does she need to deceive me or my husband? The madam didn't believe a single word coming out of the other side's mouth. Perhaps others don't know this, but as a mother, Jun Tian, you could visibly sense the disgusting motive hiding behind this old hag's face. Ha ha ha. Laughing at that remark, Muzhin's sniggering became derisive and mocking. Do you really believe that she is a monarch rank? In this world, there are plenty of treasures that can instantly boost or hide one's power, for a period that is. Her face turning a heinous dark that showed how evil her insides were, and, I'm certain she only defeated my disciple thanks to said treasure. I do not believe she's talented at all. Unable to take this farce anymore, the mother hatefully flings her own teacup at the foul-mouthed granny who's in love with her own son. It missed of course after Muzhin swung to the side, causing the content inside and the container itself to splatter into many pieces after hitting the wall. Compared to you, I would rather believe the young miss than you. Scram, I don't want to see at my home. Elder Muzhin, why are you still standing there for? Chief Wu Wei was now frowning at the unwelcomed guest. Do you want to see my wife's death or something? He's the husband here. To see his own wife clenching that chest like her heart's in unmeasurable pain, the man would of course be unhappy. Humph, I'm only trying to get even for my poor student. She has been wronged dearly by being killed. Jun Tianyu was about to go mad after hearing that comment. She's absolutely livid. If not for the fact that her eldest son was supposedly saved by this old hag years ago, then she would have run over and ripped out that tongue. Boom. Abruptly, a struck of lightning suddenly came smashing down in the general area of the patient's room, causing a wave of fright to the occupants inside the hall. By the time the three of them ran outside to investigate, the darkened sky had already changed. There's now a huge stormy cloud spewing purplish streaks of electricity down to the ground. Young lord! Muzhin exclaims, her legs shaky and her face a ashen white. She wants to kill Bai Yan for what she did, and she also hates the parents for whatever reason, but this old beauty could never hate the man she's been secretly coveting. Madam, this is the sort of person you brought back into your home. Swinging her death glare at the mistress of the house, the old beauty radiated a murderous intent that covered her whole existence. Apparently unrequited love could blind even the most vile and wicked of hearts. Despite being non-related to the matter, Muzhin made it sound like she's the one in charge of Yunfeng's safety and not his own parents. Ignoring whatever that rude comment was about, Jun Tianyu's first reaction was to head for her son's room. Sadly, due to the numbness in her legs, the poor woman could only rely on her husband to help support herself. What is going on? Humph, of course it's that slut trying to murder the young lord. Grinding her molars in frustrated anger, Muzhin's eye had turned a bloodshot red. If not for you, if not for the both of you, then none of this would have happened. If anything happens to my poor Yun Feng, then I won't let either of you go. The lightning strike of an 8th grade pill, for, due to the huge commotion of the rumbling in the sky, everyone within the vicinity had come out to see what's happening. To their horror, like the first three, they're all looking up in shock at the crazy storm brewing in their view. This is an alchemic phenomenon created by someone refining an 8th grade Dan pill. One of the more experienced and knowledgeable alchemists explained after seeing the signs. Slightly frowning, Chief Wu Wei turns to the person and asked, "Are you sure it's an alchemic phenomenon?" "It should be, most likely." The alchemist himself also sounded somewhat uncertain. Years ago, when Lord Bai from the medicine sect was making his breakthrough into the 8th level, he also produced a similar phenomenon. I happened to be passing by the place, so I managed to witness it firsthand. It's just that compared to the trial from back then, this one seems more powerful and more destructive. Then, would my son be in danger? Jun Tianyu, wife, asks with worry in her eyes. No, the alchemist shakes his head. I heard only the one making the pill would be affected by the danger and everyone else in the vicinity would be fine. Then what about Miss Bai Yan? She's only a monarch rank, would she be able to withstand an alchemic trial of such caliber? The madam urgently asks, afraid for the worse. Ugh, this I'm not sure either. Back then, when Lord Bai made his breakthrough, the man was already at an extremely high level. The young lady is too fresh, so I'm unable to discern the outcome. Heaving a long sigh, the alchemist shakes his head in disappointment at his own inability. Then what are the consequences if she fails? Biting her lower lip, the madam almost didn't want to know the answer. She's not an alchemist, so it's not all that surprising for her to not know the details. Besides, how many 8th grade alchemists are there? Aside from Bai Yan's grandfather and her Shifis from the Holy Land, there are only a few other hermits hiding up in the mountains and such. Stumbling for a safe answer, the alchemist decides to give the cold hard truth anyways. The soul will be destroyed. That's right, the consequences of not being able to resist the trial would be the destruction of their soul. Faltering back and almost losing her balance, Jun Tianyu's face immediately showed a layer of pain, like someone just poured acid into her heart. This won't do, I must see the girl in person before I can be at ease. Wife, you mustn't be impulsive. Chief Wu Wei hurries to stop the woman. If you rush in now, then it will definitely affect the lady. Even if she wasn't in danger, she would be after your interruption. Halting in her footstep, the madam unwillingly clenches her fist in frustration. Ha, 8th grade Dan pill? Muzhin sneered sarcastically. A 20-something girl can refine an 8th grade product? If she can do that, then I'm a 9th grade alchemist. Ha ha ha. That's it. Turning all of her rage and resentment into one single blow, the madam directly flings her fist right into the impudent old wench's face and sends her spinning into midair. Then, as a finishing blow before the bitch could land back down, she jumps right up to end it with an elbow slam that left a crackling small crater in its wake. Puking blood from her mouth at a profuse rate, Muzhin looked up in dismay at her assailant. She never thought that with her status and power the other side would dare lay a hand on herself. This was especially true when there are so many people around themselves. Likewise, the other members of the Misty Fairy House were looking over in stunned astonishment. In their view, the image of the madam was that of a virtuous wife who's both gentle and kind. Never in their wildest dreams would they expect the woman to beat someone in open public. Climbing up after much struggle, Muzhin makes a couple of heavy coughs before managing to regain her strength. Madam, which part of what I said there is wrong? There's no way she could be an 8th grade alchemist, nor are those flashes from the storm cloud ray all lightning bolts. Gnashing her teeth till it hurts, the old hag resented everything. From her own injury to the fact that she's being shamed before her peers, anything that so much as moves was within her range of fire. What did that little slut do to earn the chief and his wife's trust so much? A voice suddenly cuts in from above. It's powerful and old, of someone with experience in life. It looks like I came just in time. To think there would be another out there who is about to break into the 8th grade of their alchemic profession. Looks like there will be another of my level very soon in this world. The lightning strike of an 8th grade pill. 5. Muzhin's face froze over. from what was a flaring irritable expression had turned into a look of disbelief after catching a glimpse of who just barged into their conversation. Bai Changfeng? The person is actually the lord of the medicine sect, Bai Changfeng? Lord Bai, you're here. Chief Wu Wei heaves a sigh of relief at the sight of the old man. You mean to say you are certain that is the result of someone trying to refine an 8th grade Dan pill? Wouldn't you know it yourself? Pricking his brow at the odd question, the old grandpa looked rather baffled by this. This alchemist is your people, why are you not aware of who's in there when you are their leader? But compared to the one I experienced years ago during my first attempt at making a breakthrough into the 8th grade, this one is much more violent. That fact alone is enough for me to discern the recipe is at least in the upper tier. His lips had curved into a faint smile, oblivious to the fact that Muzhin's complexion had turned a ghastly white over his statement. It seems my trip this time is not in vain. To be able to meet someone at my level is a true honor. Sighing, Chief Wu Wei shakes, but the one in their refining is only a monarch rank. Monarch rank? Bai Changfeng's calm attitude instantly changed into a fitting rage. How outrageous. How can a mere monarch rank's body endure the destructive force of the lightning strikes created by an alchemic trial? Is that person dead in the brain? The individual should be well over 60 by now. How could they not understand something so simple? The old man's body was practically shaking due to the frustration and irritation he felt. It's hard enough to meet another person at his cultivation level. It's even harder to meet an alchemist with as much insight. Now before he could even get to know the other party and have some verbal exchanges of knowledge, the other person's going to be struck down by their own folly. If the person inside somehow survives and come out of there, then I will definitely teach him a good lesson. Fortunately Bai Changfeng didn't know the person in there was his own granddaughter, otherwise the ones to face his ire right now would be these from the Misty Fairy House. It wouldn't be an exaggeration for him to openly declare war if that's the case. Making an awkward gesture, the chief sounded embarrassed in his voice. The one inside, she's not 60-something, she's only 20-something years old. 20-something years old? This time it was the old lord's turn to be taken aback. There is someone else in this world who is as talented as my granddaughter? My sweet granddaughter is only at the higher level of the king rank and is capable of refining up to the 7th grade in her alchemy. To think there is someone just as great in that room right now and is trying for an 8th grade. As far as he knows, Bai Yan was only at the king rank prior to the girl's departure for the demon realm, hence the reason why he couldn't connect the dots. A few months was too short of a period for most to make an advance like so. Lord Bai, Jun Tianyu, wife, suddenly hurls herself up to the old man's side and made a firm grab for that arm. Can you find a way to save her inside there? I'm sorry, but only the lady in there can save herself now. No one can interfere when it has come to this. He firmly shakes his head. Of course, if Bai Changfeng knew who was in there, then it's doubtful this old grandpa could remain so calm. Heck, he might just dart in there and make the loudest and biggest commotion of them all. The madam on the other hand could feel her body slowly losing strength as she fell backwards. Her eyes could not leave the doorway at all because her heart ached like it's being ripped out and then smashed into mush. Compared with the shock hovering in the air though, Muzhin's heart only had resentment still as usual. Damn it, that little bitch is really refining an 8th grade Dan pill? No matter, with her strength and body, she would surely perish under the force of those lightning strikes. Back inside the bedroom, Bai Yan remains focused on the task at hand, allowing the electrifying bolts of energy to harden and refine her body. The pain was excruciating, even so, she endures until finally. Bang! Among the many strikes coming down, this one was exceptionally huge and made an ear-deafening boom to all those looking. Bai Yan didn't fare so well. Letting the trace of blood to seep out of the corner of her mouth, the woman shudders for a good moment before she could even begin to compose herself back together. That's only the second main strike, I still have 7 more to go. Showing a faint smile at her own predicament, the resolve in her voice could not be denied. I will make it through. I've done it before in my last life, I will do it again in this life. The lightning strike of an 8th grade pill, 6, with each main thunder strike coming down, the intensity of the bolts would increase by 2-fold. So, by the time the third one came, it had caused so much damage to Bai Yan's body that she ended slugging right down to the floor as a result of the pressuring force. Fortunately, the woman's a stubborn one. In the last moment before her consciousness caved, she gripped her hands into a ball and stood right back up out of pure perseverance. Again. Boom. Before she could say more, the fourth thunder had come again. Bai Yan didn't care though, nor was she scared. Confronting the bolt of intense heat, her eyes stared intently upwards to take it head-on. Poof! This time she literally threw up blood after suffering the hit. Wiping the corner of her mouth, which only caused the red fluid to stain her cheeks, she became rather wary. This is not normal. These thunderstrikes are far too strong for an 8th grade alchemic trial. Compared to the ones I experienced in my previous life, it's as strong as the 9th grade ones. What the is going on here? The intensity should never be this high. If it continues like so, then my body will disintegrate under that might before it's over. But it's too late to turn back now. Left with no choice, she braves herself for what's to come and grew more determined than ever after eyeing the patient lying next to her in the bed. I will save you. Regardless of the price, I will save this person. Perhaps the man himself had heard her voice because a droplet of tear had inexplicably trickled down the corner of those eyes. That muttering mouth sounds like it wants to say something, but no sound ever came forth. And by this time Bai Yan was solely focused back to the objective, couldn't see it. Again. Following suit were 3 other intense thunderstrikes, each stronger than the last. Afterwards the complexion on the girl's face could only be called frightening. It's dreadfully white, like blood has left her entirely, causing that face to look like a ghost. I can't give up. If I give up now, then no one can save him anymore. In that second, the 8th bolt had come down as if to meet her demand, causing that whole body to fall to the ground entirely. Despite the insane amount of damage she was suffering, the effects were rather dazzling, like she's covered in a halo, shimmering and glowing. One last one. Struggling to force a smile, she attempts to crawl back up for the final blow. Once I get through this, then it will be over. But lo and behold, the last would always be the most dangerous. Unlike the previous strikes, this thunderbolt was at a whole new level compared to anything she's endured thus far. Success and I will get what I want, failure and I will die, so be it. Closing her eyes, the woman quietly readies her spirit and body for the final clash. Yet, the expected pain never came. Instead, there were only the faint contour of a shadow in front of herself when she opened those eyes again to search for the reason. Why? Why is he here? Why? Why is he fending off the last attack for me? Trembling right into her heart, Bai Yan wanted to reach out to grasp onto the figure for some sort of answer. Unfortunately for the weakened her, the shadowy contour dissipated as soon as those fingers made contact. Di Tsang. Covering her mouth, tears came slipping down those cheeks in accordance with her muffled sobbing. Plat just then, Bai Yan's ear had caught onto the splitting sound of something inside her storage bag. In a hurry, she immediately pulled out said item and discovered it was a flower made out of carrot. This was a gift given to her by Di Tsang when their son kept nagging to his old man to cook something inside the homely kitchen. Though the dishes themselves didn't turn out so great, downright disgusting, the husband did produce one decent product, and that was this ordinary-looking flower carved using the hands of love. Even after their separation, Bai Yan never had the heart to toss it away. Thankfully, a moment of softness was now paying off in full. If her guesses are right, there should be a wisp of the demon lord's power sealed inside the object. It's this energy that blocked off the thunderstrike just now. As to the reason why Bai Yan didn't sense it beforehand, it's likely due to the difference in their strength.